Good morning. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our dear participants that are following us physically and virtually. I'm very pleased to moderate this session 3, System Change and Climate Innovation in the Technology Industry. So climate change is a challenge that raises disruptive issue. And to respond to this disruptive issue, we need to have disruptive solution. So the technology of the fourth industrial revolution are expected to play a key role in addressing climate change. So some of this technology, particularly those that are in the data supply chain, Internet of Things, distributed ledger technology, artificial intelligence, as well as cloud computing that make space for storage almost infinite, as well as quantum computing, which has increased the speed of computation extremely highly. It seems that now we can compute 100 million times faster than with quantum computing as compared to what we used to do. So, and of course, 6G technology also. So today we have the pleasure to a dialogue with Dr. Fang, Global VP and CMO of Huawei Digital Energy. So Mr. Fang will interact with us remotely. So Mr. Fang will first make a presentation, and then after the presentation, we will have some interaction.
Okay. Shall I start now?
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, please. Let me share my slide. Can you see my slide? Hello?
Ready to go.
Yes.
Okay.
We can see your slide.
Okay. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to participate System and Change and Climate Innovation in the Technology Industry session. My name is Liangzhou Fang. I'm the Vice President of Huawei Digital Power Company. It's my pleasure to share our technology and also best practice on the carbon neutrality. So today, my topic is building a low carbon smart society. So as we know, the carbon neutrality became the global common consensus and mission. Till to now, there are over 140 countries has identified carbon neutrality, the plan. Many countries already set up the clear policy to speed up the carbon neutrality. So in order to achieve the carbon neutrality, let's see the breakdown of the carbon emission from the worldwide perspective. According to the IEA report, there are almost 40% CO2 emission are from the electricity power. And also the 25% of CO2 emission are from the industry, and 21% of CO2 emission from the transportation, and so on. So we think there are the three key ways to achieve the carbon neutrality. The first one is try to use the green power generation like solar and wind. Now, many countries already set up their plan to use green energy. So like the European Union set up their target to use the green energy, almost 40% of the energy are from the green energy or clean power by the 2030. And also the Chinese government also set up ambitious the target by using the non-fossil energy. Almost 80% of the energy by the 2060 are from the green power solution, green power. So the second key way is electrification of the power consumption side. So we think the big part is change our transportation way from the traditional vehicle to the electrical vehicle. Although today, there's only 1% of total vehicle are electrical vehicle. This year, there are more than 4 million electrical vehicles worldwide. So we forecast by the 2025, there are almost 12 million electrical vehicles worldwide. So we think the electrical vehicle will be the trend for the transportation and will reduce the CO2 emission a lot. So third way, the key way is to use the digitalization, intelligence way to improve the energy efficiency for the different industry. So we think this three steps is a key way to reduce the CO2 emission and to achieve the carbon neutrality. So in order to meet this challenge, so Huawei company set up the dedicated company we called Digital Power Company. This
And can you try and say something so that we check the sound? Dr. Fan, if you hear us, can you say something?
Hello, Dr. Fang.
Continue. This is from, yeah. Yeah, Mark. Can you hear us, Dr.
Hello?
Fan? Hello, Dr. Fan.
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. Welcome back. So you can
Shall I continue?
yeah, you can continue your presentation. You can continue your presentation, Dr. Fang.
没关系，OK，我知道，OK。
Yeah.
Hello, hello, can you hear us?
“刚才报的行吗？” Hello. Hello.
What are they doing?
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah. Sorry. There's some. Yeah. There's some communication problems, so I should start from the page 3. Okay. In order to meet this challenge, Huawei set up the digital power company to develop the innovation technology and accelerate and speed up the carbon neutrality. So we combine the digital technology and also the power electronic technology together to provide the innovation solution to our customer. So this solution include like the green power generation, which is about the PV power station, and also the second solution is the energy digitalization solution. We use our digital technology to the industry, so this can improve the energy efficiency for the traditional energy system. Third one is transportation electrification solution. So here we provide the powertrain solution and the charging station for the electrical vehicle in the future. So, and also the green ICT solution. As we know, the ICT solution improve our efficiency worldwide, but meanwhile, they are also the power consumption from the green ICT from the ICT is also a little higher. So how to provide the green ICT solution? This is we focus on. Finally, is we can provide the integrated smart power solution for the campus. So next one, I will describe the key technology we use and best practice on those solutions. Okay. So the first one is the green power generation. So we can provide all scenario solar PV and also the energy storage solution, which include the large-scale PV power station and also the PV solution on the rooftop of a commercial building and a house. So we adapt the AI technology to the PV power station, so which can achieve the LCOE, we call the levelized cost of electricity, reduced by the 5%, and more safety and reliable. For example, our smart IV curve solution, which based on the AI technology, we can detect the fault of the H-string PV panel. So only 15 minutes are used to detect the fault for the 200 megawatt PV panel, PV station, the power station. But if we choose the traditional way to check the fault, and it needs at least 10 people with 2 weeks, so the cost is very higher. And in Saudi Arabia, so Red Sea New City project, which is one of the biggest sustainable projects in the world. So it helps to attract millions of the foreign tourists and domestic visitors every year. All the power in this city, in this project, are green power. So during the phase 1 project, the customer chose Huawei large-scale PV power station, which included the 400 megawatt for the PV, and also the 1.3 gigawatt hour energy storage together. So this, we can provide the green solution, green power solution for the Red Sea New City project. And for the digitalization of the energy, we adapt the digital technology to the traditional energy system, like we use the AI technology, 5G technology, IoT, and also the big data, and so on, some kind of technology to realize digital modeling, data perception, information communication, and decision optimization. So here, I also want to say that one example, one case from our customer, the China Sovereign Power Grid Corporation, so provided the power solution, the service for the 5,000 city province in China, and also included Hong Kong and Macau. So the service area is about 1 million square kilometer and 250 million people. They choose Huawei solution to realize digitalization of their grid. Many high-risk work are disappeared, so and improve the working efficiencies too. For example, here there's only for 2 hours regulation check at the office, replace 20 days field work. You can see here, we help our customer to improve the efficiency almost 80 times. So according to the GESM, although ICT technology can help other industry reduce CO2 emission 20% by the 2030, so energy consumption for the telecommunication still a little higher. So as we know now, almost 1% to 2% of the total electricity. That means that 1 or 2, the total electricity are used for the telecommunication. So the green side solution, we provide the green side solution can help our customer reduce the power consumption and CO2 emission. So here I also want to share the one case from the Zhejiang province, China. So we provide the site power solution which can achieve 1 cabinet to replace the 6 cabinet. So this can save a lot of cost for the rental. Meanwhile, the SE is also improving from the 85 to the 96%. The SE is a site energy efficiency. So this solution can help our customer reduce the energy consumption a lot. So the IPV can generate 20% green power more than traditional way. So all those solutions can help our operator customer reduce the 8 tons CO2 emission every year per site. So for the data center become the important base for the digital smarter society. But the power consumption for the data center is also higher. It's almost 2% of the total power from the worldwide perspective. And also during the 10 years of lifespan, almost 60% of the data center TCO are using to pay the electricity bill. So there's big challenge for them. And also the second challenge for the data center is long time to construct. Normally it takes 2 years to build the data center for 1,000 racks. So we provide a prefabricated data center solution, help our customer to build the data center faster deployment from the 2 years to the half year, only 6 months, and also low carbon emission. So here I also want to share the one case from our customer. The Wuhan AI Computing Center data center choose Huawei prefabricated data center solution, which can reduce the PUE from the 1.5 to the 1.25. It means the power consumption reduced 3.4 gigawatt hour per year, and also a lot of money. And also the life cycle, the carbon emission is about 42,000 tons. And so according to the IEA report, that's almost 21% of CO2 emission from the transportation. So we think that the electric vehicle is the best way to reduce the CO2 emission. Now, as we know, that 1% of the vehicle are electric vehicle. So, but we focused in the future. This year, there's almost 4 million electric vehicles worldwide. By the 2025, there are 12 million vehicles by 2025. So it will be the trend for the electric vehicle. But there are also the big challenge for the electric vehicle, which is the customer worry about the long distance range, and also how to charging their battery as soon as possible, as fast as the traditional the vehicle, and also the safety, the battery safety. So Huawei provided the power domain solution, which including the we can provide a range overall optimization up to 90.5 and also 200 kilometer at 10 minutes charging the battery. So the one here, I also want to share the one case from one of the electrical manufacturer. So the series choose Huawei power domain solution, help them manufacture electrical vehicle. So our NEDC efficiency is about 88. So which can support almost 45 further range than the normal car. And also, from 0 to 55 kilometer per hour acceleration is about 1.99 seconds. So by the 30th September 2021, Huawei Digital Power Company already helped the customer to yield the green power 443 billion kilowatt hour, and accumulating power saving is 13.6 billion kilowatt hour. It's almost equal to reduce CO2 emission 210 million tons, and equal to the planting 290 billion trees. That's all my the presentation. Thanks again.
So thank you, Dr. Fang. Thank you for sharing with us what this technology of the fourth industrial revolution can bring to climate action, in particular in the power sector. So you have demonstrated that by using this digital technology, it allowed to green the entire value chain of power, starting from the generation of power down to the consumption of power. All the different steps can be green. And more importantly, you can also use digital technology to green the way digital technology is operating. So in particular, greening the data center. So this is a very important perspective. So now, in the Innovation Hub, we are promoting climate action that are transformative. So we consider that technology company could have a moonshot mindset when they are setting their target. So it means that instead of focusing on what is currently possible, they need to focus on what is needed, what science requires in terms of climate action. And it may happen that we will have a gap between what is needed and what is perceived as currently possible. And we expect innovation to help fill that gap. How can we, what could be done to, let's say, promote this mindset among leaders, particularly in the technology industry?
Okay. Okay. We think, hello? Yes, okay. So we think the carbon neutrality has become the global consensus and mission. So low carbon, electrification, and intelligence are the key for the carbon neutrality. And technology innovation is the base for this. And the COP26 also calls for raising climate ambition through the science and innovation. Huawei action are aligned with the aim and goals of the COP26. So we think that from the Huawei perspective, we think in the future, we use the digital technology to the different industry. This is what we can do to help the different industry to improve the energy efficiency and reduce the cost of the electricity. So Huawei Digital Power, we combine the digital and power electronics technology to accelerate, to speed up the digitalization of the energy and enable the various industry to upgrade. At the same time, we will speed up the clean power generation and build the green transportation, green site, and green data center to help customer and society to achieve low carbon building, low carbon campus, and low carbon city. As of the September 30th, 2021, Huawei Digital Power has helped the customer generate 443.5 billion kilowatt-hour of green power, save 13.6 billion kilowatt-hour of electricity, and reduce the carbon, the CO2 emission by the 210 million tons, which is equivalent to planting the 290 million trees. Yeah, this is my.
Thank you so much. What I appreciate very much is the solution-based approach that you are using. So you are not focusing on trying to reduce your own emission, but you are really positioning yourself as a solution provider. So you are providing solutions that help others, particularly your client, reduce their own emission, which is, I think, a very important mindset. So my next question is, technology needs to support both incremental and transformative type of climate action. But currently, we can see that innovative technology are more focusing at the sector level, supporting incremental transformation. What could be done to redirect technology innovation toward more transformative climate action?
Okay. Intelligence and low carbon will be the trend in the future. To achieve this, the low carbon, we should focus on both clean power generation and electrification of the power consumption. At the power consumption site, the transportation industry accounts for nearly 10% of the total, no, it's about 21% of the total power, the total carbon emission. It is critical to promote the comprehensive electrification in the transportation industry for carbon neutrality. As the digital world rapid growth, so the power consumption, to does the power consumption resulting in a significant challenge to the ICT infrastructure. Huawei will focus on promoting transportation electrification and building green, efficient and intelligent ICT infrastructure solution. So, for example, Huawei prefabricated modular data center solution helped Wuhan quickly to build an AI computing center. This center was built in 120 days and put into use in 180 days, shorten the rollout time by more than 50%. The POE is decreased to the 1.25, means of saving more than 3.4 million kilowatt hours of the electricity each year.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fang. It was a pleasure to have this dialogue with you. Thank you.
Okay, it's also my pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Great.
Good morning, everybody. We are about to start with the next session. Could I ask you, please, if you're interested in hearing about what cities and councils are making happen on the ground as part of the United Nations UNFCCC Innovation Hub, please take a seat. We are now about to start with a short video presentation from South Australia. So connecting in our wonderful hybrid virtual live UN environment. Minister of Environment from South Australia will be joining us now to introduce the session, and then we'll get started.
Hello everyone, my name is David Spears and I'm South Australia's Minister for Environment and Water, the Minister in our state responsible for climate change action and climate change policy. It is a great pleasure to be able to join you today from coastal Adelaide, the capital city of South Australia, a city of about 1.4 million people between hills and sea in beautiful South Australia. It's a spring evening here. I'm in my local constituency, the electorate that I represent, and I want to talk to you about what South Australia has been up to in recent years. We're a city and a state which has worked so hard to lead not just Australia, but to lead the world when it comes to both climate change action, emissions reduction, and adaptation, because those two elements are so important to us. We know as a fairly small player in terms of overall global emissions, we will not be able to change the trajectory of the globe. So what we need to do is build resilience, adapt our community so that we are better prepared for the inevitable impacts of a changing climate. No more so than along the coastline. We've got 5,067 kilometres of coastline in this state. It's the front line in the defence against climate change. And right here is one of those places that has to adapt. I'm excited to be able to be part of the launch of the UN Global Innovation Hub for Climate Change. I look forward to South Australia putting forward our ideas, engaging with partners all across the world, talking about the challenges that you face, the challenges that I face and the government that I'm part of faces, the challenges that business, that community, that people of all socio-economic backgrounds face as we rise to the challenges of a changing climate and grab hold of the opportunities as well. One of the things that I, in my role as Minister, have been really focused on is what those opportunities are. Let's not see climate change as a doom and gloom scenario. Yes, there are big challenges to be faced, but equally there are opportunities. There's economic development opportunities. There are opportunities to innovate, to create solutions, both in terms of emissions reduction and also adaptation. And that's where South Australia, this state where I am today, can be right at the very heart of helping you, helping jurisdictions from all around the world change, adapt, build resilience and rise to these challenges. I wish I could be there in Scotland. I am actually Scottish. You might pick that up from the accent. Moved here to this beautiful city as a high school student with my parents. But because of the world we live in today, I can't be there in Glasgow. Instead, I'm sharing South Australia's story over this video. South Australia over the last couple of decades has made massive leap forwards in terms of emissions reductions. In fact, by around 2030, 100% of our energy in a net sense will come from renewables. We've got huge penetration of wind and solar. Our geography, our climate and our significant amounts of open space mean that we're set up for that. We do very well on that front. We've got natural assets that we can work with. That's not the case everywhere in the world. I'm the first to acknowledge that. But because we've got those advantages, we've grabbed hold of them. We've done that since the early 2000s and our trajectory has been exceptional. We've also been really successful in decoupling economic growth from emissions reduction. Back 10 15 years ago, it was felt that you couldn't do that. You couldn't massively lower emissions while at the same time seeing a situation where your economy continued to grow, where your society wasn't disadvantaged, where job creation continued apace. But we've shown that you can actually do that. People shouldn't be frightened of a transformation to a green, clean, innovative economy. South Australia provides that roadmap, and that's something that I'm very keen to be able to share with you today over this video, but more face-to-face in the future, wherever you are. But equally, I'd love to invite you here to South Australia. We've got far more than just these stunning beaches to share. We've got intellectual property. We've got great minds in academia and science and research coming up with these solutions and overcoming the barriers. We've had barriers along the way as well. We had a statewide blackout in 2016 because we didn't necessarily have the resilience built into our energy grid. But we've overcome that. We've built grid-scale storage solutions in terms of huge batteries that can kick in and power our state and store energy for when it needs to be deployed. In fact, we've got one of the largest per capita household battery storage schemes in the world, and it's becoming more and more common for people when they build a new house here to not just put rooftop solar panels, as has been fairly common for the last couple of decades, but also to back that up with a household level battery. Aside from just energy, we're also looking at significant changes with regard to our agricultural economy. That's a big thing here. The production of food and fibre is right at the forefront of what South Australia is all about. It goes way back to when this state established in the 1830s, and it continues to be a predominant source of income in South Australia today. But we do have to work with our agriculture sector. We have to help them find ways to reduce their carbon footprint, to reduce the emissions that they produce, and we are doing that. We're committed to doing that, investing in the seaweed industry so that livestock can have food that reduces their methane production. Another area that we continue to look at, and which we have challenges around because of the large the geographical size of our state, is around transportation, both commuting and of the transport of freight. South Australia does have challenges on that front. I'm the first to admit that, but with a government subsidised electric vehicle charging network, with research and development in hydrogen helping us transition our larger vehicles to hydrogen in the future, I'm confident we can rise to those challenges as well. In terms of waste management and resource recovery, the circular economy, where waste is turned into a commodity and goes round and round and round the economy, I am excited to say that South Australia not only leads the nation, but leads internationally on many of these things. This can only be a good thing again in terms of the gases, the greenhouse gases that traditionally leach from landfill. We are significantly reducing landfill. We have one of the most sophisticated composting industries in the world, and we're continuing to challenge ourselves to come up with solutions for resource recovery, waste management, the circular economy. That's why I'm really excited to announce that we have just established Circular 360, a global entity which is looking at working with our universities, working with the private sector, working with government to come up with innovative ways to reduce our footprint when it comes to waste production in this state. And if you want to find out more about Circular 360, about our journey towards emissions, please check emissions reduction, about our journey in terms of transportation transformation, and also the challenges and opportunities in our agricultural sector, please check out the resources that we've made available today. Please Google South Australia and see what we have to offer. This state is a small state in terms of our population, but we believe we're punching so far above our weight. This is a great place to call home. It's a great place to visit. It's a great place to invest and do business. Learn more about South Australia. Join us as a partner. We can't wait to do business with you.
So from South Australia, and you'll hear an accent from an Australian in me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kirsten Dunlop. I'm the Chief Executive of EIT Climate Kick, and it is my pleasure to moderate a session that now takes us from yesterday, in which we really looked at a series of, if you like, design inputs and intentional elements for the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, with the role of cities and the way in which cities aggregate demand, can aggregate supply, set markets, and structure the directional signals and the contexts in which we can scale transformative solutions, but most importantly, the transformation of systems of living, of working, of mobility, of water, waste, and the way in which, in our internal sense of self, we relate to the environment. Today, we're moving to look at that in practice. Yesterday, we covered a series of elements that had to do with the ways in which cities think in large-scale co-action platforms like the European Union Net Zero Cities initiatives that is kicking off the city mission, signing 100 cities up to decarbonization at the whole scale of the city by 2030. Looked at the ways in which that translates outwards into policy innovation, into social and community innovation, pulling together with city governments and with industry. Looked at some of the challenges and opportunities in capital and finance. How do we structure and fund such large-scale transformations with very different ways of flowing finance into the initiatives we're talking about? We talked about multi-actor, multi-stakeholder collaborations. And if I bring us back, and we looked at entrepreneurship in a number of different developing contexts and how that may allow the possibility and accelerate leapfrogging in the construction of urban environments and human communities. As we move today to look at concrete examples of cities and communities, as you saw in South Australia, of people putting action in on the ground, of trying to make a difference in the way in which they operate, I just want to remind you of the purpose of the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. This is about encouraging a space for radical collaboration, for very, very different ways of thinking about how we take ourselves forward, that shifts us structurally from hundreds of individual solutions that are still not quite adding up and are not changing the entire infrastructure and industrial and economic systems in which they're embedded, to create the conditions for that kind of systems change that is long-term, that is understanding innovation is very much more than technology, that is demand-led, it is driven by the needs, what is needed, not necessarily what is feasible and possible. And understanding that the role of innovation and the role of this kind of framework for collective action is in that big gaping hole between what is needed and what we currently think is possible. And it's about working through multi-actor, long-term collaborations together. And you'll hear a lot of examples of cities seeking to do that, connecting what is needed to a supply of solutions, to communities, and to planning for the unplannable as we think forward and seek to discover what's possible. So it's my pleasure to start with Mayor Lee from the city of Goyang in Korea to hear about a bold and transformational set of actions. Thank you, Mayor Lee.
예, 반갑습니다. 고양시장 이재주입니다.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Jae Joon Lee, the Mayor of Goyang City Government in Republic of Korea.
예, 글로벌 허브 챔피언 도시로서 오늘 UGIH 플랫폼에 대한 여러 가지 의견을 나누고자 합니다.
As the champion city of the global hub, I would like to share various opinions on UGIH platform today.
지난 이틀간 이곳에서 이루어진 UNFCCC의 UGIH에 대한 이야기를 잘 들었습니다. 특히 도시 니즈 해결을 위한 해결책 마련에 궁극적인 기초로 삼는 것은 상당히 매력적인 컨셉이라고 생각을 합니다.
I've heard well about UNFCCC's UGIH over the past 2 days. In particular, I think it is a very attractive concept to use the ultimate basis for solving the city's needs.
도시의 문제, 소비자의 주체적 결정에 대해서 관심을 가져주셔서 대단히 감사합니다. 소비자들이 소비 욕망을 잠재우지 않는다면 기술 개발, 탄소 배출권 거래 제도, 실질적인 탄소 배출 감소보다는 기후 약자에게 전가하고 남북 문제를 고착화시켜 기후 불균등을 심화시킬 것입니다.
Thank you for your interest in the subjective decisions of urban consumers. If consumers' desire to consume is not quenched, the technology-developed carbon emission trading system will shift to the climate weak rather than actual carbon emission reduction, and solidify the inter-Korean problem to deepen the climate equality will intensify.
이러한 측면에서 최종 소비자인 도시의 문제에 대해서 집중하고 해결책을 찾으려는 노력은 큰 진전이라고 할 것입니다.
In this respect, efforts to focus on the problems of the city, which is the end user, and find solutions are a big step forward.
전기 자동차로 바꾼다고 해서 탄소 배출량이 줄어드는 것일까요? 지금 전기차는 대부분 일체형으로 만들어졌습니다. 7, 8년 배터리 수명이 다하면 함께 버려야 합니다. 그러면 자동차를 만드는데 사용된 탄소 발생량도 수명을 다하는 것입니다. 오히려 내연기관을 지속해서 정비하고 20년을 쓴다면 그것이 옳은 걸까요?
Does switching to an electric car reduce carbon emissions? Most of the current electric vehicles are made integrally. At the end of the 7 or 8 year battery life, the car must be discarded. Then the amount of carbon generated to make a car is also at the end of its life. What would be the right thing to do if you can continue to maintain and fix your internal combustion engine for more than 20 years?
UGIH 시스템에서 모든 사용량을 생산해서 최종 소비자까지 추격해 데이터를 만든다는 것은 매우 의미가 있다고 생각합니다.
I believe it is very meaningful that the UGIH system tracks all usage from production to end users to create data.
덜 쓰고 오래 사용하는 시민의식이 탄소를 줄이는 것입니다.
Each citizen's consciousness of using less and longer is reducing carbon.
비계량화되어 있는 수많은 소비 주체들의 노력도 탄소 중립에 상당한 기여를 하고 있다는 사실을 인정해야 합니다.
It must be acknowledged that the efforts of many dequantized consumers are also contribute significantly to carbon neutrality.
도시는 보다 원칙적이어야 하고 보다 고집스러워야 합니다.
Cities should be more principled and determined.
문제 해결, 특히 기후변화처럼 너무나 큰 문제이면서도 긴급한 사안에 대해서는 리더십을 가지고 처리해 나가야 한다고 생각합니다.
We should take leadership in solving problems, especially issues that are too big and urgent, such as climate change.
UGIH가 도시 문제 해결을 위해 플랫폼으로서 큰 역할을 기획하고 있다면 그 계획은 매우 구체적이어야 합니다. 도시가 고민하는 문제를 해결해 줄 수 있는 기술 개발도 함께 이루어져야 합니다.
If UGIH is planning to play a role as a platform to solve urban problems, that plan must be very specific. Technology development that can solve the problems that cities are worried about should be carried out.
도시는 체계를 갖춘 조직으로 하나의 목표를 달성하기 위해서 명확한 목표와 액션 플랜이 필요합니다. UGIH는 도시 실천력과 강화를 위한 부분도 고민해야 합니다. 다양한 분야에서 많은 이해관계자들이 참여하는 플랫폼인 만큼 더욱 명확하고 명쾌한 역할 구분과 가이드가 필요합니다.
City as a systemized organization, clear sub-goals and action plans are needed to achieve one goal. UGIH should also think about strengthening the city's practical power, as it is a platform that many stakeholders participate in various fields. More clear role distinction and guides are needed.
UGIH의 활동은 데이터와의 싸움이 될 것입니다. 도시의 기후행동에 있어서 탄소 발자국을 추적하고 관리하기 위해서는 단계별, 과정별 정확한 데이터를 수집하는 것이 관건이 될 것입니다.
UGIH's activities will be a fight against data. In order to track and manage carbon footprints in the city's climate behavior, collecting step by step and processing the data will be the key.
고양시는 그린카드를 만들 계획입니다. 시민들이 그린카드를 사용하여 대중교통 및 자전거 이용, 친환경 제품 구매 등의 친환경 소비 활동을 할 때 인센티브를 제공하고 시는 시민의 기후행동으로부터 데이터를 확보할 수 있게 되는 것입니다. 이런 것을 실행할 때 필요한 기술을 UGIH의 플랫폼 내에서 얻을 수 있기를 기대합니다.
Goyang is planning to make a green card. It will provide incentives when citizens use green cards to engage in eco-friendly consumption activities, such as using public transportation, bicycles, and purchasing eco-friendly products. Then the city will be able to secure data from citizens' climate behavior. I look forward to getting the skills needed to run this within UGIH's platform.
도시 문제 해결을 위해서는 많은 인력과 재원, 니즈에 대한 솔루션 기술 개발이 반드시 필요합니다. 특히 젊은이들이 참여할 수 있는 기회를 주어야 한다고 생각합니다.
In order to solve urban problems, technology is essential as a solution to many people, financial resources, and needs. In particular, I believe young people should have more opportunities to participate in this.
고양시에는 테크노밸리라는 이름으로 젊은이들의 창업 및 4차 산업 육성을 위한 단지가 개발되고 있습니다. 스타트업 기업들이 자생할 수 있도록 좋은 환경을 만들고자 노력하고 있으며 여러 가지 실질적인 혜택을 부여할 생각입니다.
In Goyang City, a complex is being developed to foster young people's startups and quaternary industries under the name of Techno Valley. We are trying to create a good environment for startups to grow naturally, and we will spare no practical support.
도시 문제를 해결하고 탄소 중립으로 가기 위해서는 각 도시로부터의 문제 제기가 필요하고 도시의 한계를 명확히 인식하는 것이 무엇보다 중요하다고 생각합니다. 이 과정을 통해 매칭되어야 할 기술의 필요가 극대화될 것입니다.
In order to solve urban problems and go towards carbon neutrality, it is necessary to raise problems from each city, and it is important to clearly recognize the limitations of the city. Through this process, the need for matching technology will be maximized.
UNFCCC는 이를 해결하기 위해 도시 이야기를 많이 들어야 하고 도시가 이해할 수 있도록 기다려주며 동시에 도시 실천을 이끌어낼 수 있도록 독려해 주어야 합니다.
To solve this problem, the UNFCCC should listen to the city's stories more, have patience for the city to understand, and at the same time encourage the city to practice.
고양시는 많은 문제와 방향성을 공유할 것입니다. 그리고 UGIH 워킹그룹과 협력 전문가들을 통해 명확한 기준과 가이드가 마련된다면 기준에 따라 도시 이니셔티브의 핵심 활동가로서 파일럿 프로젝트 수행 및 시민과의 탄소 발자국 추적 시스템을 마련해서 추진할 준비가 되어 있습니다.
So Goyang City will share many problems and directions. In addition, if clear standards and guides are prepared through UGIH working groups and cooperative experts, we are ready to carry out pilot projects as key activists of urban initiatives and prepare carbon footprint tracking systems with citizens according to the standards.
UNFCCC를 중심으로 단계적이고 체계적인 접근이 될 수 있기를 기대하며 모쪼록 활발한 협력 의장이 되기를 바랍니다.
We look forward to a step-by-step and systematic approach centered on the UNFCCC, and we hope it will be a venue for active cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To ask you to stay here. Merle, please. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm asking Merle to stay here so that we also have an opportunity for some discussion after the presentations. So we have heard a lot about data the opportunity of platforming data, and one of the key elements of the UNFCCC Innovation Hub is a digital platform that we heard about in the last couple of days, and we'll hear more about this afternoon and tomorrow. So an opportunity to surface issues, opportunities, challenges, and begin to think in terms of aggregated understanding of needs and opportunities. And I have questions already for ways in which we reconcile that with individual community perceptions and needs, and the appetite and trust that we would need to build for such environments. Let us pass now to a recorded video, which is a contribution from Mayor McCallum, who is speaking to us from the city of Surrey. This is in British Columbia, and the city of Surrey has signed up to this initiative as an outcome of the city of Vancouver deciding to act first. So we are already beginning to see some of the cascading effects of a global movement. So let's welcome Mayor Doug McCallum via recorded video from the city of Surrey in British Columbia.
Hello, I'm Doug McCallum, Mayor. Acutely aware of the impact we are making on our climate and environment. That's why the City of Surrey has taken action to protect our tree canopy, reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and make it easier for our citizens to make the switch to clean energy options. Our Surrey biofuel facility is the first closed-loop organic waste facility in North America. Using state-of-the-art technology, our facility takes organic waste from food and garden scraps and converts them to renewable natural gas and high-quality compost. Each year, the Surrey biofuel facility produces 45,000 tons of compost and 120,000 gigajoules of renewable natural gas, which is enough to power 8,500 cars for a year, which includes our city vehicles and garbage trucks. The renewable natural gas from the facility is also used to supply the city's district energy system. District Energy is a City of Surrey initiative to supply efficient and cost-effective heating and hot water to high-density residential and commercial buildings in our downtown core. It's a win-win for the city, the residents, and the environment. By providing heat and hot water more efficiently, the city can keep energy costs affordable and ensure new downtown developments have access to a low-impact energy source. Most importantly, by generating heat and hot water with RNG, we are creating cleaner air by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Surrey's newest recreation center is another example of how we are building for the future. The key feature is the new 75,000 square foot recreation center is its passive house design. Operating with 90% less energy, this building not only lowers our carbon footprint, but generates significant operation cost savings. I am proud to say that Surrey is the first city in Metro Vancouver to ban single-use plastic shopping bags and foam food takeout containers. This move will eliminate 25 million plastic bags and 7 million foam containers and cups each year. City Council has also taken steps to protect Surrey's tree canopy. Earlier this year, Council approved increasing the fines for the illegal cutting of trees by raising the penalty to a minimum $5,000 fine to a maximum fine of $20,000. As we protect our existing trees, we are making sure that new trees are planted in Surrey. Thanks to our residents, over 4,000 new trees will be planted in Surrey by the end of 2021. It's clear that the electric car has gone from being a curiosity to a vehicle of choice for those looking for a new car. As a regional leader in electric vehicle adoption, Surrey has accelerated the expansion of the city's EV charging network. Currently, there are 39 charging stations at public facilities, and we plan to double that by adding another 40 stations that include both level 2 and DC fast charging stations. Since clean energy is at the center of Surrey's growth and innovation, Surrey has also been the choice for clean tech companies to set up shop. This month, Damon Motors, Canada's first premier high-performance all-electric motorcycle company, announced its new research and manufacturing center will be built in Surrey. The 110,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility will be the first of its kind for the development and manufacturing of electric motorcycles. Aside from being good for the environment, it is also good for a local economy as 800 new jobs will be created by this project. Furthermore, through the new Urban Tech Testing Program in partnership with the BC government, Surrey is helping companies bring their green solution to market quicker by providing real-world testing environment throughout Surrey. While we are proud of what we have done, we know that there is much more to do. I can assure you Surrey is continuing pushing forward to be a green, sustainable, and thriving city. There's no question that the fight to right our climate and environment is daunting, and our best chance to beat it is to work together. Important events like this summit show that there are nations, organizations, and individuals from all over the world that are more than ready to step up to beat the challenge. I would like to thank the organizers of the COP26 for the opportunity to speak. And I want to thank you, the attendees of this summit, for your time and undivided attention.
Okay, this is like listening to a fascinating menu of different ideas and different possibilities and contexts coming together. So we have one more remote connection, and then we're going to move to a contribution from a panelist who is here and representing the city of Glasgow, so also our hosts in the biggest sense of things. May I introduce Valentina Di Marco, who is the coordinator of international alliances in the Argentinian network of municipalities. So we're moving from the north to the south. Valentina, welcome. Can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I can hear you correctly.
Fantastic. And we can see you and hear you, and you are resplendent on a big screen, so you have our full attention.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I am waiting for Carlos to present my slides.
Okay, they're coming up now.
Perfect.
Yep, okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Valentina De Marco. I work as coordinator of international alliances in the Argentinian network of municipalities facing climate change, also known as UNFCCC. And today I am going to present you an innovative business instrument that we have developed together with the Copenhagen Center of Energy Efficiency for aggregated procurements. This instrument is the UNFCCC Trust Fund. Next slide, please. To start with, I would like to briefly present you our organization. We are a network that gathers over 240 Argentinian municipalities that are distributed in 19 out of the 23 provinces that constitute our country. This evidences the wide variety of productive, political, geographical, and social realities that we approach, working with cities of over 1 million inhabitants, as well as with small towns of less than 5,000 inhabitants. We act as an instrument to promote local public policies and coordinate climate action. Next slide, please. Our main objective is to implement projects and programs related to the mitigation and adaptation of climate action through the mobilization of local, national, and international financial resources. Next slide. And our vision is to support local governments in their transition towards a new management model that is based on citizen participation, decentralization of power and decision-making, reduction of inequalities, more efficient use of resources, and acquisition of international commitments that can have local impacts. Next slide. Okay, so moving on now to today's presentation. I told you that I am going to present you the RAMCC Trust Fund. However, this is just a link in the chain of efforts needed for the planning and implementation of climate action at a local level. For this, we need a model as a whole. This model consists in 4 steps. Next slide. First of all, we have the planning. Here, municipalities have to elaborate their sustainable for energy and climate action plans, also known as CCAPs. These are documents on which municipalities have to develop their greenhouse gas emissions inventory. They have to define a target for reducing their greenhouse gas emissions and also establish which are going to be the mitigation actions that they will carry out to reach that target previously set. They have to make an assessment of social vulnerabilities and climate risk, as well as defining adaptation objectives and establishing which are going to be the adaptation actions that are going to be carried out to reach that objectives. The next step consists in the international validation. We report the CCAPs in international disclosing platforms in order to reach this validation. This is necessary to demonstrate transparency, political commitment, and also to comply with global reporting standards. The third step is the implementation. When implementing all of the mitigation and adaptation actions that have been defined in the CCAPs, municipalities face legal, technical, and financial barriers. This is why it's necessary to elaborate different tools that have to be adequate to the political, productive, and social context of the country. For the Argentinian municipalities, the instrument that we have developed is the RAMCC Trust Fund. And the final step consists in the revision and update of the CCAPs every 2 years in order to monitor the progress of the mitigation and adaptation actions, and also to verify if the mitigation and adaptation targets are aligned with our ultimate goal, that is to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. Next slide, please. The benefits of this model is that it can be replicable in cities from different contexts. It's also scalable in a different number of municipalities. And also, through all of the 4 steps of the whole system, municipalities receive technical support of the RAMCC Executive Secretary, as well as trainings in different topics such as energy efficiency, waste management, transport, nature-based solution, climate finance, amongst others. Next slide. The achievements that RAMCC has reached through the implementation of the whole model is the elaboration of 49 CCAPs. 32 of them have already accomplished international validation, 13 of them have already been updated and revised, and 24 municipalities have become members of the RAMCC Trust Fund. Next slide. Moving on now more specifically to the RAMCC Trust Fund. Next slide. As I have just mentioned, when implementing the mitigation and adaptation actions defined in the CCAPs, municipalities face technical, financial, and legal barriers. This is why we have developed the RAMCC Trust Fund in order to remove these limitations. The Trust Fund is an innovative instrument that acts as a collective tool to join efforts, allowing local governments to make investments that couldn't be channeled into a municipality individually. It provides RAMCC with a transparent and independent body to administer funds. Next slides. does it work? It has a decision-making body. Once a year, the ordinary assembly of trustors takes place. On this event, all of the municipalities members of the RUNCC Trust Fund participate. Here, the crucial decisions are made, like, for instance, the definition of internal policies, annual budget, the tenders that are going to take place during that year, and also the selection of the representatives that are going to be part of the Mayor's City Council. The responsible for obtaining the resources, the third-party contributions, and for providing technical support is the Executive Secretary of RUNCC. The trustee is the Municipal Bank of Rosario, that is in charge of the managing of the funds, and the trustors and beneficiaries are the municipalities. Next slide. We have already made 2 successful procurements of LED lighting technology through the implementation of the RUNCC Trust Fund. One took place earlier this year and the other one in 2020. The first one was of 676 luminaires. There were 9 municipalities involved. The investment made was of approximately $128,000. The annual emission reduction was of 109 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and the annual kilowatt-hour saving was of 238,686. And the one that took place earlier this year, the number of luminaires increased to 2,536. There were 12 municipalities involved, and the investment made was of approximately $400,000. Next slide. The tenders that have been taking part during this year were of solar panels. This is in bidding stage. Solar water heaters, also in bidding stage. Micro water meters with remote management. This is still in service stage. Also electromobility, and the 2 tenders of LED luminaires. Next slide. Okay, and to conclude with today's presentation, I just wanted to outline the fact that the RUNCC Trust Fund is just a link in the chain of efforts needed for the planning and implementation of climate action at a local level. For this, we need a model as a whole with its 4 steps, and also with technical support of professionals, in our case of the Executive Secretary of RUNCC. This is why our ultimate goal is to replicate the whole model in different cities from different contexts and from different countries. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention.
Thank you, Valentina.
In the last slide, you have my email in case you need further information.
And
Thank
if you could please stay on the line, we will hear from another of the 4th speaker on our panel, and then I'm going to just ask a couple of questions to bring some dialogue together. Thank you so much. Perhaps if we could take the slides down, but have Valentina on screen. Okay, so last but actually most locally important, Susan Aitken from the City of Glasgow, who is the head of the City Council, speaking to us about the work that Glasgow has been doing, and I know we're all extremely curious as to the effect that COP may have had to accelerate or encourage that. Over to you. Thank you, Susan.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. I think we're still in the morning. It's a pleasure to be here, a pleasure to welcome you all finally to Glasgow. There have been a lot of bumps on the road, to put it mildly, to get to this COP, but we are now finally here, and obviously there's a lot of very serious work to do at what is a pivotal summit, basically to decide the future of humanity and the planet. And I think we're very clear in Glasgow that the opportunity to be the host city of COP has really galvanised and accelerated our activity around addressing the climate emergency and decarbonising as a city. And I believe this COP is the COP of cities in a way that previous COPs haven't been. I think there is an understanding and that is front and centre, and the UNFCCC have been instrumental in putting it front and centre that 1.5 degrees is not going to be delivered without cities. Cities are literally the world's heat maps, but we are also the world's innovators. We're where the modern world is made, and we have to remake the world now. We have to remake the world as a zero carbon world, as a sustainable and equitable society. And cities are the agents of delivery on climate action. Essentially, nation states and international institutions make pledges, and cities and municipalities deliver. They are the ones who deliver action on the ground and the ones who are closest to citizens. And so we need nation states and international institutions to get behind, to empower and to finance, crucially, cities if national and global targets around decarbonisation are to be reached. So in Glasgow, we actually, as you will have seen, and at least some of, as you've spent some time in the city, and as you will over the coming days, we come from a place of significant challenge as a post-industrial city where this blue zone is located on a former dock. Glasgow at one point built a fifth of the world's entire shipping tonnage came out of the river that this venue stands on. We were, the term Clyde built, coming from the River Clyde, was famous the world over. But then in the second half of the 20th century, particularly from the 1980s, we went through a rapid period of deindustrialization. And I'll come a little bit to that in a second. But we are left as a city with a 19th century structure and much of it a 19th century kind of urban system, if you like, but had been through this post-industrial transition, which had left many of our communities dislocated, disenfranchised, disconnected, and we still live with the legacies of that today. So our transition, Glasgow having been through an unplanned and an unjust transition 40 years ago, we understand now that our transition to be a decarbonised city must be a just transition. Glasgow's citizens have suffered a great deal. Many of them continue to suffer. This must be something, this time, a transition that is done with them and that delivers benefits, multiple benefits for citizens and communities alongside the journey of decarbonisation. So we knew that we had to go faster. We have reduced our carbon emissions as a city by around 41% in the past decade. So not bad. We have made progress, but that's been done largely by the City Council on our own, which that's not going to deliver in the longer term. And in many ways, it was activities that didn't really connect to the core issues that were affecting the lives of our citizens. And when we knew we were going to become the host city for COP, we knew we had to accelerate and we had to have a real plan for how we were going to do that. So we declared a climate emergency in 2019, and from the back of that we formed a climate emergency working group, which was not just elected members but brought on civil society, including members of Extinction Rebellion, in fact, which was great because it really challenged and pushed people like me, politicians like me, and out of that came a commitment to be net zero by 2030. So, you know, for a city of Glasgow's history and challenges, that is really ambitious. There's no question it's really ambitious, but we felt it was really important, and we democratically agreed as a city council that 2030 would be the date that we would adopt as our formal target, and that ambition was the right place to be. Our climate emergency action plan then has led to a range of not just strategies and policies, but activity and delivery on the ground around the circular economy, around active travel, and the reprioritisation of road space in the city away from a domination by private cars, despite the fact that we actually have the lowest car ownership of any city in the UK in Glasgow, towards space for people. In fact, our programme is called Spaces for People, people walking and wheeling and cycling. We've had a focus on food security and local food growing, for example. We have an open space strategy, a just transition skills plan, which we're working on just now, community wealth building, so that all of the investment that we make in this transition is that we use our procurement power as a city, not just the council, but our partners, to build prosperity and wealth through local businesses and local employers. All of that work and other work as well has been underpinned by a partnership called Sustainable Glasgow, which I chair, but which brings together a whole range of partners across the city. It's a genuine collaboration. Business, again, civil society, and what we call in Scotland the third sector, voluntary organisations, particularly community-led voluntary organisations, our universities and colleges. Glasgow has 6 universities within our city boundary. We are extremely rich in academic expertise, and crucially our business community, and particularly some of the long-standing players who have been based in the city. So through Sustainable Glasgow, we have essentially formed our plan. What is our plan to deliver this? Because the last time it wasn't planned, or arguably, and this is a political point, but I am a politician, arguably it was planned to be unjust, but however it happened, it was unjust in the end. This time, if we're going to get it right and we're going to have a genuinely just transition and we're going to hit that target of 2030, we need to know what we're doing. So we've worked with international and partners and across the UK as well, learned as much as we possibly can, and will continue to learn over the years ahead. We have created our Glasgow Green Deal, a mission-based statement. It's actually out for discussion and consultation with our communities just now. And that sets the mission, which is that all residents of Glasgow will be able to live equitably and sustainably in a net zero carbon city by 2030. So that's the mission that we're heading for. And underneath all of that are some of the strategies and policies that I've already talked about, but crucially also what we call our green print for investment. And we realised quite early on that we didn't really have the capacity and skills necessarily as a city council to deal with the kinds of finance and the scale of intervention that's going to be required to deliver this at the pace and scale that we need to deliver it. So we took advice from elsewhere. We worked in partnership with my counterpart in the city of Bristol, right down in the south coast of south of England, and we worked with organisations like the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, Bloomberg Philanthropies, and tried to put together an idea of what do cities do, particularly relatively small cities in global terms like Glasgow. We're not used to thinking about investments in the billions, the multiple billions. You know, that is a new space for us to be in. Equally, it's a new space for international finance to be thinking about investing in municipalities. They tend not to do that because cities don't really have the kind of investments at the scale that they are looking for. So we've done a lot of work on that, and what has come out of that is our green print for investment, which identifies £30 billion worth of the major interventions that we believe we need to make in Glasgow over the next decade to decarbonise by 2030. And they're in the areas that you would imagine. Transport, which is our biggest area of carbon emissions in the city. Energy systems for homes, for public buildings, but particularly for homes. But also making our homes, and particularly our historic building stock. 70,000 homes in Glasgow were built before 1919. and they're built of sandstone, which is a very porous material. Our traditional tenements are a wonderful urban housing model, but they leak heat. They are incredibly energy inefficient. So we've got a plan to retrofit almost 430,000 homes across our metropolitan region, and where possible to retrofit to Passive House standard. We have plans for biodiversity, nature-based solutions, for reprioritising road space and decarbonising our public realm, for decarbonising manufacturing in the city, and for climate adaptation as well, particularly around flood risk, which is probably our biggest climate impact, our most visible climate impact in Glasgow, in the city region. And all of that we have to do with our citizens, and we have to do with our residents. As I said, Glaswegians have been through a tough time over the past 40 or 50 years, and many of them, generations on from our deindustrialisation, are still living with the legacy of it. Generational unemployment and all of the health problems and well-being, poor well-being outcomes that come with that. And those people have to be at the centre of what we do. A lot of the time when we talk about behaviour change to address the climate emergency, it's in the context of people giving things up. But leading a city where so many people live in poverty, I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm uncomfortable with asking people who have little already to give things up. What my job is, and what I believe the job of city leaderships, particularly in cities like Glasgow, where we have people living lives with challenge and with the stress of poverty, is to create urban systems that enable people to live sustainable lives. It's up to us to create the very systems on which cities like ours rely on day to day, and to redesign those in a way that makes sustainable living not just a choice, an easy choice to make, but just the natural way of living. That's the task that we have in front of us, rather than lecturing people who already live with challenges in their lives. So for us, our Green Deal has to be co-produced with our citizens and our communities, and it has to be delivered in a way that is real to them, that is relevant to them and the challenges they face in their lives, whether that's fuel poverty, whether it's the impact of poor air quality on their health, whether it is replacing the work that was lost, the good jobs that were lost 40 years ago with good new green skills and jobs that allow our young people now to see clear pathways to sustainable economic futures for them. All of that has to lie at the heart of how we transition. Glasgow's new transition, the transition that we face now, has to be done equitably, it has to be sustainable, it has to be just, it has to be citizen and community led. So that's what we are working towards, that's how we're doing it in Glasgow. We know that we are not there yet, and I think my final point would be, before I hand back to Kirsten, we don't pretend to have all the answers. We don't pretend to have the solutions. I think one of the reasons why we are such a good host, an appropriate host for COP26, is because we haven't got there yet. We are a quintessential city in transition, and we're all in transition because nowhere's got it all right yet. We have to work together to share those solutions, develop those innovations, whether they are innovations around community action or cutting edge technology. They all have to be shared and they have to be deployed equitably across all of our cities. And we hope that while you're in Glasgow, you'll get a bit of a sense of what we're doing here, and hopefully a little bit of inspiration about how we are taking on some of the challenges, historical and current, that we've faced as we seek to address the climate emergency. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. I love exploring cities by talking to their taxi drivers. And I had a fascinating conversation this morning with a taxi driver who was telling me that knife crime has been reduced by 85% by making it a mental health issue and really talking with people. Does your dad carry a knife? Let's have a conversation about whether that's necessary. So congratulations for precisely that kind of co-action. Okay, now let me just check. Can we bring Valentina on screen for some discussion, for some questions, or not? Is Valentina still? You're going to have to go? Okay.
Apologies, everyone. I have to leave. I've got another event. Sorry.
No problem whatsoever. So let me maybe just ask one question to Mayor Lee and a question to Valentina, just to bring around some of the threads of this particular session, and then we'll take a small break and move on to a couple more examples and statements of city action and commitments. And thank you once again, Susan, as a host of this event. So, Mayor Lee, you referred, in fact, I'm going to apply this question to both of you. You described a situation of learning between cities, of the importance of the Global Innovation Hub, surfacing opportunities to address challenges, to identify challenges and opportunities, but also to create an opportunity for shared learning. And I hear from Valentina already a collaboration between Argentina and Copenhagen, and a sense of pooling and understanding, pooling investment, pooling procurement power. You are describing, Mayor Lee, the opportunity of surfacing information from citizens all over with a green card. I would be very interested on how do both of you find, whether it's pooling resources and investment among cities and councils, or encouraging citizens to use a green card that makes their data available. How do you experience building the conditions of trust that make that possible? And maybe if I can pass first to Mayor Lee and then to Valentina.
예, 고양시는 지역화폐라는 것을 사용하고 있습니다.
Goyang City already has a currency called local currency only for Goyang City.
지역화폐를 사용하면 소비를 할 때 인센티브를 주고 거기에 보너스를 많이 붙게 됩니다.
When citizens in Goyang City use this local Goyang currency, there is incentives and there's plus more.
고양시가 그린카드를 도입할 계획을 지금 추진 중에 있는 것은 일요일 날 자가용을 안 쓰고 대중교통을 쓰도록 하기 위함입니다.
The reason why we are in the process of giving the green card is to people not to use their cars on Sunday.
고양시청 부근에는 일회용 컵을 사용할 수가 없습니다.
Near the Goyang City Council, people cannot use plastic cups.
일회용 컵이 아닌 다회용 컵을 회수함까지 구축을 해놨습니다.
We already stabilized putting the not using plastic.
이러한 과정들이 전부 다 인센티브로 카드에 담겨서 나중에 그것이 돈으로 환산이 되게 됩니다.
So while they're using this system and using the process, all of the process and incentives are recorded in their card.
지금 현재 금리가 한 3% 정도가 되는데 이걸 사용하면 10%라는 인센티브를 주게 됩니다.
The incentive rate currently is 3%, but when they use this card and actively use all the process, it goes up to 10%.
그런 과정을 통해서 그린카드에 대한 신뢰성은 충분히 개인들한테 이익이 있기 때문에 확보가 된다고 생각을 합니다.
Therefore, I believe citizens believe themselves that using this process and the system will give good things to them.
더 중요한 것은 탄소 발자국이 상품에 표시가 되어 있어야 됩니다.
The more important thing I believe is carbon footprints should be printed in the product.
탄소 발자국이 적은 친환경인 제품을 쓰게 될 때는 그것이 또다시 인센티브로 그린카드에 기록이 되게 됩니다.
So when the carbon footprint is printed on the product or the services, when people use the product or the services, the usage will be put in the incentives in their card as well.
UGIH가 그 어떤 데이터를 그 특정 예를 들면 철강 내지는 어제 그 발표에서 했던 것처럼 철을 어떻게 끝까지 그 생존과 소멸이 되는지를 그 밝혀준다면 그런 것들이 데이터 값으로 유효할 수 있습니다.
As UGIH mentioned yesterday's presentation, for instance, copper and steel, the process of starting to end data, if it's transparent and clear, the data can be stored.
여러 그 시장님들이나 시 관계자들이 나와서 발표를 했는데 고민들은 다 비슷한 것 같습니다.
I believe many mayors and other staffs, including regarding the city councils, our concerns are almost the same.
중요한 것은 어떤 것을 탄소 발자국을 정확하게 표기하고 그것을 각 도시가 데이터 값으로 추출해내느냐 문제일 것 같습니다.
The most important thing is how are we going to put the carbon footprint and how much are we going to put it on which kind of product and services.
그러한 기술이나 그 플랫폼이 마련된다면 고양시는 그러한 그 시범 도시로서 충분하게 역할을 하겠습니다.
If those technologies and platforms are well designed, we are willing to participate in the pilot study.
그렇기 때문에 그 그린 카드의 신뢰성과 효율성이 저는 높아진다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이번에 여기 와서 UGIH가 하는 도시에 대해서 그 집착하는 것은 상당히 중요한 부분이라고 저는 봅니다.
So therefore, for your question, citizens' trust and efficiency will go high and improve eventually more. And UGIH interest in cities are very important.
시민들한테 이렇게 하니까 실제 탄소가 절감됐다라는 그 인식, 승리했다는, 이겼다는, 해냈다는 것을 확인시켜 주는 거. 그렇게 해서 이 그 거대한 프로그램에 동참하게끔 하는 것이 가장 중요한 거 아닐까 생각합니다. 고맙습니다.
My final thought is letting the citizens know that their action matters and raising awareness and letting them know that because of your actions we won and this is the victory. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question of radical transparency and incentivized behavior change, and very intriguing. How does that relate, Valentina, questions of conditions of trust in pooling investment and procurement, which is not always that easy. In fact, it's a rather extraordinary and very inspiring example.
Yes, actually, the annual municipal budget is generally not enough to implement the climate action. In this context of post-COVID-19, it is more difficult and more complex to implement all of the mitigation and adaptation actions. That is why for municipalities, it is so important to count with different instruments and tools that can help them with the implementation of all of this climate action, because they have the motivation, they have that enthusiasm, they want to spend that time and that resources in the implementation of all of these actions, because they have already elaborated their CCAPs, all of their diagnoses. They know how much greenhouse gas emissions they are producing, and also which are going to be which are the climate risks that they are facing and that they are going to face in the future, and they want to act. So our objective and our purpose is to help them to implement all of that actions, and that is why it is so important to develop different tools. But these instruments have to be adequate to the political, productive, and social context of the country, and legal context of the country. So in our case, this was the Ramsey Trust Fund. This instrument allows municipalities to join all of the efforts. They can reach better prices and better qualities of technologies. This is really important, especially to the to the smaller cities, like of less than 5,000 inhabitants, because they are having access to a lot of technical documents, a lot of legal documents, and all of that is administered by the RAMCC Executive Secretary. They don't have that technical resources, that professionals that can make all of these studies in order to identify which are going to be which is that technology that best suits the situation of the municipality. And with the RAMCC Trust Fund, they not only trust their funds, their investment in the RAMCC Executive Secretary, but from our secretary, we demonstrate all of this transparency. We give them all of the information. We make them part of the tenders. As I have already mentioned, we have the Mayor City Council, so they are the ones who decide which is going to be the technology that is going to be purchased, how much each of them want to invest in that kind of technology. They have access to all of the information of the whole tenders. They have access to all of the technical reports, of all of the evaluation reports, and of all of the stages. So this is totally necessary and important to continuously support them with the elaboration of these kind of instruments and tools, and also to be continuously transparent with every action that we are doing from the RAMCC Trust Fund with their investments, and also with all the reports and all the information that we have. So this is crucial in order to continue motivating all of the local governments so that they can continue implementing the climate action the way that they are doing it to this stage. As I told you, we have already elaborated 49 sustainable for energy and climate action plans. These are documents that are really complex, but they have already spent all of these resources, all of these people. They have trained their public officials in order to elaborate, implement, and monitor their CCAPs. So this demonstrates the interest and the motivation that they have. So we are really happy.
Thank you very, very much. So I think there's an interesting, we've heard a lot about and the opportunity here to close the loop from the demand from citizens, incentivizing micro decisions on a daily basis to make different choices, creating a system of pooled investment that enables cities at all scales to act together and to procure and buy and make sure that any behavioral choices are translated into coherent action, because of course that would be essential for any kind of trust-based system to incentivize change. And we've heard a lot about the importance of shared learning and of behavioral change that focuses and understands and frames this in terms of opportunity, jobs creation. And if I perhaps bring this to a conclusion with Susan's words, this is about creating urban systems that enable people to live sustainable lives as their natural way of living, not something that is imposed, that is understood as something that is a loss, a cost, but it is an inherent structuring of life and a restructuring of the way we live. So I'm going to bring this session to a close. Thank you very much. We've heard some remarkable stories of efforts. I think we should remind ourselves of Glasgow's statement. We don't have the answers. We don't know all of the solutions, but we're trying, and this is a context in which we try together. Thank you very much. Now we'll take a short break to refresh the room, and then there will be 2 further speakers coming in remotely.
The world is running out of time on climate change. So why ignore it from the science and from the evidence of our own eyes? The world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone, policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change.
Welcome. We're going to start the next session. If you'd like to have a seat, make your way into the Innovation Hub. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Catherine Foster. I'm the Community Director of Open Earth Foundation. Open Earth Foundation is one of the collaborating partners with the new UNFCCC Innovation Hub. Very pleased to have you join us today for these ongoing sessions of subnational and city government sessions. And what we're doing with these sessions is having key statements from city champions around the world. We will have time for questions. First, I'd like to invite Alessandro Leon, City Council official in the city of Guatemala, to make her statement. Welcome.
Morning.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting us. On behalf of our mayor, Ricardo Quiñones, we're very happy to be here in this Hub Pavilion today in this important event. I would like to say that we have a mission in our city, and the mission is to improve the quality of life of our citizens, to increase education, and create opportunities for all our neighbors, to generate new jobs, especially for the youth. And because with this mission, we have established some strategic directions, especially in which is regarded to climate change. And we have established a green belt around the city that has been established since the year 2008, when we approved our zoning code and our land use plan that is composed of 95% kilometers. Guatemala City has 228 square kilometers of extension. So out of it, 40% of our territory has been devoted to a conservation program that we have, where no construction is allowed. And for the past years, we have been taking care of this ecological belt. We have recuperated spaces, and we have built new parks. We have more or less 500 parks in our city that we have to take care of them, and which are important for our neighbors to come out and use them. As another statement that I would like to say, our city, which is a city, as any city in the world, has constant movement. We have a population that lives in the city about more or less 1.8 million persons. But since we are the capital of our country, we are a metropolitan city where all the flows from the other connected neighbors or municipalities come in daily to our city. So we have a floating population of more or less 1.7 million people to which we have to give services. We have to give bus transportation. We have to build roads and maintain them. So all of these demands and creates a lot of challenges for our administration. What are we doing with this? We have been reconsidering certain issues, and right now what we're doing is that with this ecological belt that I just mentioned you, we're going to connect all this belt with 6 new districts in the city that we are creating, which have not been urbanized or are rechanging their value. They're rechanging their vocation as they used to. Like, for example, there's a new district that is going to be developed, which used to be the old cement factory of Guatemala, which is composed of hundreds of hectares that are going to be developed into a new urban development and living system, and that whole district is going to be connected with our green belt. So we are trying to create ecological and efficient infrastructure and also a multimodal mobility, which is one of our main goals. We are also develop a social, cultural, and environmental and educational management for a more competitive and sustainable future. And also we are strengthening the interaction with the different communities and the economic sectors for a better governance. I would like to say that because of the pandemic in the year 2020, there was an initiative from the mayor together with the central government, and that was accomplished by McKinsey Consultancy, and we have created a new plan, a new economic plan in order to develop our city especially and our country as well, focusing on certain innovative issues and in new jobs that can be brought with the trends of nearshoring that are going on around the world. So regarding these issues that I just explained to you and these challenges, what are we doing? We're moving towards a smart city. We are trying to put in practice, as the video was saying, a new innovative culture. We are in the process of developing important projects regarding to infrastructure. For example, we are moving towards electric mobility. We are already in the process of an approval of an APP of an important roadway that will connect our city, as we are doing in Latin America. A lot of cities like La Paz, Bolivia, or Santiago de Chile, or Medellin are implementing, instead of subways, we're implementing aerial roadways. And we are in this process, which is it's a 9-kilometer line, completely electrical, where no gases will be emitted in the environment. So we are in the final stage of this process. We already have a bidder, and we're going through the last phase, which is going to the Congress of our country, because all our concessions, all our APPs have to be approved by Congress. Also, we are working on implementing the first electric line of a BRT system. It's going to be a 9-kilometer line, which 26 new buses that we will be introducing, and 17 stations in a central area district of our city. So we are looking forward to that project. We're also in the last phase of our project, and we're preparing all the bidding and the tender process. We have a lot of environmental initiatives in the city going on. We have recuperated areas. We have 5 ecological parks in our city, and we are working, as I said, toward this green belt that protects our city and that will be connected by bike lanes and pathways through all these new districts of our city. We also we have progressive city plans, and this has been the new innovation of our mayor. We have developed in the past 2 years a concept of new districts. We are creating 7 new districts that will be the future of our city for the next 25 years, and that will be developed along those areas, and that are also connected to public transport and bike lanes. And these new districts are in the 60% of the urban developed area of our city that, as I told you, is reconverting itself to new different developed, especially public, especially housing, and incentivizing commerce and infrastructure, and we want them to be sustainable. We want them to have their own system of waste management, their own system of water production, introducing a lead technology in the construction. So that was where we are looking forward to these developments, and we are working together with the private sector in order to do this. We have just launched an expo, which is right now in place, where we have explained the concept to many of our citizens and a lot of entrepreneurs and a lot of staff from the international cooperation that works in our city, so that they understand what are the plans of Guatemala City for the next 20 years. Another important thing that I want to mention to you is that we are really looking forward to cooperate with the Sustainable Development Goals in Guatemala. We have been working very hard in a lot of initiatives in order to protect all our water production system. It's very important for us as any city of the world. I would say that water is one of the biggest constraints that we have. And so we are really working in order to protect all the areas, all the rivers that are outside of the city that bring the water to our city every day. So for us, that is also an important issue. Protect the city. We are working together with the Spanish Corporation in order to identify important areas where we can reinject water, rainwater into the soil and give it back so that we can keep and maintain our water mantle. That is for us very, very important. Another important issue that I want to mention is that in this administration, we're planning to build around 100 kilometers of bike lanes. So we are enforcing also in the new ways of communication, new ways of commuting for our citizens in order to leave the car which is what we want, and expand our public transport system. We have a lot of cars that come into our city every day. With the construction of the roadway, we are planning to stop about 1,000 buses that come from the interior, because we are building a transferred area where all the buses that come from the interior have to stay there, and they will not be coming in anymore to our city, in order then to reduce carbon emissions and allow to have a more fluent traffic in the road where we're planning this roadway. I would like to say that we are very happy to be here. I really appreciate the invitation on behalf of our mayor and the whole city and all the city council of Guatemala. And we really would like to find ways to cooperate with the Global Innovation Hub. Especially, I think that all these green projects demand a lot of funding. Moving from diesel buses to electric buses requires a great investment. The price of a small bus for 80 people is almost the price of a bus for 200 people. So we're looking forward to find innovative ways of financing all these new initiatives that we have in our city. And because we are committed, our mayor is committed with climate change, and we're looking to implement different projects that will give any success and will contribute to the wellness of our planet and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Basically, I would say that is our statement from our Guatemala City, and that we are compromised with any of the decisions that will come out from this important conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Alexandra Galileo, City Council official, Guatemala. Thank you for joining us. I just want to ask one quick question, because you raised so many key points, or perhaps more it's the observation. The Innovation Hub is focused on innovating around core human needs. And it seems that the city has really tried to focus down to those key elements. You mentioned education, jobs, and youth, and there seems to be a big cultural element to that. I also note that you talked about the transportation needs of the city and for reducing emissions, but also for better living standards and capacities to get around. I wondered also if this meant there are reconsiderations of the way people are working, remote working, for example, and that type of infrastructure. Has there been much discussion about this type of change and shift, innovative ways of working?
Yes, the pandemic, I think, made a huge change in our society, in our culture. And I would say that thanks to the pandemic, our traffic has really reduced. Our transportation system, our BRT system, which is composed of 7 lines and that daily transported before the pandemic, 400,000 people right now is operating by law at a 50% capacity. But we see that a lot of companies are working remote. We in the city are working half and half. Half of the, because of space, we have a space restriction. So a lot of our workers are staying at home and they're working at home. Right now they are returning. So yes, there is a policy, and that is a public policy that it's open. They are decisions from each of the companies. Really, it's not a national statement or policy that we are enforcing remote work, but it's allowed. We are working on that, and I think that another important issue that has come up because of the pandemic is that we have accelerated, as in all the cities and in all the world, a lot of processes, and we are doing this in Guatemala. We are digitalizing a lot of our process. We started using a lot of mechanisms that people were reluctant, like electronic signature, trying to reduce paperwork or reduce paper. We're moving towards creating everything that has to be digitalized. I think during the pandemic, we made an important achievement, and that is we were introducing our prepaid card for the BRT, and that we did it this year. So right now we are also reducing the use of money, of cash in our BRT. It's already forbidden. We are only using a card. So we did have a lot of changes, and I think the pandemic did accelerate them, and I don't think a lot of companies are not coming back to the office. So I think, yes, that is happening in our city as well.
Well, thank you very much. That really does speak to one of the core needs of access, and this really illustrates how that goes just from transportation to finance to work capacity, education, etc. Thank you. We will come back to you if you wouldn't mind staying online for additional questions perhaps at the end of the session. Right now, I would love to turn to Mr. Oswaldo Lucon, the Climate Change Advisor in the government of Sao Paulo in Brazil. Thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you very much for having us. I'm just a part of a big team. We are honored of having Secretary Marcos Penido, which is the first secretary we have of environment and infrastructure. So this covers energy, this covers waste, this covers sanitation, this covers environmental control, this covers conservation. And we also have the Secretary, the Undersecretary for Environment. And here, I am at this event, I am conveying some ideas of a huge subnational government. A government that has a place, a territory that has 645 cities. It has an economic and populational size comparable to that of Argentina. It is an economic powerhouse in Brazil. It is a trendsetter in terms of climate policies, and is also the place where impacts occur. The impacts occur at local level, at city level, and the mitigation policies are done usually at national level. at federal level, national level. We are in between. So we have the duties of assisting this implementation. And I could name countless projects we have in terms of net zero roads, in terms of a large urban river cleanup for adaptation purposes. I can mention a program of capacity building of all these municipalities. And I can also mention a huge, let's say, a forest restoration project and conservation of the existing in terms having targets in terms of share of the territory. And it's not a small share for let's say, a developed country within a country, a developing country, having 20% and trying to raise towards almost 30% is a huge task. There's a lot of things to go ahead. But we are at an innovation hub. And what can we talk about innovation? First of all, we rely very much on benchmarking the best practices we find everywhere. And it doesn't need to be the upper tier technologies. It can be the vernacular, the basic, the traditional knowledge. For instance, passive ventilation, passive lighting for buildings. It can be non-motorized transport. It can be centralities. It can be all sorts of connection, including those hybrid ones, those virtual ones. So we have a very, let's say, accurate radar of what's happening all over the world, and we try to bring over. For sure, we don't have budget to all of these accomplishments, but by having, let's say, a solid narrative, we can leverage funding from the private sector, funding from international agencies, funding from national banks. We are well aware of the duty of cities, the duty of states, regions to fulfill the requirements of the NDC. So we are trying to orchestrate all these initiatives at local level, local territories, and sometimes some of these local territories encompass 25 million people within a range of less than 100 miles from downtown of the capital. So I'm talking about 44 million people and 6 metropolitan areas, huge metropolitan areas, conurbated, some of them still expanding, with some places established, and some emerging cities. So the entry points for each one of these territories is different. The approach for an emerging, a greenfield city is completely different than the entry point of a mature city. In a mature city, we can change, for instance, the system of transport. In an emerging city, we can preserve the riverbeds. We can foresee a metro 30 years from now. We can forecast and we can integrate through data all of this information and try to make the best of all the possibilities. So that's the approach we do. We copy a lot. We have a climate plan that is copied of the British plan. But we could not copy all the 10 points of Prime Minister Johnson. So we skipped away 5 of them and we keep 5. And these 5 points are, in a nutshell, accelerated electrification. So it implies the narrative of having oversupply of electricity coming from renewable sources. The second is advanced fuels, which is pretty much in line both growth with the existing bioethanol. I will not elaborate about the Brazilian bioethanol, but to the next generation fuels, including hydrogen and all the sorts of biofuels for aviation and heavy-duty transit. The third is called systemic efficiency. All that you can think about efficiency, including behavior and lifestyle, including energy efficiency, including food supply, including water losses control, all kind of mitigating losses and improving the end services. The fourth is a group of policies that covers adaptation, nature-based solutions, and sustainable agriculture, because we cannot, and infrastructure. So we cannot deal with them separately. So they are grouped together, and we are working under a territorial zoning, a dynamic territorial zoning called environmental economic zoning. Just giving some example. And finally, let's say to give blood to these veins, we need financing, and we need innovation. Financing and innovation, they work in the same axis, and there's a reason for that. All of the plans, let's say the best plans we saw, they talk about competitiveness, they talk about developing technology, they have an economic background, and we do not overlook that. We are pretty much aware of what's at stake at this COP, and we are also aware that we need cooperation. Hence, we have a very dynamic international cooperation with subnational networks. We have a very dynamic cooperation with funding agencies. And we have a very dynamic cooperation with the municipalities. So we abridge these strategies into an umbrella called the climate plan that has as the final, let's say, as the final view, the adherence to the Race to Zero, Race to Resilience campaign by law. It has been done by law. So we don't need to discuss targets anymore. We need to discuss interim targets a lot. We need to discuss financing a lot as well. But I think this discussion is over right now about where we should go by 2050. Now, the challenge are the next 5 to 10 years. I would not say the very, very immediate, because there are several lock-ins. We are aware of these lock-ins. They do exist. Contractual, infrastructural, institutional lock-ins, several different lock-ins. So we do not overlook this. So how to make this transition allow access to all, to the basic services, tackling equality, tackling transparency, tackling participation, is tackling governance. These are the cross-cutting topics across these 5 axes we have. I think this is it. I could mention several projects, bike lanes and transport, but I think here is more a sort of, we are trying to bring to the audience what can be applied to their own territories. And the word is leapfrogging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for joining us here today and for an amazing overview of the initiatives. The term that comes to mind as you were speaking was integrative innovation. You are connecting geographies, you're connecting legal and governance elements, you're connecting infrastructure and finance. And what you spoke about in terms of the city infrastructures and how we're replicating the British plan in some ways, but it has to be very contextual.
It is.
And the other context, I think, is about human needs. And it seems this is very much aligned with the core approach of the Innovation Hub, which is on those core human needs. I wondered if you could comment on that part.
I would start commenting that when we talk about human needs, we are talking both about efficiency, but also about sufficiency. So we have an upper class in our territory, in our country, that has a footprint comparable to those of the rich people from developed countries. And we have still people under the poverty line. So we have to treat, not trying to be policy prescriptive, but this is absolutely an agreement that we have to treat unequally the unequals.
Equity and equity, I think, are really important.
Basically, that's the point. So to allow those hyposufficient to have the basic rights to be citizens, and this covers people in what we call cities. The definition of cities is a little bit blurred. We call urban settlements.
Yes.
Because, and it goes beyond the area of the cities themselves. If we include the footprint, it goes up to the rainforest, it goes up to the seas, it goes up far away from the territory we are talking about. And we all are becoming aware of these impacts and how we can deal with that challenge or acting over the supply chain.
Absolutely, and again, that's one of the core pillars of the work that we're doing with the Innovation Hub that Open Earth is focusing on, and that is breaking down those silos. And also an element that you brought up is the future element, forecasting and building for future human needs as well. So that integration is across boundaries, across geographies, across silos, but also across the time frames as well. I'd like to open it up for a question to the audience, if anyone would like to ask a question to either of our panelists. I'm not sure if she's still online, but I think we have time for one or two quick questions.
No questions.
Anyone? Perhaps I can ask one then about the finance, and also the finance sort of integrated into impact and meeting those NDCs while being at the subnational level, trying to integrate there, and the role of digital finance, digital infrastructure, and digital impact reporting, and whether that is part of the integration of your plan.
I'm not sure if I got your question exactly, but when you talk about finance, I think one of the first steps, we try to benchmark finance as well. Mm-hmm. And one thing we have to tackle is let's say the budgetary ceilings, the tax neutrality, and the taxonomy of the budgetary rubrics. If the budgetary rubrics, they don't talk with the same language as the low carbon or high carbon options, we won't have adequate financing metrics. Yes. I watch very closely the local news, and there was the Scottish Parliament was discussing right now the budget for the next years, and all the discussion was around the net zero, mm-hmm. including the subsidies to trains. Now there's a problem, less people use trains as they did before. So the adaptation to this new reality of having more flights, less trains, keeping the infrastructure, is something that we are starting to talk at São Paulo. So we recognize that there's a lot to improve, a lot to learn, and a lot to discuss in order to make the finance, both public and private, green finance, and how to leverage this towards a common goal. It's not easy for us to catch up with all the works you have done in this country, for instance, on the net zero policies.
Yeah, I think in innovative finance, such as green bonds and the digital elements are really important. I'm going to take a question from the audience, and I noticed that Alessandra is still with us. She's driving, so we do not want to distract her too much, but I'm sure she's available for a question as well.
I would suggest not to be a question, but a statement. It's our Undersecretary for Environment.
No, it's okay. By the contrary. Hello. I'm Eduardo Trani. I work in São Paulo with, of course, with Lucone and others that are here. But I'd like to make him a question. Is priority? No, it's okay. Priorities in innovation on social solutions. What do you think about that? That's the question you posed to him. But I'd like to provoke this discussion that I think is very important, because we always talk about innovation technologies, but what in Brazil and what in São Paulo would be, in your point of view, the first priorities on social innovations to get the commitments of our plan? That's the question I want to comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much for joining us and for this excellent question. Pass the floor back to you.
Transparency, information exchange, full participation, capacity building.
And how is that achieved? What does the infrastructure for that look like?
The infrastructure, if we're talking about the physical infrastructure or the means we have to achieve.
Yeah.
You know, we live now in an era of social media. So the challenge we have, most of us don't understand the challenge well. In São Paulo, we had written a report on telecommuting on remote activities in 2012. And I remember when the pandemic was recognized by the World Health Organization, I came to my superiors and told them, we need to establish remote work urgently, and there's no other way. So the evidence was there, and the study was conducted 8 years before. So we knew how to act. It was a report, a forgotten report. It was forgotten in the shelf, but we unshelved it and realized that was the strategy.
I just posed this question because I think it's very, very important for all the South American countries. As our friend from Guatemala, I always wanted to know how she made all these new deals in the city of Guatemala and all. But the question we discussing on COP is governance about the regional and the subnational. And what we're doing in São Paulo, that's a big city, is we're trying to put on a very horizontal governance. And this costs a lot because we need to have many people prepared, build capacity. And one of our programs, that's the resilience municipalities, it's going on very well. We're doing it with the CLAY, with under 2 coalition, and we're working together to put all our municipalities capable building to the plan. Because the regional plan, as Lucon told us, it is not enough to get to the ends and to the commitments. And we realize that every time we really do a good capacity building with this municipality, it changes completely for the disaster, for the risk, for the adaptation. And also, in terms of mitigation, that's we're going further with the mitigation agenda if we put municipalities together. And upstairs, we're working with the regional states, Brazil, 210 million inhabitants, 27 states. We're working all together. And this organization here in this COP, there will be 12 governors coming, and we are accompanying them. And we're having this reunion that's very, very important to make Brazil all alike in the same point, to share. Race to zero in these states, already 13 signed by law, are signing by law also, and mostly for the resilience. So, Doc, I think that innovation on governance, it's important. That is as much as important as innovation in technology. Just these few words, and very good panel you control it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for those very insightful comments and very real situation that we're facing. And I think I agree. And to me, it's not an either or. I think the digital and emerging technology certainly plays a role in being able to integrate along that capacity building. I would just like to pass the final word to Alessandra, if she's still online with us, to speak about governance, if she has a moment.
Yes, thank you so much. Governance is very, very important. We have a committee
Oh, we're having a bit of problem with sound. Could you try again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think the car driving is
problems.
making a bit of a challenge, connectivity problems.
You hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. As a city member, a council of the city, a member of the city council, sorry, I think there's a commitment in governance. By law here, we are requiring different we are very strict. We have a fiscal authority that is constantly fiscalizing our actions. So we are very committed to governments. We have created different committees, and we have a committee, a risk committee, a compliance committee. And we are working with 5 different managers that we have created in this administration. And I think that work with the different directors of the different offices in the municipality. We have 37 departments, so each director has more or less 9 or 10 departments, and I think that has given us a control of the situation, but also as our team, our members here are saying, for us, transparency is also a big issue, and we are working with a SAP system, and I think that has given us a lot of control in everything that is regarding to purchases and processes in the city. And also we have an important case management, a CRM system, and again, infrastructure, with I think also it's crucial for governance. And as they were saying, one of our most important deals is a budget as well, because all these actions require sacrifice, and you sacrifice other projects or other programs in order to comply with all these new issues, and especially everything that which is related to climate and climate change. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think everyone here on the floor agrees with you. I think we're going to have to wrap up the session, but I just want to thank each of you, and including our surprise Undersecretary, for the privilege of having you here and for telling us about the ambitious and integrative innovation approaches of your cities and regions. I very much appreciate it. I'm Catherine Foster, Community Director of Open Earth Foundation. I thank you all for coming today. We are going to close the session and take a small lunch break, and we'll invite you back here on the hour. Thank you very much. How about a round of applause for our participants? Thank you. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
first introduce you and then... Yes. Okay. So good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon session. So I would say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the participants that are here physically and to our participants that are following virtually. So welcome to this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub Dialogue. The session that is starting now is a collaboration between the UNFCCC Secretariat and the European Commission. And the session will address Digital Innovation Hub for Climate Change. And I'm very pleased to introduce Mr. Ovais Sarmad, who will deliver the opening remark of this session. So Ovais is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC. His responsibilities covers a variety of things, such as the strategic operation, development and implementation, human resources, budget, and intergovernmental affairs in the context of the overall secretariat operation. So previously, Mr. Sarmad served the International Organization of Migration, where he was instrumental in the establishment of the organization's Ethics and Conduct Office, and was a key team member negotiating the agreement which brought the IOM into the United Nations system. So, Ovais, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends, and especially those who have joined virtually. It's a great pleasure, great honor to be here and to welcome you in this Innovation Hub. And already at the start, I'd like to thank you for all your support, your engagement in this important, very, very important work. Very briefly, first of all, thank you for coming to this conference, which is being held in exceptional and unprecedented circumstances, as we all know, going through the pandemic. So this is a very brave opportunity which is being presented to us, and thanks to all of you for taking that on and being part of this conference, which we all hope will turn into a real turning point for the humanity in addressing climate change. And we've heard many leaders in the last 2 days who have come from many parts of the world, 120 or so. They have made some very solid commitments, and now it's up to the negotiators to translate all of that into the text that needs to be then agreed upon by all the parties to the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and hopefully get that adopted. Now, what that means adopted at the end of second week is to make sure that the Paris Agreement, which was adopted six years ago, that needs to be now operationalized, fully operationalized. So that's what this is all about, and to ensure that the world gets into the track of maintaining the greenhouse gas emissions to global warming within 1.5 degrees. So that's what it's all about. It's a huge task, and we all need to be part of it. I'm very much pleased to open this session, the Digital Innovation Hub for Climate Change. And thank you, thanks to my colleague Masamba and others who are supporting this, who have initiated this, who's established this hub, because we strongly believe, and I personally committed to this, is that innovation is really key for developing solutions. I think we've come to where we are in terms of many aspects of our living, the societies, the technologies, the societies that we live in many aspects of it. It's the innovation that drives many of the changes and the opportunities that present themselves to all of us in all sectors of the society. And it is actually the innovation that is expected to deliver the transformational change that is needed to address climate change, because it's no longer the Band-Aid type of changes that are needed. We need to get to that transformational change environment that we use. So this is what it's all about. As the famous economist Joseph Schumpeter had said, innovations are changes which cannot be decomposed into infinite steps. So that is very important. We need to think about the challenges are various, many challenges, and we are not complacent about it. There is limited focus, a lack of understanding of the demand for climate and SDGs solutions. There's lack of finance. Today is the finance day in COP. The so-called 100 billion promise that has been made, that needs to be delivered, and actually it needs to be much, much more than $100 billion. So, but that is just a token figure. But what is needed is the boost of financial systems to support that transformation, and the strategic gap that exists between the expectations, the delivery, and the public perception. So all of that needs to be addressed. So the best way to do it is through innovative technologies, innovative processes, and there's so many of those which I'm sure you are better knowledgeable about than I am. And innovation fosters also the development of solutions such as we all know, enhancing the efficiency of consumption, reducing waste within the entire value chain, supply chains, and many corporations are already taking that into consideration. And was it yesterday or today, the Chancellor of UK announced that going forward, all public listed companies in the UK need to now, or will be required to compulsorily report and disclose their net zero target strategies in their statements, in the financial statements. So I thought was a very big step forward, and that needs to now be enhanced. And this is, again, it comes to platforms like this in the innovation, that you bring that those initiatives and then convey that through innovative technologies and messaging to other parts of the world. And this cannot be done without leveraging the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, as has been pointed out, and particularly the combination of three key digital technologies of the data value chain, namely the Internet of Things, distributed ledger, as we all know, and artificial intelligence with cloud computing. The integration of these can serve the transformative climate actions required to achieve the climate and sustainable development goals. The possible negative impact related to the energy consumption of digital technologies must also be addressed, and inclusion must be ensured so that no one is left behind. That is an important concept, and the voice that we in the UN system try to make sure that it is maintained at the highest level, the inclusion, that it's an inclusive process as it can be, including everyone, every person. Article 12 of the Paris Agreement is very, very clear about this. So I welcome the collaboration between the UNFCCC Secretariat, the European Commission, in developing and implementing the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. This is an excellent example of the radical collaboration that is needed to address climate change. So I really would like to thank again everyone, and look forward to a good discussion, a positive engagement, and beyond that, that we all stay safe, especially during this time, and look forward to some solid outcomes at the end of next week. And do all you can through your voices, through your advocacy, to enhance that message, please. Thank you.
Now I will hand over the floor to Elias, who will moderate the discussions. Elias, you have the floor.
Elias, I think you're muted. Sorry, it always happens. So, good afternoon again. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be hosted by the UNFCCC Pavilion. Thank you, Masamba, for hosting us. And we do not forget the message that you all gave us about what is the scope of this pavilion and what we need to deliver. I will be joined as a moderator with my colleague, Ahmed Nagel. My name is Ilias Jakovidis. I'm coordinator of the Green Digital Transition in DG Connect, but also beyond, working with many, many services, as we call DGs, in the European Commission. So that's from me, Almut.
Okay, unmuting done. Hello, everybody. My name is Ahmed Nagel. I'm policy officer in DG Connect in the Directorate Digital Transformation. I'm working closely with Elias, and I have the joy to co-moderate with him this session.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Almut. I will not give any speech because I would rather that we listen to our distinguished panelists. I just want to remind everybody that this is about what digital can do and how to make digital a positive force for sustainability. That means not only economy, not only environment, but also social dimension of sustainability. So those three together, it's kind of a new world for many policymakers. They know what it means to support economy. Many of them know what it means to work on environment. But all together, it's a struggle that we're trying to make sure that it's clear what we need to do and not to work towards one direction on the expense of the other. Also, green digital transformation that are two pillars of the Commission is something that we need to create a very clear guidance what this really means, because those two were living on a separate planet. So the green transition, the green part of our house in the Commission or any ministry, and the digital part of any national government were not talking too much together. Now is the time that we bring this synergy together. And synergy means it's a mutually beneficial synergy. It's not only one for the other. And we will try to tease that out today. Having said that, let me introduce the first speaker, and that is a distinguished representative of German government. That's Tanja Vorweg, who is the Deputy General Director at the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the so-called BMZ. Over the 15 years that she served the various leading management functions, she was really instrumental in making this development strategy, including technology for development strategy, reality. And she will give us examples today of that. So the question to you, Tanja, the German government is taking a leading role. We know, and we have been working with the German government on several issues, including the very nice council conclusions on digitalization for the benefit of the environment. So what are your experiences with digital transformation programs that focus on sustainable development? Can you give us some concrete examples of programs that are currently being implemented by your agencies?
Yes, thank you, Elias, and hello to everybody. I'm really happy to join this session. So the BMZ believes in the unprecedented opportunity for our generation to shape the ongoing digital and the necessary social and green transformation together. So the very process of digital transformation is itself a key window of opportunity to consider and incorporate environmental opportunities and risks. And it enables us to aim for systemic change outcomes that we need if we want to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. The BMZ embraces the need for the active design of the twin transition, a term that the European Commission has fittingly introduced. We see it as a key priority, as laid out by Ursula von der Leyen in her recent State of the Union address. And already in 2019, Germany's Advisory Council on Global Change published a flagship report. It was called Our Common Digital Future, that was adopted as our guiding framework. Let me give you some quick insights about it. This report highlights clearly that the digital transformation does not automatically translate into sustainability transformation. It must be closely coupled with sustainability guiding principles and policies based on a human-centered approach. So in this way, digital innovation offers unprecedented opportunities as key enabler for the economy's necessary green and just transition, while the greening of digital technologies has become a critical success factor for a sustainable digital transformation. So the environmental footprint of the digital sector is already significant. It is estimated to be over 2% of greenhouse gases and is expected to rise further if not properly addressed. And at the same time, it is estimated that the potential of ICT is to reduce 10 more times greenhouse gas than its own footprint. So this is amazing. However, this potential still needs to be realized. And at BMZ, we have now, in a first step this year, committed 15 million euros to mainstream the Green Deal in all our digital transformation flagship projects. This has recently happened 2 weeks ago and it is quite new. And we want to further strengthen the use of digital technologies to achieve the climate goals together with our partners. So what are we concretely doing? Coming back to your question quickly, together with GSMA, the Association of Mobile Network Operators Worldwide, we are piloting a mobile innovation hub for climate action to strengthen the development of local green tech solutions in Indonesia. Second example, we aim to address local climate relevant challenges, for example, in the energy sector, and we are looking to develop a model that can be replicated through our global network of digital transformation centers, which we have already established. Thirdly, together with our partners, such as the Rockefeller Foundation, Google.org, and the Canadian International Development Research Centre, we are supporting the green digital transformation in developing and emerging countries through investing in the Lacuna Fund. And this is important. The Lacuna Fund is the world's first joint project to create local markets for artificial intelligence in the global south. So this is really exciting. And it supports local organizations in creating so-called AI training data to address, among others, urgent climate-related issues on the ground. Fourth, together with the ITU, we are ensuring that the digital transformation of government services occurs in the most ecologically friendly way possibly. And my last example is, together with the World Bank and moving forward, hopefully also with other donors and partners from the private sector, we are supporting the development of operational investment guidelines and programs on green data centers in the African regions. So coming back to your questions, we think we need large-scale and systemic transformation, which is linked to the ground. And in this, saying this, I would like to give back to you.
Thank you, Tanya. This was a great opening. I would give the word to Cecilia now. Cecilia Sharp. She's the Assistant Director General at SIDA, the Swedish Government Agency for Development Cooperation. She is heading the Department of International Organizations and Policy Support that implements the 6 global thematic strategies, including on green and digital. She might be going into this in more detail. And before that, and this is very dear to me because I worked on this as well, she worked on the SDG 6, which is water, and I think it's good it's there, but also there are a lot of work that still needs to be done. Cecilia, please, if you take a helicopter view on SIDA's experiences with digital transformation programs that focus on sustainable development, what would be your key takeaways and the lessons you have learned? And could you please underline this with some examples? Cecilia.
Thank you, Almud, and hello, colleagues and everyone watching. I'm really glad to be part of this panel today that is focused on the immense challenge that climate change presents to developing countries particularly, and the vital role, obviously, that digital transformation can play to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. But let me first also say that it's truly inspirational and promising to see the ambition that the UNFCCC and partners demonstrate today by launching the Global Innovation Hub and taking such a holistic view on a very complex challenge. So congratulations. Digital, like climate change, is transforming the world we live in, and I think we all agree to that. And at SIDA, we are on what we call ourselves the digital journey. On this journey, it has been clear that we need to understand clearly the implications, the potential, but also the risks of digital transformation better. And we have concluded that digital transformation approaches must be grounded in the responsible use of digital solutions to achieve social impact. Without a clear vision, there is a risk that digital transformation accelerates the digital divides that we all know we have. This is why we were one of the founders and partner of the Digital Impact Alliance, DIAL. DIAL is what they call themselves a think, do, replicate, thank. And I think that's a really nice way of expressing what they are. And they are housed at the United Nations Foundation with a mission to overcome the systemic barriers preventing digital solutions from going to scale. With DIAL, we and other partners actively are promoting the principles for digital development. This is a set of living principles that ensure digital technologies are applied in a way that is responsible, transparent, and inclusive. SIDA's, our portfolio program spans from collaborations with grassroots organizations such as the Alliance for Affordable Internet and Women's Rights Online to partnerships with World Bank Digital Development Program, for instance, which offers platforms for digital innovation and development financing, etc., for achieving the SDGs. And of course, the focus of the panel and the whole COP obviously is on how we can better address climate change, and this particular case with digital solutions. We at SIDA have a concrete initiative that we are calling Climate Tech. And Climate Tech is exploring the potential for digital technologies to help developing countries address and adapt to climate change. This initiative looks at the opportunities to integrate digitalization in all our programs, as well as providing direct support to digital programs, including in schools and health centers, etc., but also through dialogue and through catalytic financing, which is maybe one of our specialities. To sum up, we strive to contribute to the digital transformation in our partner countries in a way that is inclusive, responsible, and improves the lives of those that are living in poverty and oppression. We want to reduce the digital divide and increase meaningful access to mobile and digital technology for all, and we believe that an inclusive digital transformation can help developing countries meet the challenges of climate change and support the development of local innovations that meet the needs of vulnerable groups. I think I stop here for the sake of time, but I hope I have another question where I can explain a little bit more on some of our really innovative programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. You definitely will have another question, that's for sure. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Carla. Carla is the director at DG INPA, that was known before as DG DEFCO. She's responsible actually for what we're discussing today, the Green Deal and digitalization. And as DG INPA is actually the engine behind the Digital for Development Hub, she knows very well what it means to support in a sustainable way the environment, sustainable energy, agri-food, transport, and other major areas and major sectors. So Carla, now you've heard what the national kind of major programs are. Could you give us an example of what we do on an EU scale? So you are very much into sharing knowledge, creating environment for cooperation, bringing all this and synergizing the national initiatives. So floor is yours to show the EU scale.
Thank you very much, Elias, and big thanks also to the UNFCCC to give to us this opportunity to discuss so important subject. As Tanya just did, allow me also to start with the wording of our President, the Commission President van der Leyen, in the State of the Union speech. She clearly mentioned that digital transformation and the green transition have to go hand in hand if we really want to succeed the challenges of the future. I want to underline this just to give the big important message that we have in our European agenda. So the European Union will be very, very active in promoting the green and the digital agenda, and we have already done at the highest policy level, because this twin, green, digital, it's clearly mentioned in our communication on the European Union Green Deal, and all the related strategy can be from the farm to fork to the biodiversity strategy, but also these twin, green and digital, are clearly in the Council conclusion on the digitalization for the benefit of the environment. So it's a clear mandate that we have received, a clear ambition, I would say, to promote this twin, digital and the green, an ambition to promote this twin, not just in Europe, with the program in Europe, but also in our agenda in the international partnership. And this is very, very important. So I can say to you that with some clearly little example that will be big example, we want to translate this twin, digital and the green, in all the future work that we will do in the next 7 years using our new financial instrument, the Global Europe. As I will say, Tanya mentioned already, one key element will be to mainstream this environment and the digital elements in everything that we will do. So we are really starting a new paradigm of our work with the mainstreaming of these two big ambitions in everything that we'll do. But now, just to give a concrete example, let me take one concrete program that we are preparing with Tanzania. A new program that will be implemented in the next 5 years will be a program on green and smart cities. This program will support the Tanzania, the country, in the management of a rapid physical urban expansion. To do this, the program will include e-governance solution to improve urban management, local revenue mobilization and the public service delivery, and also a new planning in urban resilience in selected cities using digital skills, using digital technology. So here it's a really example of something concrete that will happen in our partner countries, where we will link what we wanted to do to have green cities using all the digital technology. One other example that I would like to give to you is our National Copernicus Capacity Support Action Program in Philippines. It's how we'll translate our European Union Copernicus program at a country level. Of course, I don't think it's necessary that we'll explain what is the EU Copernicus program, but as you know, amongst its many uses, we know that Copernicus is a cornerstone, I would say, of the European Union effort to monitor the Earth and to monitor the ecosystem. So now what we will do is that we will enhance the country capacity in Philippines to use Copernicus program just to allow Philippines to have a better follow-up of the hazards and also to be able to implement the disaster mitigation strategy. So we will use our I will say, we will work on 4 key areas of intervention: awareness, data infrastructure, updates of data and information, and the skill developments, in order to give to Philippines the possibility to use fully the potential of our Copernicus program. Something similar will happen, for example, in Panama, where we will establish a regional Copernicus data center that will provide support for disaster management and an environmental monitoring in the region. These are concrete example on where we want to link and to create a strong link between green and the digital. And we know very well that there is a huge potential, and this is something that will be really crucial if we want to support our partner countries in facing climate change, using all the potential that the digital technology will offer us. I stop here. Over to you, Elias.
Thank you, Carla. I am giving the floor now to Lassina Kone, and we're changing a little bit, let's say, the angle, because Lassina, he is a professional in ICT industry for over 25 years of experience, and now he is the Director General of Smart Africa, which is an alliance of 32 African countries, international organizations, and global private sector players tasked with the African digital agenda. So please, Lassina, let us a little bit participate of your insights, and what opportunities and challenges do you see in scaling up digital and green transformation programs at the regional level, especially in the African region? Please.
Thank you very much for having me. This is very interesting, actually, the introduction that Elias gave. Really, when we talk about the green transformation, is really to look at the synergy between the green transition and the digital transformation. Today, the digital age has the potential to unleash some of the large-scale societal and inclusive transformation necessary to achieve the Paris Agreement on climate change and other global sustainability goals. Energy consumption is known to be responsible for 80% of all carbon emissions, and 60% of the way we manage energy is efficient. The 60% of the way we manage energy is inefficient. So the scale of the task of changing the way we create, manage, and use energy to reach net zero is significant. But so are the potential benefits. Digital technology now offer many tools to amplify the effort on climate change and allow Africa to benefit even more from its rich natural resources. These tools are already deployed in the fight against the poaching, for example, for the preservations of elephants, or with the use of cartographics and data provided by the GIS system, which is Geographical Information System, as well as the recent use of artificial intelligence software for image processing and data analysis in the national parks. Globally, increasing connections and ICT use has the potential to improve efficiency in monitoring, mitigating, and enhancing and improving climate change adaptation strategies. Greenhouse gas, for example, we all know that can be reduced by tenfold with the use of digital technology. So that's a fact. So some of the disruptive technologies, such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and blockchain, can help to better identify, measure, and track the greenhouse gas emission, supporting both the climate change mitigations and adaptation. So with the adoption of an inclusive green economy, which is the IGE approach to structural transformation, really could enable African countries to ensure efficient, equitable, and sustainable use of their natural resources and reduce the adverse impact of economic growth. Back to you.
Thank you, Lassina. Thank you. And we will have follow-up question on that, because you just opened several issues that I would like to ask. So it's a pleasure now to go to the last panelist, but not the least. That's Nourdine Biman, the CEO of Growing Markets and Regions, and he is actually in charge of the decarbonization. So he's the chief sustainability officer of Atos, a well-known company, as you know. So Nourdine, he's already in Atos for almost 20 years, and he has gone through the ranks to achieve this CEO status of Growing Markets. And he is very much into reaching net zero. So he knows what it means to put digital as a positive force. Question to you, Nourdine. For digital technologies to be a positive force for the climate change, we need to ensure that the digital footprint is kept in check. So we know very much that we need to make sure that the direct footprint is as low as possible so we can go to the net benefits when we do something. What is the role of the private sector in supporting the digital and green transformation in terms of reduction of GHG emissions? So let's go on the enablement. And that's, as you know, and I'm very happy that you joined as a founding member of the European Green Digital Coalition. And our job there will be the enablement. So very much looking forward to your views.
Thank you, Elias. And again, like my colleagues, I would like to thank the UNFCCC, obviously, for hosting and generating those kind of events, and obviously the fantastic work that we are doing with the European Green Digital Coalition. Indeed, listening to my peers, what is really at the junction of green and digital, it is data. It is all about data and how we extract that data, we track, we monitor, and then found patterns, and we were talking about several technology to enable that green transition, which is so much needed. So all my colleagues talked about the cost of digital in terms of greenhouse gas emission, yeah? And we know it has a potential also of compensating or influencing tenfold that same amount. But the reality is we need to get that increasing, growing digital cost in terms of emission under control. And this is where players like Atos, but also what we are doing with the European Commission, is helping and putting everybody under pressure to contain those emissions. Yeah, and to talk more pragmatically, how you do that. Indeed, if you look at the bill, 50% is coming from the energy consumed by those data centers, and more or less 30 to 35% is coming from those manufactured products. So us, as a digital player, how we enable that transition to a more sustainable business model. On the energy side, we need to shift to renewable, and you cannot do that just by switching off a button. Obviously, we need all the incentives and the policies around coming from the public stakeholder, helping us creating that system where we could shift our energy to more and more low carbon energy, more efficient. And at the same time, we also need to centralize, close data center, bring them together, go to public cloud, put them under control. That's the work that we are doing, and that's the work we are performing for our client, our customer, that are following the same trajectory, the so-called net zero that we are all ambitioning. On the other side, us as a leader in that area, we also need to prepare the next generation. We cannot continue coding like we were doing 20 years ago. We need to have different approach in the software coding, less energy resourceful, more lean, less consuming compute power, less consuming data, or more consolidated data. So this is something we have initiated, and not only in our company, but we are also influencing several companies around us to now create the next generation of software developer that will be much more leaner in their way of addressing those kind of challenges for the future. And then, obviously, all the new technology coming from IoT, Internet of Things, AI, especially in that data segment, but also edge computing. All those technology will help us getting closer to the matter and being able there to take the right actions. So you don't need anymore those influx of data flow going back to cloud and coming back to the location of the activity. You could run it on the edge, which is less consuming in terms of energy and which is all localized, more distributed. So that's also that transition that we are doing in our digital approach. But coming back to that data, which is at the center of those two trajectories, the digital transformation, which has been going on for many years, and that green transition, which is so much needed. That data space is important to get organized and to also enable our customer through that measurement to be able to take the right decision in reducing their carbon emission. And here, Elias, this is a fantastic opportunity because we are seeing new jobs created around it, and we need new engineers, we need new climate experts, but that have also a digital skill, but also digital skill people that are more concerned by the climate challenges that we have in front of us. And we could feel and we could see, and I could announce it, only in Atos, I already need from now into the next 3 years, I will need more than 2,000 engineers into that area. So you could imagine only us, and you replicated that everywhere, the need of resources and job creation created. And when I say that, it's not only in one country. Unfortunately, with COVID, we have been able to change our way of working, getting more talent across the globe. And coming back to what my colleague is doing also in Smart Africa, guess what? We have set up platform. One of them, we just launched it with Zero Talent, where we are helping people that have been put out of the educational system to come back and be able to train them with adequate training into those digital and climate topic. And we will select them through an online platform and give them a job wherever they are. Yeah. So I see digital also into that green transition, giving a society opportunity to bring some people that have been put aside from school, put aside from the system, and bring them back into the center and helping all of us into that transition to a more sustainable future.
Well, thank you very much. That was Expose 360 around all the problems, and skills is maybe something that the next speakers also may address, because development is very much about skills. And we know that there is a big lack of skills in the green and digital. We do not have enough engineers that will put all the solar powers and will understand what it means to put the heat pumps in the homes. And that's just the basics that we know already. But there are new jobs around connected mobility, precision farming, and we cannot require just the farmers to know what it means to use IoTs and satellite connectivity with Copernicus. There is a huge, challenge, but also opportunity for new jobs. So we just did our first round in about half an hour. So we need exactly in half time of what we did before to go through at least one more time. Okay, so I will pass to Almut to start the second round.
Thank you very much. Yes, we go into the second round, and we really need to be very concise. Carla, please, would you explain a bit what role can the D4D Hub program play in supporting developing countries, leveraging digital technologies for sustainability and climate action? The floor is yours.
Many thanks, Almut. So very short, maybe first on what is the Digital for Development Hub. I know that many members of the panel are in this hub, but this Digital for Development Hub, or what we call it the D4D Hub, it's clearly an important Team Europe initiative that we will involve member states, financial institutions, civil organization, academia, local private sector. What we want to do in this hub, that it's a global hub, it's clearly to convene dialogue, exchange the best practice, foster partnership and investment, common partnership and investment around the world. This Digital for Development Hub will be working also with what we call the regional hub. We will have an African Digital for Development Hub and the African and Asia Latin America branch that will be joined also by our partner countries and by the private sector from the respective, I will say, continent. But it's in this through this hub, really we want to be ensuring the connection of the dot for green and the digital partnership. We will have also, we'll put in place a working group specific on digital and the green, but it's really there where we want to ensure that everything that we will do to support our partner countries in the developing the digitalization will be done, ensuring it is a link between green and the digital portfolio. Allow me just to take once again one short example. If in Africa we are working for the Africa-Europe data economy flagship in support with GEZ, where we are working to develop a data policy framework that will focus on the best practice and the best standards for green and the digital, especially on the best practice for green data center and the digital infrastructure. So this is a clear example. Of course, digital connectivity will be a top priority for the European Union International Partnership. Very soon we will have a new communication on the global gateways, where of course we will find a global strategy on connectivity as a first important pillar of this gateways communication. But it's very important for us. Of course, this D4D hub, we will work together with the private sector and the member states and the partner countries, but of course we will work also with the newly launched UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, that for which of course we will have absolutely to ensure coordination and a common approach and a full cooperation work. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carla. I just want to tell you that in the Commission, there are many programs that support green and digital. There is Horizon Europe, that's research innovation. We are launching next week, we're opening the call for proposal of the Digital Europe program. And what Nourdine was talking about, we will create something as a green digital data space. And so green data spaces will be something that we will fund as DG Connect. But it's one Commission, so in a way you can look, there is one website where you can see everything that Commission does. And if anybody is interested, we can, offline, we can contact us to give it to you. So
many thanks. Yes, I was focusing in our international partnership, but you're completely right. There are many actions that are focusing on Europe that deserve to be mentioned here.
Of course, that I wanted to give a bigger picture, but that's okay. Of course, you have to focus on your program. Now, going back to Lassina. Now that you've heard about D4D,
yes,
how could D4D, in combination with the Global Innovation Hub, so with Massamba and his team, and his focus on address the needs, not only what's feasible technically, and not only the symptom of the disease, which is carbon, drawing down the carbon. Let's go down to to the disease, to the prevention aspects. So what can you see, and what would you like to see for you and for your countries?
Thank you very much, Elias. D4D and the Global Innovation Hub can actually help assure a long-term sustainable development through a number of ways, inclusive of one is like the adoption of an innovative mindset. As the world grows increasingly connected, globalized, digitized, the need to think like a startup is crucial. Because everything in the world is changing. The only word that remains constant is the world change itself. So we need to be thinking constantly as a startup. There's a need also to apply the three-pronged approach that brings together hardware, an innovative center, software, a culture that support the innovation, and a series of tools and framework that help address the innovation hub challenges. The digital technology, which will be coming from the innovation hub, should be designed and deployed with the kind of a positive societal impact it is intended to have. And another point is the Global Innovation Hub and D4D, they need to have a relevant research and evidence Also, the development and the transfer of appropriate technology unit. This will ensure sustainability of programs. Another point is the D4D and the Global Innovation Hub, they should seize the opportunity in the recovery from the COVID-19 to support the transformations of the continent towards a sustainable, greener, and climate-friendly future for the climate actions into development. Also, the last thing is to develop and implement an appropriate disaster preventions and risk management strategy. You see, so these are what I really think, on the top of the fact that the hub should also develop a planetary intelligence to leverage all this digital age transformation to tackle a systemic crisis such as the climate change. Back to Elias.
Thank you, Resina. I'm handing over to Tanya, and I would just like to know how can we scale up all this, the European approach, and how can we get further on all this?
Thank you. So we all agree that the systemic transformation cannot be achieved via bilateral efforts. So we are looking with great interest at the actions and initiatives of other actors like UNFCCC, newly launched Global Innovation Hub, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today our ideas here in your pavilion. So we have to work closely with our global partners, and if we want to enable a true and comprehensive twin transition, we need to do this within the European donors as a Team Europe. So as Carla already has laid out, the role of the D4D Hub can and needs to play in enabling a Team Europe approach. The BMZ is fully supports this view, and the German Development Corporation wants to continue to be a fully committed member in the D4D Hub. We are looking forward to taking on a leading role in the new dedicated working group on the green and digital transformation. And as a first step, we have commissioned a study on the interlinkages between the digital and the green transformation in close cooperation with the European Commission. This study, we hope, will analyze the factors and under which digital innovations can be a real game changer for enhancing sustainability and support climate action. And we will use this study to identify concrete thematic inroads that we want to focus on in our future programming. And at the same time, we need to consolidate knowledge and our experiences within the Team Europe and with our private sector partners. And therefore, we believe that it is vital to connect the D4D Hub working group with the European Green Digital Coalition and its private sector members, such as Atos. So through this process, we will be able to share our experiences. And I liked what we just heard. And it's a funny picture to work like a startup, but it's right. Everything is changing very quickly. It's very different to what we did 20 years ago. So we have to adapt all year again. And this is the challenge we are all together in. So that is the reason why we believe in the importance of the work of the European Green Deal Digital Coalition and its members, who aim to develop clear standards and measurement tools on both the greening of ICT on the one hand and the ICT as an enabler for climate action. So this important work needs to directly inform the D4D Hub working group and needs to be available for policymakers in the global south as well. And when it comes to the intersection of digital and green in particular, we are at the beginning of a journey that we need to go on together with our partners, including our fellow donors, like we have here today, our friends from Sweden and the European Commission, and our partner countries and institutions like Smart Africa, and together with like-minded partners from the private sector. So it's a joint journey. In that, I give back to you, Ahmed.
Thank you very much. This is a perfect bridge to Nordine. You heard that everybody's willing to work with the private sector. So do you have anything to add on this? How could we possibly just make it work and profit all of it?
Yeah, quickly, I think most of it has been mentioned by my dear colleague, so thank you for that. It is about collaboration. It is a global challenge, and it will not be one solution. It will be the sum of all the solutions coming together if we want to dream being able one day to contain that climate drift. Yeah. And digital is part of it, as we mentioned. And when we talk about inclusive collaboration, obviously it is around the world. It's also about the scale of the companies. We talked about startup. I definitely agree on that one. At Atos, we have our Scale-Up program, which is our ecosystem of startup. And guess what? We decided with a leading person, Isabel, to force 50% of all the startup that we're bringing into that program to be decarbonization focused. Yeah. So I think if everybody explicitly take the ambition of pushing their entire ecosystem toward that direction, we'll be able to get there together. And definitely it will be public, it will be private, it will be citizen, but it will be the sum of everything we are doing all together at our different level that will give us a chance to get there. So thank you for that, and thank you for the opportunity of sharing it today in front of you.
Well, thank you, Nordine. And Cecilia, as you asked, you'll have the last word. And it could not be better because startup and SMEs is running in your DNA of your organization. So this is the environment that you shine. Can you tell us what is their role for climate action?
Yeah. Thank you. And I'm very much aware of time, so I will just go directly into it. Thank you. Firstly, I think we need to work on a range of partnerships, and we have to use different tools and instruments, which includes piloting of early stage, locally driven innovation, financial solution, and partnerships that can take these innovations to scale. We also support and need to work with national enabling environment and the wider ecosystems, as we have heard previously. So whatever investments and innovations we do becomes sustainable. So I think we have already talked about this ecosystem approach. I have one example which I believe is very strategic, and it's a partnership that we have with the UNCDF, which has developed over several years. And we particularly appreciate UNCDF's ability to use innovative finance to provide tools and technical assistance in a way that is catalytic and mobilize additional funding from governments and the private sector in countries. And our collaboration with UNCDF it ranges from climate, energy, biodiversity, digital technologies, as well as working a lot at local level. So we have really focused on a partnership that I like to highlight, which is called Local Climate Adaptive Living Facility. And this program helps local governments to address climate finance, and it provides technical assistance and to the need to account for climate change risks, and also how to plan for taking care of these risks while making climate data more accessible through digital local information systems. So it's really a hands-on program working with communities and local governments on how to deal and manage climate risks. Another area which, of course, we have been working on over 15 years is the challenge funds, so developed and learned from challenge funds. And right now we are applying what we call the second generation of challenge funds to discover innovations and unconventional digital solutions that can address, of course, climate change issues, particularly at local level. And my next example is one where many of us are involved, and that's the Water and Energy for Food Challenge Fund. And that fund obviously aims at improving energy and water efficiency in the agricultural sector. And the interesting thing is that we have built into these challenge funds the learnings from two previous big grand challenge funds. And we aim to scale up those promising innovations that we identified and nurtured during those previous challenge funds. And at the same time, water and energy for food has opened up calls for new innovations so we can keep on moving things forward in this area. But most importantly is that water and energy for food have also taken on a more decentralized approach in order to strengthen the local enabling environment for innovation and facilitate better use and financing. So I think that is the bigger thing, that we have the second generation of challenge funds that really includes the ecosystem and enabling environment for scaling up innovations at country level. Maybe I stopped there. I had more to say, but I'm so aware of time. So my message is just that there's so much to do at local level, and we have a lot of knowledge, and it's about the policy and enabling environment to bringing this to scale. Thank you.
Talking about challenges, you will be on the screen now in a minute because we're launching. So please, for all the audience, stay tuned because we will have a challenge announcement just as the next session. Looking at you, this is a dream team. We have member states, we have Europe, we have a private sector, we have coalitions, African, European. So, let's redo this maybe in the operational field. So thank you very much for everybody. On behalf of Ahmed and myself, thank you very much. And we leave the space now to the next session that is about the challenge launch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Good. Thanks, Cecilia. Thanks, Nordine.
Ready? Okay, let's now move to our next session, which is the launch of the very first challenge of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. So this is an activity that is very important for us. As you know, the vision behind the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub is to promote moonshot thinking. We felt that one of the problems that is preventing effective use of innovation to serve climate action is the fact that pledge and commitment are generally taken based on what is perceived as possible and not what is needed. And the role of innovation is precisely to address the gap that exists between what is needed and what is currently possible. So one of the important roles of the Innovation Hub is to promote ambitious target and then help the climate actor translate the gap between their ambitious target and what is currently possible into demand for climate solution. And then the role of the hub would be to take this demand for climate solution, search whether there are solutions available out there that can be used to address that demand, or if there is no solution available, broadcast that demand for solution so that solution developer can start working on this solution. So this is exactly what we did. with this challenge. We started engaging with cities because we consider that these are key players if you want to achieve the climate goal. So we prepare a questionnaire, we engage with them to understand better what are their demands for climate solution. And after that, we have developed this challenge, which objective is to identify solutions that can address their demand. So I'm very pleased today to have here a panel that will make a statement at the launch of this very important activity, which is really the very first activity of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. So to start, we will give the floor to Mrs. Carla Montesi. Carla Montesi has served in multiple positions for the European Commission prior to becoming Director of Green Deal and Digital Agenda. This included Director for Planet and Prosperity and Director for Western and Central Africa. Carla, you have the floor.
Many, many thanks. Many thanks, dear friends, and allow me to say that I am very, very proud to be here and to take part of this launch. It's an initiative that will allow to identify and support the implementation of the most innovative digital solution to address the challenges of the climate change. We'll be very, very proud to participate and to take an active part of all this. So many thanks to you, many thanks to our partners, the German Minister of Economic Cooperation, the GEZ, and also the partners of the private sector for really their strong support in developing and implementing this challenge. I will have to say that young people around the COP are saying, please act. And for me, this innovation challenges, it's clearly one concrete action to leverage the power of the digital innovation and clearly to put this power at the services of the environment and the climate action. These challenges really aim to promote a collaborative and open co-creation approach between government policymakers, tech community, civil society organization, community-based organization, citizen, and we really would like this kind of action because they support the innovation approach, but also support the demand driven from the local community, from the cities, and will aim to support really the solution of concrete problems that will have been identified at policy and the local level by policymakers, by citizens as cities and the local level community. So very pleased and very proud to take part of this initiative, and we will work strongly together, and you can count on us for a big achievement of this new initiative. Over to you.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you for all these very nice words. Now I will give the floor to Dr. Tanja Rodiger-Vorwerk. She has taken on multiple positions for the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. As head of political staff, she led the ministry's division responsible for strategic planning and policy analysis, communication and relation to parliament and cabinet. As director for environment, energy and infrastructure, she was involved in the Habitat 3 process before joining BMZ. She worked in the private sector. Tanya, you have the floor. It seems that she is not connected. So let me move to Mr. Frank Bars. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Mr. Frank Bars is senior partner, manager, and tech boost from Dutch Telecom. Mr. Bars, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you for the warm welcome on our today's Innovation Challenge for Climate Action. And I'm happy to discuss our challenges with world leaders in the industry. We at German Telecom are happy to support the digital innovation for climate action at the COP26, and we take our responsibility towards climate change and environment very seriously. Green Magenta is our attitude, and therefore innovations for climate action are crucial for the transformation to a net zero economy. We create the access to innovation technologies for climate action so that we have a future on this planet, and therefore the participation of today's Climate Innovation Challenge is really important for German Telecom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bars. I will now give the floor to Mrs. Alicia Lenz. Mrs. Alicia Lenz is an experienced sustainability and corporate affairs executive with extensive international experience in corporate citizenship, sustainability and social impact strategy, as well as product, corporate and executive communication program in the IT sector. Proven track record building relationship with philanthropic organization and managing public-private partnership. Mrs. Lenz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Masamba, and thank you to the entire Global Innovation Hub team for bringing us here together today. As private sector partners to the UN, we're really here at COP26 encouraging government leaders to take action with clear policies, investments, and expanding this conversation around the interconnectedness of digital and green transitions. We, of course, strongly believe that global business must lead in solving challenges within their own organizations and, of course, collectively across industries. And this really involves questioning sort of the status quo way of doing things and adopting leadership and innovation mindsets that are really going to drive impact. For those of you who don't know too much about who we are, SAP is the world's largest enterprise software provider, and we've been helping global businesses manage their resources more effectively for 50 years. And in fact, more than 70% of the world's global business transactions touch an SAP system. And we know that as businesses are now shifting from only focusing on performance of top and bottom line to sort of looking at a more green line, for ourselves, we're investing heavily in products that help companies manage the carbon footprint, provide holistic sustainability performance management, and enable transitions to more circular business processes. But as we look to support global businesses and governments, innovation and an ecosystem of partners is truly key. We do need to complement our work with what startups can bring to the table, and that impact that they can have, we believe, is enormous. SAP has long supported ecosystems of technology startups. Our core program is called SAP.io, and it's an early stage venture arm that has helped hundreds of innovators inside, out, and outside of SAP build products, find customers, and really drive change within industries. Within the past several years, we've shifted a lot of the emphasis of the cohorts to taking on sustainability challenges such as climate, inequality, and circular business processes. We also support GIZ's Make IT program in Germany and are highly engaged with a lot of young people who are driving social enterprises. And so when we think about our partner engagements, we're always looking at how we can bring our experience and expertise and assets to the table to help the world run better and improve people's lives, which is our corporate vision. And that makes it natural and very exciting for us to be on board to support this challenge. We really believe that connecting startups, cities, tech companies, large and growing, is going to be crucial to drive this transformation forward. And we're super happy to see the conversation moving from commitments to these areas of concrete action that really truly have potential for true innovation and meaningful impact for citizens, cities, and of course our environment. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Lenz. Mrs. Lenz is Director Sustainability at SAP. Now, our last speaker, Mr. Ovais Sarmad. Mr. Ovais Sarmad is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC Secretariat. Ovais, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Masamba, and dear colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, and the panelists who have joined virtually. It's really heartening to hear so many partners, especially the last one from SAP. To SAP, I'd just like to say that we are one of your clients. We've been using SAP for the last, 30 years or so. So all that you're doing in terms of mobilizing change in your own programming, supply chains, and advisory to clients in addressing climate change is very meaningful. Appreciate that very much. Also appreciate the engagement of GIZ, European Commission, as partners in addressing the existential threat that we are all facing and here to address at COP26 here in Glasgow. The UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, where we are sitting right now, is very pleased to initiate its activities through the launch of this very first challenge aiming at identifying transformative climate and sustainability solutions for cities. City governments, as we all know, can play, and they are the ones at the front lines in many instances in addressing climate change and acting through their platforms, through their engagement with the citizens of the city as an important role as climate actors. They're unique in terms of a position they hold that entitles them to conduct a broad range of possible climate actions, and that includes, for instance, facilitating emission avoidance by fostering change in the consumption behavior, enabling greenhouse gas emission reductions by their citizens in their jurisdictions through policies and other measures that they can take much more easily than governments, reduce the emissions related to the infrastructures they build and operate and maintain. So cities are well equipped to mobilize this potential by mainstreaming climate action into their city development action, not only for now, but for the future. And they're expected to reinvent, to secure, and to stimulate climate action up and down and across the various sectors of the city administration. However, the city of the future is still to be invented, including its relationship with people and nature. It is expected to become generative rather than extractive, preservative and restorative rather than destructive, and empowering rather than alienating. The city of the future must promote lifelong learning for all, with anyone being able to learn anywhere at any time thanks to enhanced accessibility and learning. Diversity of learning and sustainability of learning. Finally, it must be a place where prosperity flourishes and people have purposeful, meaningful work and they enjoy. That enables them to use their passion and talent. And those cities are not a fantasy world, that they're already happening. And we need to do everything to make sure that those become reality in all parts of the world. And innovation is what can facilitate that transition towards that city of future. The focus for the first challenge of UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub on city is therefore very relevant. The challenges will initiate a process of radical collaboration among cities in the development and implementation of digital solutions to serve transformative climate action. To conclude, I would like to thank the partners of the UNFCCC Secretariat who made this possible, and as I mentioned right at the beginning, European Commission, the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, GIZ, the partners from the private sector, and all of you who are listening, and both here in person and virtually. We need your support, and once again, thank you very much for this opportunity and to coming to COP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ovais. Now I will give the floor to Dr. Tanya Rodiger for work. Dr. Tanya has taken on position for the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. As head of political staff, she led the ministry's division responsible for strategic planning and policy analysis, communication and relation to Parliament and Cabinet. As Director for Environment, Energy and Infrastructure. She was involved in the Habitat Tree process before joining BMZ. She worked in the private sector. Dr. Tanya is currently Director, Private Sector Trade, Employment and Digital Technology at BMZ. Dr. Tanya, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and hello to everybody at the conference and virtually. Thank you so much. The ability to reach the Paris Climate Agreement, as we all know, rests on many factors, but much depends on what happens in cities. So more than half of the world's population lives in cities, and most future population growth is predicted to happen in urban areas. But the concentration of large numbers of people and the ecosystem built around their lives has also been a driver of climate change. In that, cities are responsible for 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions, according to a new report from the United Nations Development Programme. So cities are both a cause and a victim of climate change and have important reasons for addressing it. And they are highly exposed to many of the impacts of the climate change they contribute to. Making cities more resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and safe is an important goal of the German Development Cooperation and is requiring sustained investment. Building climate-smart cities can involve a vast range of measures depending on the local needs, from transition to a circular economy, to electrified transport and the creation of green spaces for urban cooling, for example. Digital transformation offers powerful solutions to create livable, resilient, and smart cities. And the advancements of mobile devices, internet access, applications, and sensors have a tremendous social, economic, and ecological impact. So the technological revolution requires urban stakeholders to work together locally and globally to develop, test, share, and scale successful approaches. But how exactly can digital solutions contribute to make cities more climate smart at scale? So I'm convinced that many impactful solutions already exist in our partner countries. Finding and scaling approaches towards building climate resilient, green and smart cities needs new forms of knowledge creation. In particular, we need to enter into stronger cooperation with the younger generation, startups, tech companies, and academia. For local innovators and European tech companies alike, being closely connected to digital ecosystems across regional and continents is more important than ever before. So today, I'm very pleased to officially launch the Innovate 2030 Innovation Challenge with our partners from the UNFCCC and the European Commission. We aim to partner up stronger than ever before with local innovators across the globe to identify highly innovative digital solutions for the most pressing urban challenges. With Innovate 2030, I'm excited to announce that our innovation lab, the so-called DigiLab, a new strategic partnership of BMZ, GIZ, KfW, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, our Make IT Alliance with the members such as Atos, Bosch, SAP, Deutsche Telekom, and our digital transformation centers join forces and will bring together innovators from all around the world to combat the mounting pressure of climate change cities both cause and suffer from. And especially let me thank our partners from the private sector, Mr. Bartz, Program Director, Tech Booster Deutsche Telekom, and Mrs. Lenz, Director Sustainability at SAP, for their contribution and support. Tech companies have an important role to play, and it's great to see that the perception of climate investment is changing, particularly in cities, even though the private sector faces its own challenges investing in the urban climate projects. Also, I want to sincerely thank Carla Montesi, to collaborate once again with the BMZ in the realm of human-centric digital development. We truly share a joint vision of a strong Team Europe approach through the global D4D hub. And with Innovate 2030, jointly, we will showcase how to collaborate on catalyzing impactful activities for climate smart cities at the local, national and global level. And I'm sure somewhere in our partner countries, a team of innovators is currently working in a basement or a garage or game-changing innovations. Our innovation call for digital solution ends at January 2022. And after an independent jury chooses the most promising solutions, selected teams will be invited for a digital bootcamp. Scientific and business mentors will provide tailor-made support to the project teams to advance their approaches over a period of 3 months. And at the end of this, the most promising digital solutions developed during the elaboration phase will be selected by the award jury and will be awarded with cash prizes up to 10,000 euros. So the final winners will be announced on a high-level event in April 2020. And let's jointly spread the word in our networks to reach out to innovators and partners, and let's jointly make cities more climate smart. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanya, and thank you to all our speakers for their very inspiring statement. And I would like to ask you to join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you.
check with our organizers. Great, we're here, ready, we're gonna get started. So thank you everyone for being here. Thanks everyone at home. I'm gonna start out today by addressing the elephant in the room. Why are we talking about stock exchanges today? And I'm sure a lot of you are wondering that. Not you on the panel, I hope you know why you're here. But when you think of stock exchanges, I'm sure images conjure in your head of a loud room with a lot of men perhaps shouting, numbers moving quickly, stocks jumping. You probably aren't thinking about the environment and how stock exchanges are helping the environment. So if this is you, you're not alone. I often get blank stares when I tell people what my job is and how I work with stock exchanges to enhance sustainability and enable a just transition to carbon neutral economies. They look at me as if I'm from Mars, but if I'm from Mars, I'm not alone. So thanks so much for my panelists for being here today with me. On behalf of the United Nations Sustainable Stock Exchanges Initiative, we are sincerely grateful to our partners in this event, the UNFCCC, and particularly to Masamba and Sylvia. Thanks so much for all of your support, and to the UNFCCC's Innovation Hub for hosting us here today. And then, of course, our esteemed panelists who are here with us today. These are the people that make sure that the rubber hits the road and who push the envelope in their companies and in their markets. The Sustainable Stock Exchanges Initiative, or the SSE, has been working with stock exchanges since 2009, thereabout, to identify how they can support and promote innovative solutions to sustainable development. You may be surprised to know that the SSE now has 110 members, from the largest to the smallest stock exchanges around the globe. And the initiative exists only, however, because of people like these panelists. We have 5 here, and we have one online as well with us today, who have made it their mission to make markets not only efficient, but also transparent and just. These 6 speakers have all been innovative in their own careers, and we're asking them today to share a bit of that innovative spark with all of you here today. For me, innovation at a stock exchange is really threefold. 2 of these points I'm going to pull from our latest guidance document that we developed with 2 of our speakers here today, David and Shamila from the LSE Group and from the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Together, we developed a guidance on climate disclosure and an action plan on climate for stock exchanges. And we identified in our action plan kind of 2 key areas where stock exchanges are leading their markets or making movements here. And the first one I just gave a little hint to, and that's leading their markets. They're walking the talk, they're emulating the change that they want to see in their markets. So this includes committing to net zero, reporting on their own climate-related risks and opportunities, and calculating emissions, reducing emissions, etc. And then the other side of that coin is exchanges are also shaping their markets to enable innovation and promoting innovation. This is done through listing segments, financial products, awards, training, education, and more. To these 2 points that we've highlighted in our guidance document, I wanted to add one more, which is agility, because the approaches that a lot of these stock exchanges are doing are showing a great amount of agility. So with that, I'd like to head to our speakers, because they have a lot to share with us today. And I want them to share with us a little bit about their expectations moving forward and how they can and are both leading and promoting innovation in their markets, and how they expect agility to play a role in the future of capital markets. So with that, let's jump in with leadership. I wanted to start with Harry Cho here from the Singapore Exchange. The Singapore Stock Exchange was the only member of the task force on climate-related financial disclosures. So Harry, would you mind sharing with us how your leadership as an exchange in helping to develop the TCFD recommendations helped you to guide your market, and maybe share with us some strategies that you found to be most successful in educating companies on the urgency and necessity of integrating climate data into mainstream financial filings?
Thanks a lot for that. So before I talk about TCFD, it's worth mentioning that we've actually made sustainability reporting mandatory for our listed companies in 2016 already. So we were probably one of the first exchanges to have done that. So with that background, we were quite attuned, right, already to the fact that actually, if we wanted to continue future-proofing our markets, to ensure that there is, Singapore being a global hub, to ensure that there is an ongoing capital flow into the markets and into the companies that are operating. So we were thinking of it as any other risk factor to help future-proof our companies and the markets. And when the opportunity arose to, indeed, the offer came for us to champion TCFD, it was seemingly fairly early at the time, but we thought it's worth making that resource because having that early insight into how climate change is going to be shaped, particularly relevant for exchanges, of course, is the disclosure standard, right, which is what TCFD is about. We then accepted that role. And so having that early insight throughout the process of having that conversation within the task force, and they only had just over a year or so to come up with that framework in the first place. So constant internal feedback in order to see what's the best contribution we can be making, and also ensure that there is that Asian input, given that we're operating in Asia. Now, fast forward to today, we've just recently closed the open consultation to make TCFD mandatory in our markets. It's been one of the most popular open consultations with the public, so we are assimilating all of the feedback at this point. We did lay down a roadmap for implementation over approximately 3-year time period. Roll out over time, different sectors. There'll be priority sectors and certain sectors that will be expected to make it more mandatory at a later stage. So I think what not with the the announcement that came with, ISSB, Value Reporting Foundation, CDSB, this is all coming together, and we're so glad that we were at the heart of that innovation from the start. Now, then if you think about what's next in the disclosure front, of course, there was the TNFD, so Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. Again, having done the task force work, we know how much work that is. It really is a significant amount of work, and it gets added on top of what you do for the business, for the company, for the ecosystem, etc. But when the opportunity arose, we again accepted that. So we're serving on the TNFD as well to really see how will the standards evolve, actually actively shaping how the standards should evolve to ensure that the financial markets and the companies capture both the risks and the opportunities, and finally to make it practical.
Great, thanks, Harry, and right on time. I just want to add on one point that you mentioned there about adding on top of your job. So I will pass to David with the next question, but I know this has been on top of your job significantly as well, too. So while you've been leading on TCFD as well in your market and moving that forward a lot, an important announcement was the leadership in net zero and your exchange committing to net zero. So can you talk to us a little bit about how that happened in your exchange and kind of getting your leadership involved in that and deciding the deliberations that happened within the exchange as to why you should move forward with this strategy?
Thanks, Tiffany, and thanks for the UN Sustainable Stock Exchange for organising this great event and for all of the fantastic work you do in this space. We all, I think, really appreciate the work that you guys do. We'd been thinking about making a net zero commitment, and we were going through the process to do that. But actually, at this point, which was last year, it was actually about committing to reducing our own emissions. We did that through the business action for 1.5 degrees, but really that missed the point, because clearly our impact is on markets much more broadly, and how can we help accelerate marketplace decarbonisation? And to put that in context, when I started working in this area, which was 20 years ago when I joined the index company FTSE, which is part of the group, it was investors wouldn't take meetings to talk about this stuff. Today, this is the #1 agenda item with pretty much every asset manager, every pension fund, pretty much every bank you speak to. And for us, it's really thinking about how do we systematically bring this in across all of our capabilities. And you hear all of the, all the announcements today from GFANs, 100 trillion plus moving on this. But the reality is, we're not going fast enough. It's very exciting, and there is all this momentum, but emissions are still projected to go up by 15% or so this year, over the next, by 2030, when they actually need to be coming down by over 40%. So we're seeing this going completely in the wrong direction, despite the fact we're getting... So how can the finance sector help things move further and faster, and how does business and finance work together? And so we're thinking about what's our role within that, and then breaking it down really across 4 things. 2 things, which is what do business and finance need to do, and then 2 things, which was about what are the barriers we need to kind of address. So the 2 things we kind of need to try and do, and so we made these commitments at the same time, although it wasn't official at that point in terms of official commitments as part of the process, which it is now. But the two things were how to help grow the green economy. So how do we help accelerate the growth of green industries? And there's a range of things going on there we can talk about. But and the other was the kind of the more difficult thing, which is how do you help decarbonise all sectors of the economy, including high carbon industries, and make sure you've got credible targets that companies are being incentivized to set, and that capital then is supporting. You shouldn't be demonizing those industries. We need to be supporting them, but we need to also make sure that they're coming up with credible transition plans, and that the finance and the investment follows whether they when they have those plans. But the 2 barriers to this is the data and disclosure part. Frankly, the investment and finance community don't have good information to go on. We need much better data. So important, all the work from TCFD, and so important then the work from UNFCCC, and huge thanks to Shamila and JSC for co-chairing that work to develop. Because if exchanges can all work together to drive consistent data, the International Sustainability Standards Board will be really helpful in helping to kind of accelerate this, but we don't have to wait until it's all done and dusted. We can be going with what we've got today. So the data and disclosure bit's really important. The exchanges have got a huge role to play. And then actually getting cross-market understanding and joining things up, because actually often the corporate sector and the users of capital have got very little understanding really about what's going on amongst the investor and the finance community, don't really understand how this information gets used, how it affects investment flows, and the investment community often don't really feel that the companies get it, and we can be an interlocker between the 2, helping drive meaningful action. And so what's happened with GFANZ is now, with the new service providers alliance, is formalising in many ways much of this, making sure that we're committing to integrating climate into all of our capabilities in how we support our marketplaces decarbonise.
Great, thanks, David. Can you add just a moment on that global perspective as well, and how important it is to have kind of global movement on this and consistency beyond markets, which I think we were trying to get through on the guidance.
So a lot of this has been driven by very large asset owners. So pension funds have been waking up to the fact that they are intra-generational investors in some cases. They're certainly investing over decades, and the fact that they therefore have got this kind of, the concept that is often used is universal investor. They're effectively invested across the whole economy, and they've got a real interest in making sure that the economy grows in a stable way, and therefore they want to make sure that they are influencing the system. So it's no longer really about whether company A outperforms company B, or even really if portfolio A outperforms portfolio B. They're interested, many of them are invested across the whole economy and across all listed companies, across bonds, across different asset classes. And their interest is therefore how do they make it more stable, and how can they drive changes? So they've been influencing the asset managers, they've also been influencing the banks and the service providers, and the expectation from the exchanges as well. So we need to give them the data and the tools to enable that drive, and they're global investors, they need globally consistent data. And also exchanges, we're often very well plugged into our local policymakers, so we can also be quite influential in encouraging the policymakers not to go off in different directions, but to work together on single global standards.
Perfect. Thanks, David. For everyone in the room, that's David Harris from the London Stock Exchange Group. I'm going to move on to Shamila, if I may. This is Shamila Ibrahim from the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, who's here with us from South Africa today. Shamila, I'm going to talk a bit about promotion with you, if that's okay. Not to say that Johannesburg Stock Exchange is not a leader, because all of these exchanges are leaders in their own right. And of course, ESG reporting through the King Code really came out of South Africa some years ago now. So I think that there's a lot of leadership there, but there's also a lot of balancing in the promotion in your market. And I'm wondering if you can talk to us a bit about how you as an exchange manage that balance between the E and the S and the G of the environmental, social, and government side we often talk about.
Thanks, Tiffany. And hi, everybody. Such an honor to be here. Thanks to the SSE for organizing this. When you talk about balance between the E, the S, and the G, I come from a part of the world where it isn't an either or. Our social context and the issues that we face are probably as significant as the environmental issues. And if you look at the kind of global north, global south divide, we often hear, environment is something we need to care about. Oh, by the way, when you start thinking about social issues, I would say that in South Africa it's probably the other way around. We're one of the most unequal societies on earth, one of the highest Gini coefficients that you can find, and huge rates of unemployment. Big distances across the country between people, spatial planning from the apartheid era that actually really polarizes society in a country like ours. So our social context is massive in that regard, and it's something that our listed companies are quite aware of. And when you talk about companies not being able to thrive in a society that can fail or is failing, we are like a poster child for that. And we're also part of the world where, for example, climate change, which is why we're here today at this event, is a big concern. We will, regardless of whatever the average temperature rises that we manage to keep to as a globe, will experience 2 to 4 degrees higher than the global average. That is a serious impact for this part of the world. South Africa is already a water-scarce country, and so we need to acknowledge that. So the kind of multifaceted challenges that we need to face are there and are very real. So they're a lot more tangible. Now, if I go back to the perspective of the exchange, our first lever is governance. We are a self-regulatory organization, so we're a frontline regulator, but we're also an exchange, that's a business and things like that. So there's Chinese walls between the regulatory aspects and the rest of the business. And how do we then use those levers together to be able to act on these various issues and understand how we want to drive the market as a force for good? So when you're going back to governance then to answer your question, this is fundamentally a governance issue. Because when we're talking about responsibility, and David's touched on a lot of that, and I won't need to expand on that, fiduciary responsibility and the like, how can you do that? That is part of good governance. It's part and parcel of good governance. If you're not thinking about these issues, one needs to really question how strong your governance is in the first place. Governance is not a separate issue to environmental and social issues. Good governance should be considering these things anyway. And that is really the fundamental shift that the thinking that's been pervasive, I think, in the South African market. You mentioned the King Codes. The King Codes are for the longest time being considered one of the most advanced governance codes in the world, and had for a long time talked about the people, planet, profit perspective ahead of many other stewardship or governance codes in the world. And that's entrenched in the JSE's listings requirements. And that's how, the encouragement is there for entities to think about the broader perspective and to think about environmental, social context as well within the context of good governance. So it goes right back to being the responsibility of the governing body within a company. And so that's the perspective from which the exchanges come at it at. So it hasn't been necessarily a challenge to say that the E and the S need to be balanced. It's about saying you have to consider this. It's more your materiality lens in this regard that is the one you need to leverage in your market. And so the work that the exchange does is in trying to promote that thinking for the shift at the governance level, the shift in the business model thinking, its relevance to society primarily, because in the long term, people are invested in that market for the long term. We are largely institutional market as well, so our market structure has a lot to do with that. And so if you're coming in as a pension fund invested in the market, while we know that short-termism is entrenched in terms of results and returns, the reality is those investors need to have long-term liabilities that they need to match with their investments. And so, the easy way to think about this is that, you have to invest in the future you want. Otherwise, the one you're going to get is going to be worth infinitely less. And so those are the perspectives that you need to balance that E and the S. It's pointless having lots of money and you can't breathe, you have no water, and you're paying tons for security because society is so unequal and it's driving those kinds of challenges. So I would think that's the perspective I'd have, and these are things that exchanges need to be so conscious of, because you have a huge opportunity to use your convening power to drive that understanding and awareness in the company. You have a vantage point that is really, really unique and is something one should be leveraging. You should understand that opportunity to convene, the opportunity to connect, and to be able to connect horizontally, to be able to connect vertically, and to understand the political context, the policy context that you can bring these matters to bear on. And of course, the market context often helps, because the moment you start seeing investors being concerned about these issues and how they're translating directly into balance sheet impact to risk and things like that, it's suddenly a very different conversation that an exchange can drive. So I think that context is very useful as well. And I think you can't avoid getting your feet wet. These are not issues that we should be skirting as markets. They're fundamentally about our existence in the longer term as well.
Great, thanks, Shamila. And I have to say that JPX certainly hasn't shied away from getting their feet wet. And thank you for bringing along a lot of the other exchanges with you in this journey, because I think there's certainly a lot to be learned from your market. I'm going to move on to the Japan Stock Exchange. Heidiki Tomita, thank you so much for being with us today. Another leader in the market just announced in July that they would be carbon neutral by 2024, so not many years to go now. Would you mind sharing with our audience a bit about what are the first steps you're taking to reach that ambitious goal, and how you're bringing your market with you to encourage your market to also get involved with this? Thanks.
Thank you for having me here today. And I'm Hideki Tomita, Chief Representative in Europe. Usually, when these kinds of big conferences are taking place, I think that our colleagues in Tokyo definitely come here to enjoy joining these kinds of presentations. Right? But this time, maybe you know that this time, because of the COVID restrictions in Japan, that it's a very heavy restriction. So that's why that all the foreigners or the travelers to Japan must be self-isolated for surprisingly 10 days after returning back to Japan. So that's why I've given the opportunity to having me here, right? And as regards to your questions, yeah, right, that we made an announcement last summer that we'll be in a carbon neutral in 2024. And we already have a step-by-step approach. So the first step, that all the electricity consumed in the JPX headquarters change to the sustainable energy, which we call it an RE100. And after that, when we consider the stock exchanges facilities consuming a lot of electricity, not only the headquarters, but also the IT facilities or data center or colocation or something like that, they consume a lot of electricity. So that's why we are considering to take a very aggressive approach. Well, the first one is that we are currently started the feasibility study of having our own electricity facilities by ourselves. And using these facilities, we currently consider to switch all the electricities consumed in our whole exchange facilities to a renewable one by the 2024. I understand it's 3 years is a very short, but I'm sure that we can make it by the mentioned timeline.
Great. And would you mind speaking a little bit to how you're bringing your market along with this? How are you communicating it with your market? Are you encouraging your listed companies to come with you on this journey?
Okay, thank you very much. It's apart from the net zero announcement, but you know that our exchange is also a center of the capital market. So we have a huge, around 3,000 listing companies in our exchange. And also, we provide a lot of products or the ESG-related product or the ESG-related indices to the investors as well. So that's why using these kinds of opportunities or activities, we connect each other with our exchange stakeholders.
Great, thank you for that. I might have lost my, there we go. So we'd like to go to our nearly final speaker now. We do have one online as well. Yeah, sure, David.
Can
just today there was the announcement from JPX on their low carbon indexes. I should say we've been partnering with them on those indexes. But I mean, so the real action today, which also then enables investors in Japan and those outside of Japan to be able to decarbonize their investments through. But also really important because JPX has also been engaging the companies listed in Japan around things like climate, so and around how they get measured on this, so that they can understand how investors are shifting allocations based on their transition strategies.
Great. Thanks, David. And a great partnership as well to see how all our stock exchanges are working in collaboration. David, I'd like to go to you if I can. So David Colin is from Mexique 02. I don't know if that's how we pronounce it, but it's the Mexican carbon trading platform under the Bolsa in Mexico. So can you give us a bit of a perspective of how carbon trading platforms can be more innovative, how they can encourage innovation in the market, and how at your exchange and your market, you're trying to help tackle this issue from an innovative point of view?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, and thank you to the UNFCCC for the invitation for this space. I'm really happy to be here with all of you, and thanks to all the organizers. Yeah, just like you mentioned, well, I'm from Mexico CO2, which is a company, a part of the Mexican Stock Exchange. And we work in 3 different topics. The first one is carbon markets. The second one is renewable energy instruments. And the third one is about green finance. So regarding on your question, I think it's very important to notice that markets are evolving. Now markets are changing. Also consumers, everyone is changing their mindset to sustainability. And we have to face these new markets. So the Mexican carbon platform was originated by these new markets, these new demands. And we are supporting not only large emitters in Mexico, but also small emitters, individuals, and small organizations to, with providing, first of all, tools to measure their carbon footprint. It is important to measure their carbon footprints before you offset them, and before offsetting, it is very important to reduce their carbon footprint. So we encourage all the companies, large emitter and small organizations, to follow these 3 steps before, while offsetting. And I would like to talk about a little bit of the carbon markets that are emerging in Latin America. Well, not only in Latin America, but worldwide. And because this is a very important component that is related to the necessity of creating these platforms, right? So the importance of the carbon markets in this net zero transition is that we are seeing that the carbon markets can be aligned to the accomplishment of mitigation objectives, of mitigation goals national-wide, right? So these carbon markets are emerging not only in Mexico, for example, that is the first country that adopts a national carbon market in whole America, in national level. It covers about 45% of the national emissions. So usually these markets are aligned with the NDC's commitments that are developed by the different parties. And well, this is very important to say that these kind of markets are initiatives around the world. For example, nowadays there are 30 initiatives that covers around 16% of global emissions. So it's a share that it's increasing. We need to develop more carbon markets in our countries, specifically in the region of Latin America. Other countries, for example, Colombia, Chile, and Brazil, are designing, implementing, and also discussing regarding the implementation of this carbon market. So we are supporting in this process as well, not only in the trading process. And what else? I think that's kind of a very brief introduction about how carbon markets are linked with these trading platforms and how we support in the development of these new and innovative markets.
Great, thanks, David. With that, I'd like to go to the topic of agility and move online, if we can, to Chiara Caprioli, who is from the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. Do we have Chiara available? Just going to check with our tech team back there. Great. Chiara, oh, you're right behind everyone. Everyone online will see you well, but our audience will have to squeeze and look through a few of people. Great. Thanks so much for being with us today, Chiara. We know it was logistically very difficult to get here, but we appreciate you joining us online. Chiara is from the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, which has been really ahead of the curve for some time now on the green bond side, and they have, of course, launched the Luxembourg Green Exchange some time ago now. Chiara, can you talk to us a bit about what do you see as the next frontier in financing climate adaptation and mitigation through capital markets?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tiffany. I think there is a bit of delay between the audio and the video. I see you speaking on the screen, but I don't hear anything. So I will go ahead and try to reply to your question. First of all, I do represent the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and the Luxembourg Green Exchange, and I would just like to say a word for those of you who might not know the Green Exchange. It's the reference platform for the listing and the display of sustainability debt securities. It means green, social, sustainability, and sustainability-linked bonds. To the extent that, just to give you a size of the platform, we have today something around 1,100 bonds from 210 issuers, sorry about that, that cumulative represent more than 500 billions of US dollars. So that's really impressive what we have grown in the space of just 5 years. You said it, Tiffany, we have been ahead of the curve already with the launch of this platform, and we need to continue to be relevant in this space if we want to contribute to our collective objectives, which are the same of the industry. So scaling up, bringing more supply of bankable qualitative projects, and making sure that the foundations of this market are as integrated as possible, and to bring down the risk of fragmentation. Now, in relation to your questioning on the next frontier of climate mitigation and climate adaptation, the first thing I would like to say might sound obvious, and is that the next wave of the market will still continue to be pretty much revolving around transparency. So whether we will continue to work in an environment which is soft regulated or even unregulated, or in a hard regulated environment, transparency will still be here, and it will be improved to make sure that the integrity of the market can be its backbones, basically. To this respect, I can just mention a couple of rewarding and reassuring activities that are going on in the regulatory space, at least at European level. So what we are seeing is that companies are being pressurized to disclose their level of alignment, especially in relation to mitigation and adaptation activities, which are the ones that have been defined before other environmental activities. And on the other side, investors are being asked to substantiate the sustainability nature of their investments. So what we're seeing is an increase of the focus of mandatory disclosure, so that investors can better understand where to put the money and make sure that they allocate the money into qualitative added value investment opportunities. The second thing I'd like to mention is that climate mitigation and adaptation are not only about low carbon projects exclusively. I mean, we know that mitigation is, generally speaking, about bringing down CO2 and other gas emissions. And we can't forget that a lot of them is coming from sectors that can't be considered green, but that can't be ruled out from the system overnight. So investors, in this respect, have understood that supporting transition companies, or companies from highly polluting sectors, but that are hard to abate and for which there are no cleaner alternatives, need to be helped to review their models, and they need to be pressurized to look at ways to bring down their internal emissions. or even scope 3 emissions consumption. So that's a very interesting development, and because of investor interest being clearly there, we will see a mix of financing of green projects, green activities, and financing of transition activities. I would like to mention to this respect another interesting development that is going on since a couple of years, which is the stronger link between science and transition finance. So we've seen that for companies to be seen as credible in the space, they will have to come to market with measurable, ambitious, and science-backed Paris-aligned pathways. And by doing that, they will have to be referencing science and to be working with external strong partners that can do this job for them. So we will see much more partnership in relation to the sophistication of instruments that will allow this sector to show what they're doing, show that they're doing the right thing, and come up with also measurability into their action. And then the third thing I would like to mention, there are many more potentially, but just to keep our conversation limited to what I think will be the main drivers, is the proliferation of pledges. We've heard that before on the panel today. They're coming from industry association, they're coming from individual entities, from companies. I don't think it's just a political game. I really think that they are making companies or other groups accountable to define implementation plans and to make sure that they innovate internally to review their models. So what I'm saying here is that we should look at this space, that it's probably too premature to come up with any conclusions here, but it's an interesting space to look at, see what is behind the pledges, and see to what measurable impact this can bring us.
Thank you so much, Chiara. They certainly have their finger on the pulse there. Can you hear me? I'm just going to see if you can take a follow-up question.
I can hear you.
Oh, great. Wonderful. So while we have you on the screen, I'm just going to come back to you to kind of reflect on, your role as a stock exchange, your role at the stock exchange, and how you see you being able to adapt to these changes you see going forth. So what do you think is the role of the stock exchange in this climate movement? And can your exchange, can you be more bold, be more ambitious? Where do you think to see those opportunities?
I think we need, as I said before, we really need to adapt to continue to be relevant for the market. I think our goals are similar. First of all, the challenge for all of the exchanges is to strike the right balance between putting the bar higher in terms of encouraging disclosure, encouraging measurability, but at the same time respect the level of preparedness of the market and of companies that list their securities on an exchange. That's difficulty to strike this right balance in terms of listing requirements, which are of course more stringent on the green segment of exchanges or the green exchanges in their own title. Our journey has been a 5-year journey just of continuous adaptation. First of all, in the core business, we've had to make our classification role evolve in relation to the new products that have been produced and codified in the market. So we started with green bonds. We moved to have product-specific standards aligned to the international standards for social and sustainability bonds, and that was the same for sustainability-linked bonds. Now, we've also come up with an innovation, I would say, to the extent we gave visibility and legitimation to those bonds that might not be labeled against international standards, but that are issued by those companies that are generally considered as climate-aligned companies. So companies that have at least 75% of their revenues in green activities, up to, of course, 100%. We have wanted to classify them and to show the market that they represent strong, sustainable investment opportunities, even if they're not labeled, and uncover a universe to the broader sustainable finance catalog of products. That's just one example. I don't know how much time I have, but I would like at least to mention a couple of additional initiatives. One is the launch of the Data Hub, and that's really another specific market infrastructure, and it's a depository of data for the fixed income sustainable space that will help to structure information that exists today, but that is scattered across very different numbers of information sources and across very different formats. So we're bringing structure, we're bringing a normalization of the data points. In other words, we're trying to bring an ease to the investors in the sourcing of such information and in the comparability. And the last initiative I would like to mention, I don't know how bold it is compared to the Data Hub, which has been pretty bold, I can tell you, 2 years of work before being able to bring it to market, is our step into sustainable financial education. We launched an academy 1 year ago. We have run it virtually because of the pandemic. It's working very well, and we're happy to say that we've managed to allow issuers that were first-time issuers on the market to be upskilled via the educational services we've been providing. I will stop here for the sake of time. Happy to elaborate more if needed.
Thanks, Caro. Thanks for being with us here today virtually.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. Thanks. I'm going to move to our panel in person with the same question, actually. I'd like you to just reflect a little bit about what is the role of stock exchanges in the climate movement and tackling climate change. I think you're all here for a reason, so you probably know that quite well. But if you can summarize in a few words, what is your role? And we have about maybe 2 minutes each to kind of address how you can be bold, how you can be ambitious. Where do you see you as a stock exchange moving forward in being ambitious about climate change? I'll start with David because you have a microphone.
Thank you, Tiffany. Yes, indeed. Well, from the Mexican Stock Exchange, I think one of the main objectives is to keep building capacities, because the financial sector has to know what are the implications of climate change, so they can they can take different and alternative actions. And also another important thing from the Mexican Stock Exchange is to be as an example for other actors. And that's why the Mexican Stock Exchange has developing climate strategies, like I said before, to measure, reduce, and offset their carbon footprint. And also to innovate in financial instruments beyond the green and sustainable bonds, so that we can allow all the market participants to achieve their climate goals. I think in a summary, it's what I want to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Hideki, would you like to continue?
Thank you very much. Our exchange is currently especially focusing on 2 activities. One is that to support all the listing companies disclose the ESG-related information. And the other activities are that to provide a lot of ESG-related indices and also the products to the investors, which I already mentioned. And then regarding the first one, to support the listing companies disclose the ESG-related information, already, other panelists already mentioned that our exchange recently revised the corporate governance code, so that's why that currently the old blue chip Japanese companies, listing companies, but consist of around 1,000 companies, virtually becoming mandatory for them to disclose the ESG-related information, especially on a TCFD based. And the other activity is that we joined the Sustainable Stock Exchange several years ago, and they also published the Japanese translation version of the Sustainable Stock Exchange model guidance. And also we we published the ESG practical handbook, and also established the ESG knowledge hub, which put together all the ESG related information, general information into the one integrated website. What we are focusing on is that our exchange has 3,000 listing companies, and when we're focusing on the blue chip companies, I think they're not so difficult to analyze and disclose the ESG related information for themselves. But we have lots of mid and small cap companies, and they don't know for sure how to analyze the ESG factors in each of the listing companies, and also how to disclose these kinds of ESG information. They have a very huge potential good ESG information, but they don't know how to disclose it. So that's why we support these kinds of activities too, especially the mid and small cap companies and something like that.
Great, thank you. And I think a lot of you are working a lot on educating the market and training. We've just been working closely and with all of your markets, actually, we're working on TCFD disclosure. So thanks for bringing up the side of education. Shamila, can I come to you about what's next and bold and ambitious in your market?
Oh, goodness, the sky's the limit.
Good to hear.
Next and bold and ambitious. So I think our role is really to create that enabling environment for better practices to grow and to support that market. So creating that enabling environment, of course, is kind of like how long is a piece of string and how far do you want to get involved? And can you? So, it's being able to understand that. So we really see it as creating that enabling environment, and that could be through disclosures, through products and services, through using our convening power, advocacy, engagement with the market. Now, that's kind of a long shopping list almost, but what we found is that you need to be close to what the market needs. We've just embarked on a project now to issue both ESG and ESG and climate disclosure guidance in our market, and the climate disclosure guidance will be premised off the work we've done with the SSE. And it has been honestly illuminating to sit and listen to what our companies are saying and the challenges that they're facing, and the spectrum of understanding within the market that goes from, to Tomita-san's kind of point about where on one end of the market you have very advanced issuers who are up the curve and are among the best, kind of disclosures in the world, reporters in the world, and on the other end that are just starting the journey, and kind of their first question is, what is sustainability? And so how do we do that, and how do we support that? So our primary aim is to say that the markets are a force for good, but it takes intent to be able to do that. So we've had to do an element of responsiveness to what it is and where our companies are at, and an element of what is next that we're seeing when we put together all these factors that we're so fortunate to be exposed to and understand, and say, but this is where it's actually going, and we need to create that environment. Companies might not see it right now, but if we can see it's going there, investors are asking this, policy is changing so rapidly. What is next going to look like? And we then create the enabling environment. When we created our framework for green bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, and soon to be transition bonds and sustainability linked bonds, there was an element of, do we know if the market needs this, or do we build it and they'll come? And it was a combination of the two. There was certainly a bit of boldness that was required, leadership, and just let's go for it. And it's panned out well. And so we see that that's part of our role, is that we've got to constantly be watching what's happening, constantly be understanding, communicating that in our market. The market sees us as a credible source of information. So let's be that credible source and then make sure we're doing that the right way. And then bold, I think, is also using our opportunity to influence policy, decision-making, locally and globally, share our experiences, and at the other end also learn very quickly what's happening and bring that into our market to make sure that our markets can remain resilient, attractive investment destinations, and ultimately places that, when you're investing your pension fund or whatever, that it is a valuable long-term proposition.
Thanks, Shamila. I certainly agree that markets can be a force for good, and we will continue to work together towards that. David, can you build on that?
So I think there's the easy stuff that exchanges can do, which is things like the kind of the green bond segments and the kind of we launched a green economy mark for companies which have more than a certain level of green revenues. But so that's the kind of the easier stuff in that that's very exciting. Everyone wants to kind of allocate to green industries. The more difficult stuff is with the higher carbon industries and how you engage there and support meaningful action. One part of that is the data and disclosure, and actually it's really important that all of us now really, exchanges have a lot of soft influence. Some will actually have, maybe a harder regulatory role, but all of us have at least a soft influence and can help encourage, catalyse better data. But we can go beyond that. And so something which I'd like to call out my colleague, actually, Claire Dorian, she's sitting in the audience, who's for her leadership in leading some of this on the capital markets side, who heads this work up. But what she's just launched a week ago was a climate governance score for companies listed in London. So we took we can see in the indexes we're building for all sorts of different pension funds and working with different exchanges that investors are reallocating capital to companies based on those which have got better transition plans. But companies need to understand that and understand how investors are looking at them. So what we launched was a score. At the moment we're providing it privately to the companies so they can see how they're being assessed, which is looking at some things like have they got senior accountability for climate? Are they reporting their emissions? Are they setting short-term targets, long-term targets? Do they have an internal price of carbon? Are they linking this to executive remuneration? So there's that part of it. The next bit, which will have to come after this, which is the really hard bit, is are the targets that they're setting good enough? Are they going to be aligned with where we need to get to for 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees? That's a more complex piece. We will be coming to that. I can see Julia Hoggett, CEO of the Exchange, nodding. But these are tough things, but we've all got to work through them because there is not a choice. The global economy has to decarbonise, and very rapidly.
Great. Thanks, David. And to finish off today, Harry, can you give us an additional, it's the hardest to go to last, I know, but you guys are leading in many areas. So can you add kind of what is your role and how do you see ambition and bold movement moving forward?
Yes, so we set a vision to be a leading sustainable and credible transition finance and trade hub with end-to-end product solutions and, importantly, ecosystem. And we are a multi-asset exchange. Of course, we have our listcos, but there's also fixed income, commodities, commodities hedging in particular, data business, indices business. We're launching carbon markets, etc. So whether it's for future-proofing, our business, our clients' businesses, or whether it's really building on those opportunities and capturing what's to come, we wanted to take a step back and think about where can we and exchanges overall have the most impact. And where we came to is, for example, around disclosure. So we have the benefit of now having mandated disclosures I mentioned so there's been reporting for 4 years. So we analyzed those reporting and sort out where were there gaps in terms of disclosures. And one key potential missing piece in the future would be lack of comparability and potentially accuracy as well. So we have been on the back of those analysis, looking to see how can we launch a data platform to make it easier for companies to report on a standardized financially material set of indicators. So we've consulted the market as to what those indicators should be, but with the latest announcements, sustainability is ever evolving, so with the latest announcements and changes in the disclosures, we will have to continue to factor that in. So again, accuracy, data, cleaning things up, making it comparable, and actually machine readable, right? Because it's not going to be, today we're facing lack of data in many ways, but in the future, the problem is going to be too much data. So how do you help all stakeholders find the right information that's material? Now, when we think about capturing the opportunities for ourselves and our ecosystem, as David also mentioned, the big material thing that in particular in Asia, because we are a hub, that we have to undergo is this transition. We are all focusing on, of course, climate transition, but it's not just climate, right? We've heard the announcements that we want to be nature neutral or positive even beyond 2030, etc. So how do we also then capture the opportunities from these? And for that, creating products, financial products that really will move the needle, you have to work with the ecosystem. So that's why we opted to choose to join Net Zero Financial Services Providers Alliance, to work together with others, in particular to look at, for each of the product lines, how do we drive those services to net zero? And so that's the work that we all are going to be undertaking together. but then it goes beyond climate, right? So for each of the environmental objectives, social objectives, how do we pull this all together? And we have to listen to investors, we have to listen to companies, we have to listen to other exchanges. So it's that ecosystem play that we really have to drive towards, and that's going to be the ambitious part.
Great. Thanks, Harry. And as much as I think we'd all love to continue this conversation, because I think we might all be from the same planet in our objectives here, I hope that we were able to kind of send home a bit of a message that stock exchanges are a key player in what we've said a few times, the ecosystem here, in kind of bringing together all the important players in the capital market system. And as we've talked about a lot today here, I heard a lot of the words of kind of changing mindsets, putting pressure on behind the scenes conversations, listening to our market, and stock exchanges play a really important role kind of working behind the scenes and making sure that there's alignment within the market for that stability we're looking for here today. Just to comment on two more things that I think were very importantly highlighted here was collaboration, and how all of these players, they're leaders in their own right, but as stock exchanges, they're leaders, but as collaborators, they're leaders, and they're working together time and time again to make sure that this is a movement that's moving forward collectively and globally. And with that comes a lot of governance and a lot of regulatory movement as well. So I'm happy to hear that everyone's working on that together with their regulators, and at the SSE we also work closely with capital market regulators. So with that, we're out of time, and I'd like to thank everyone for being here with us today. Thank you so much for our panelists for taking the time to have this conversation, not only for us and those online, but for everyone who was unaware of the role of stock exchanges. I hope they now understand the key role that they play in this movement. Also, thank you to our partners, the UNFCCC, Masamba, Sylvia, thank you so much for working together with us on this. And I will just note that we have another meeting that's happening with many of the exchanges here today and their leadership on net zero in particular and data. So if that also interests you, please check out the SSE's Twitter handle at SSE Initiative, where we have all the information on how you can join that online as well. Thanks, everyone. Have a great afternoon, and good luck at COP.
I will speak last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to speak last?
Last.
Okay. But I sent a list of questions.
You have them here?
Yeah, but you did not.
You have them here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any question that? Let's now start our last session. A very important one. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our participants, those that are here with us and those that are following virtually our event. So, welcome to the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub Dialogue. Please, can you sit so that we can start? So as you all know, finance is a key instrument, and it has to be part of the toolbox if we want to address the climate challenge. Unless we are able to redirect mainstream finance at scale, to our green activities, it will not be possible to achieve the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. So it means that finance is really a very important lever to address climate. So far, we have seen finance being used for climate action. But here, our focus is really on the most transformative type of climate action and what can be done so that finance can be directed to the most transformative type of climate action. To discuss this, we have an excellent panel. We have Mr. Antoine Cyr, Global Head of Company Engagement, BNP Paribas, Mrs. Kampeta Sain-Doga, CEO Development Bank of Rwanda, Mr. Henri Fernandez, CEO and Chairman of MSCI, Mrs. Vivienne Yeda, Director General, East Africa Development Bank. So I'm very happy because we managed to have gender balance and also geographical balance, which is not easy. So I would like to start maybe giving the floor to you, Antoine. So financial leaders are expected to have moonshot mindset where targets are set not based on what is perceived as possible, but what is needed. What we are seeing is generally target, pledge, objective are set based on what people perceive as possible. We consider that to address challenges such as the sustainability challenge and the climate challenge, we have to change perspective and set target objective based on what is needed, and actually use innovation to fill the gap between what is needed and what is actually possible. What could be done in the financial sector to promote this mindset?
Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the question, because the question is very important. Basically, the question is how do we stop all promoting what we do and just starting from the problems where they are and see how all together we can make the problem an opportunity by each one doing his job, but doing his job at the service of the solution. So this is a transformation that we need to create. And of course, the ideal would be if we would be able to develop a lot of blended finance. So a blended finance, what is it? It is somewhere in an ecosystem, you have social and environmental problems, and you put together NGOs that help to identify the requirement. You put development banks and public banks and international bodies that are able to finance or to de-risk or to contribute and to be or to invest and to be an anchor of the project. You have corporates that can help to provide offtake and that can contribute to make an ecosystem, I would say, reliable for environment, but also in terms of business. And you have everyone around the table working to have the project working for good. This is the ideal of blended finance, but it is quite difficult to make work because you have to make work together people who have never worked together during the 20th century. And now you have noticed that for 20 years we have been in the 21st, but for the moment we have not been able to have everybody working very much together. There are some exceptions, but most of the exceptions for the moment are the people are working 2 by 2. For example, I can give examples as BNP Paribas. We have created an investment fund with an NGO. So it's the NGO is the NGO of Bertrand Piccard, who identified climate-friendly startups and technologies, and BNP Paribas, who brings the investment knowledge, know-how, to be able to invest in it. We are able to work with UN agencies. I have 2 very good examples of working with UN agencies in the north of Senegal, which is an area, one of the areas the most touched by the global warming. One of the areas of the world. With UN Women, we are helping a group of 15,000 women to develop resilient agriculture and climate-friendly agriculture. And not being served by microfinance, but being considered by the bank as a corporate and benefiting from much better conditions. So but it's an experiment. So we do the experiment together. I have another example in Ivory Coast where we are working with UNICEF on a development impact bond that will be based on 50 million euros of impact bond that will help to use plastic waste and to make some Lego-like bricks to build a social infrastructure. So the examples do exist, but the ideal is when you have around the table the development bank, the private investors, the NGOs, and probably the best way to reach it is to improve in the frameworks that will define, that will help to assess the quality of the process, the environmental and social quality of the project, and help everybody around the table to speak the same language about what is a good good project. So the question, you know, each of us could probably speak of this 2 hours, so I stop there. But that was my first answer to your very, very vast question.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Antoine. Indeed, so what we are saying is collaboration is needed. For the time being, we are seeing bilateral collaboration, but we need to go beyond that and have multilateral collaboration with all parties that are needed around the table. But for that, we need to have common understanding of what good project is. So it means that we need a framework that allows to measure the impact of action, being sustainability action, be it climate action. So now I would like to turn to Henry. So climate finance needs to support both incremental improvement in terms of sustainability, but also, let's say, more transformative type of climate action. But what we are seeing is, for the time being, finance is focusing more at the sector level to improve in a way that is quite incremental. So what could be done to redirect finance toward sustainability, climate action that are more transformative?
Well, thank you for having me first. Secondly, just a quick word about who we are to understand my vantage point, you know, and the comments that I make. MSCI is a leading provider of investment tools for the global investment industry and finance industry. So our mission is to make the investment process better, more transparent. And that's critically important because the investment and finance industry is one of the most important in our society because it channels savings to productive investments that create economic growth. So I think the first thing to remind ourselves here, which may be self-evident, and Antoine, you touched upon this, the number one innovation regarding climate is that we all realize is one world, one set of humanity, one set of problems that we all have to solve together. That is a big innovation by itself. That's a big realization. So therefore, if you think about what's happening, since we have that existential threat, is that organizations are abandoning their sandboxes. Banks, you know, development agencies, you know, or NGOs, you know, government, regulatory bodies, they're all abandoning and gathering together to say, how do we create collective solutions to these collective problems? That's a big innovation. And I think we need to talk about that and harp on that. So today, for example, we did something that it was unthinkable at MSCI some time ago, is we gather together with the UN Capital Development Fund, the Global Investors for Sustainable Development, you know, Alliance, Impact Shares, which is an exchange-traded fund manager, and MSCI, and we created an index that it is, you know, selecting the best companies that are going to do good things for the climate, or, you know, not be the ones that are creating problems, and we put together our collective thoughts to create that index, and this index is the underline of the portfolio that is this exchange-traded funds that was launched today in the New York Stock Exchange. We would have never done that before because we would have not participated in any kind of partnership with a development organization like this Capital Development Fund from the UN, and so on and so forth, right? So I think that is what's happening. So the key to us is how do we drop those barriers, those boundaries, and the like. So one other concept here is climate change is about alignment. If you're a company that is pledging net zero, and your suppliers are not net zero, and your distributors and your customers are not net zero, you're not going to be net zero. It's impossible. So then the alignment is, and the codependence, the interdependence is, you got to go to the suppliers and we got to work together to bring your nets to your goals to net zero. I got to go to my distributors, you know, to do the same. A country is the same. You know, you can have all these heads of states pledging net zero. At the end of the day, they're just the government. It is the companies and the institutions in that society, in that country, that need to achieve net zero. So similarly, they cannot go out and pledge net zero without going into the companies and the institutions in that society and say, we got to work together to make you net zero, because otherwise these promises are empty. So I think that we'll talk some more about specific innovations, and hopefully in the next few questions. But importantly, I think we need to be cognizant of this alignment, this integration, this lowering of barriers, because we have this existential threat that needs to be solved quickly. And therefore, all organizations of all types are trying to get together to work on it.
Thank you. I think you touched upon one point that is really important, the fact that climate goal cannot be achieved in the context of one entity isolated in a value chain or in a supply chain. So I fully agree with you that net zero within one company, if the rest of the supply chain is emitting a lot of CO2, does not make sense. The purpose should be to make the entire supply chain, the entire value chain, net zero. Because if you are not emitting, but you are buying from someone who is emitting a lot, you are contributing to the emission. So that aspect is, in my view, extremely important. And also we need to, one aspect that you have touched upon that is very important, we need to go beyond reducing our own emission and also become a solution provider, meaning helping others also reduce their emission along our supply chain. That's something important also. Now I would like to turn to Mrs. Sainzoga. So innovation, when you say innovation, generally people think about technology, but innovation goes well beyond technology. Challenges such as climate change or sustainability cannot be addressed acting only on one level, on the technology level. We need to innovate not only on technology, but also on policy, on business model, on leadership, on governance, and on collaboration, and on finance. So, how can we incentivize the development of innovative financial instruments? How can we encourage financiers to come up with innovative solutions that can help address the sustainability challenge?
Well, thank you very much, Masamba, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. I will start probably with the renaissance of development banks, and I'm glad I'm seated with my colleague here from the East African Development Bank, because one thing that we've learned with COVID and with the crisis is that development banks are not dead, and they actually be useful because they can be a useful bridge between the national priorities and the private sector. Yeah. And this is a good time to actually place the development banks at the heart of what they are supposed to do, which is providing development financing for current challenges, and clearly climate change is a current challenge. Yeah. Now, to what extent are we able as development banks to play that role? I think also depends on how innovative we can be in raising financing. Yeah. And one of the lessons that we've learned from my country, at least in what we try to do with renewable energy, is very much in line with what was said by Mr. Fernandez, is we need to look at bundled products. And typically what used to happen is you would have guarantees on one side, credit lines on one side, end user subsidy in government, and all as different products kind of located in different areas. And when it comes to changing the behavior, because what we're really talking about is changing the behavior of the private sector, right? And in an environment that is perceived as a high-risk environment, which we don't think as Africans is a high-risk environment, but is perceived as a high-risk environment by many players in the world, it is even harder for the private sector to be able to change its behavior. And therefore, the combination of all these products into one blended, bundled product actually is a big carrot to allow and enable the private sector to be able to change its behavior. Now, I see in COP, we tend to speak as if everybody has the same challenge, but we don't have the same challenge. Reduction of emission in my country that's not highly industrialized is less of a problem. My biggest problem is how do I industrialize and how do I not make the same mistakes that some of the countries where we are have done, right? So the challenge is more around resilience, adaptation, and how do we raise funding for that. Now, when we look at the example that we've had with solar panels, we've seen that actually there are many ways to skin this cat. And initially, and I'll be very blunt about it, what was sold to us as the holy grail was the green bonds. In the context of adaptation in a country with a GDP that's still evolving, to put it politely, the green bonds are quite pricey. So if I pass on the cost of the green bond to my private sector and say, hey, look at a good deal for you to be able to do adaptation and maybe increase access to renewable energy, nobody's going to touch that money. Now, whereas these are solutions that work very well in Europe, and we see the amount of emissions of green bonds in Europe, the fact that we have only 25 green bonds in Africa says something, that maybe, the carrot is a carrot in the north, but not really a carrot in the south. So as we think about innovative financing, I think it's important that we look at, one, how do we develop these projects that, can address the issues that we have, and typically these are issues of adaptation and resilience. Two, what is the quality of these projects? Can we make sure that they meet the minimum standards in terms of addressing the problem at hand? And then three, let's look at the quality of the financing, both in terms of pricing and in terms of relevance. And I think if we address these three things, then, with the right partners on board, and I like the point made by my colleague from BNP Paribas, then we'll have made a major step forward. And the few times when we've done, we've actually seen some great results. So it's not something that's very theoretical and very far away, but it's something that can actually produce results on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very insightful statement. Yes, definitely bundling product and blended finance should be part of the toolbox. This is absolutely important. And I also agree with you that the contexts are not the same, and for many countries in the global south, the focus should not be on decarbonizing the economy, but more on how do we develop in a way that is aligned with the climate goal. And I think this is what makes very specific the global innovation hub that we are promoting, because we are not looking for innovative solution to decarbonize, but rather innovative solutions that allow to meet the core human need, but in a way that is aligned with the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. So just I would like you to maybe elaborate on one aspect, why green bond is not being effective in the South and in Africa. Is it related to the issue of perceived risk, or what else is,
So I think the first challenge is, of course, to find projects that meet the benchmark, let's be honest. But this is a challenge that can be addressed with preparation funds. We have now, more and more technical assistance to prepare projects accordingly. But the second thing is the pricing. Nobody talks about it, but the pricing is actually pretty much market pricing. So when you look at the pricing and you look at the cost to prepare the project, the cost to meet the benchmark, depending on the taxonomy you've chosen or the framework that you have chosen, and then the cost of monitoring and evaluation ex post, with a fairly significant reputational risk on the institution if you miss one or two benchmarks, then it is easier and cheaper just to leverage a normal bond. So I think we need to look at that and see what can we do to make green bond a little bit more exciting, a little bit more interesting. And the benchmark around the eligibility of projects is very much also based on the requirements of the North, right? Which are not always fitting with what we have, as I mentioned, in the South. So even what is considered a high-grade project is based on the needs of the North, and it may not be my priority in the South. So even the definition of the quality of projects is quite subjective. We rarely talk about it, but it's actually quite subjective. So if I want to issue a green bond, and in this case, my institution, BRD, is thinking about it very seriously, you need to match the pipeline that you have with the framework, the eligibility framework that exists. And that eligibility frameworks, let's be open, most of the market for green bond is in Europe, right? So you need to be able to find a way to match it. And even when you match it, the investors are not ready to give you a preferential rate because it's green. So the amount of effort that you need to do to bring it to markets versus the price differential makes it for a hard story. And that's why you see most of the green bonds from Africa are typically from South Africa or from Morocco. Most of them. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is a very interesting topic. Now I would like to move to Mrs. Yeda. So we know that there are some challenges faced by the development of climate and sustainability financial solution. What are the most prominent among these challenges? And who actually could act to address this challenge among those stakeholders that you are working with, be it, let's say, private financial, policy makers, financial regulator, or the civil society, international organization, IFIs, who actually could help address the issues that we are facing?
Good evening. I think to say that we're facing challenges is probably an understatement. And when I explain the perception from where we see it, and my sister here has alluded to it, from the global south, things appear rather different. But they appear different in this way. I'll explain. The countries that are significantly affected by the climate change and the actions that have led to climate change are seemingly in the global south, including the island states. The emissions, we are told, I think a majority of about 80% of the carbon emissions emanate from the G20. And they constitute 80% of those global emissions. Yeah. For the rest of the global south, that number probably is less than 1%. Totally. However, the impacts are significant because we know from our environments that we are facing difficulties, weather patterns are changing, the rains are not coming when they're due to come, and we rely on rain-fed agriculture for agricultural productivities. For the island states, they've spoken from themselves. Some of them are seeing the sea levels rising and rising very rapidly. So in terms of challenge and timing, I think it could not be worse. Time has run out, really, for the global south. Now, when it comes to funding, I think where we see the challenge is in the conceptualization of the solutions that should be put forth to resolve this problem. Having said that, the global south probably accounts for less than 1%. The kind of sacrifices that are going to be expected of us, we're already at net zero, but of course we have to continue being at net zero. So we're being asked not to engage in activities that would contribute to global warming. And what does that mean? For many of the economies, it means abandoning their natural resource sector. So for those countries in the south that have oil, gas, natural gas, methane, like my sister here, what we are being told is to abandon that sector completely, coal, and to leave the probable returns from that economy or from that sector that would benefit the economy completely. And that sacrifice is not being quantified in monetary terms. And that needs to be addressed. We're also being asked to leapfrog For the global north, they've gone through the entire spectrum, right from wood to coal to oil to gas, including fracking in the north. And that has been the bedrock of their economy and has sustained the companies that actually engage in these activities. The global south is being told to leapfrog that stage. So the question is, how do we quantify the loss to those economies, and how do those economies get some level of compensation? Because remember, they are not the ones that have caused the pollution. We are also being asked, because of natural environment, East and Central Africa, the Amazon basin, which are really the lungs of the world, not to cut down the trees, to reduce logging, etc., which we agree. But the question is, again, how do we then fund the economies when we've abandoned entire sectors and entire livelihoods? Now, the conversation about financing and going through green bonds and going through stock exchanges, that's fantastic for the North. And they can obviously take advantage of that because they have to talk to their companies to change the way they operate. For the global South, we need to have a different financial mechanism, and probably this is a good discussion, being an innovating discussion. We need to have a different conversation completely. How do we quantify abandoned sectors? How do we quantify industries that we have to completely stop developing? Some of these industries have just been funded by institutions in the North, and we are expected, obviously, to pay the debt. Is the debt going to be written off? Or are we going to continue to pay for an asset that we cannot use because it is fired by coal, or it's a coal mine, or it's some other gas type of facility, which is obviously not acceptable in the current environment? So I think the financing model for the South needs to change. It's not about debt. And we are already burdened by a lot of debt. We cannot be expected to raise further debt to compensate for environmental challenges that have been foisted on that part of the world by activities in the North. So you asked me what governments can do. And I think for the global North, then we need to have a hard conversation. I think this is not about asking companies to change their carbon footprint or to innovate better how they do their business. I think there needs to be a discussion at the fiscal level and at the monetary policy level. Fiscal level means taxes. If a company has a certain carbon footprint, we need to increase the taxes, not the 15% that I think was discussed by the G20. It needs to be a significant tax, and not just a tax going forward, a tax going backwards. If we are able to analyze how much of that activity has contributed to global warming, we need to tax that, and that then needs to go into a fund to help the countries most affected, but least contributing to the global warming, to be able to adjust the economies to the new reality. Monetary policy also has to be strengthened in the global North to make sure that the way the funds are channeled across the globe, including, as to what my sister was alluding to, the cost of funds to the South. When we need to borrow for climate, that funding needs to come in at the same rate as it goes into companies in the North. So why would I raise a bond, a green bond, ostensibly, at 6%, when a development bank in the global North is raising that money at 0.5%? Or the bank in the global North is going to raise that money at 0.5% and then lend it to me at 6%, and then I will lend it to her at 7%. That whole equation does not work. And I think we need to be bold, given the challenges that we are facing today. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a very inspiring statement. And later on, I will ask the other panelists whether they can react to that. I think the points that you have raised are a very important point. So under the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, we are also promoting innovative solutions that can lead to disruption of value chain. Because what is clear is if you want to achieve the longer-term climate goal, we cannot continue business as usual. So we need to come up with innovative solutions that satisfy the core human need differently. So it means that some of the existing value chains that are too much carbon intensive will need to be disrupted. But then, so that's the technical debate. What we are saying is we need to find solutions that, as much as possible, allow to transfer and reuse the knowledge and skills as well as assets that are on the disrupted value chain so that they can serve in the new value chain to avoid as much as possible stranded people as well as stranded asset. But I think one important point that you have raised is the need to separate the technical debate and the political debate. The technical debate, for sure, something needs to be done for those value chains that have too high carbon footprint. But then the political debate is who should pay for that. Because I agree with you, you cannot request a country that is dependent on natural resources to stop using them for development. It has a cost. Who will cover that cost? For me, this is the political debate that needs to be separated from the technical debate, whether or not it has to be done. For me, it has to be done. Yes, everybody agree, yes. But then who will pay for that is, in my view, the political debate. So any ideas, maybe starting with Antoine?
Well, I believe that it goes to the fact that, and although it's not my, it's certainly not my qualification and my quality, but what has been said on the importance of the political debate can certainly not be avoided because it's essential. And I believe that and it has consequences about what we want to do on finance. I believe that political signals are absolutely essential. And if you just go a bit backwards and maybe also a bit forward, backwards, the political signal that was sent 40 years ago or so was that the free markets would solve everything. And we have seen that this political debate was not, the political signal was not the right one. The guy said, okay, if the shareholders are happy, everybody will be happy, which proved to be something ridiculous. And then a few years ago, we had another political signal, which was very different, which was the signal of the Paris Agreement, saying, okay, there is an economy, there is markets, there are a lot of things that make that is the business, but there is something which is higher than the markets and the business, which is the common goals we have to have for climate. And what is interesting, and I believe it's a groundbreaking stage in the history of diplomacy, you had international diplomacy that was able, and the SDGs, the UN SDGs is also somewhat an example of this. You had international initiatives that were able to set objectives that were understandable by the countries, by the business, by everybody, to limit the global warming, and then, for example, as a bank, we are making models to align our banking portfolio on the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So there is a political signal that was given with clear targets, and we are aligning a business model on the targets because we understand that this model is what has been defined by the political authority, by the condition of our survival. And what has been underlined by our colleagues of the Development Bank is that the political signal has been given on the energy transition, but the political signal has not been given on the just transition. And the just transition, it raises a lot of questions. Is the just transition just allowing the people of the North to combine, thanks to technology, the transition with keeping their standards of life, while the ones who are responsible for the majority, who are responsible for nothing in the global warming, are enduring the hardest conditions. So it's and it's something which has to be addressed because the answer has clearly to be an answer which is much more, I would say, equitable and that addresses all the issues that have been mentioned during this panel. So I believe that we need probably a new political signal on just transition. We have had the political signal, the international political signal on the transition, but the political signal on just transition is not yet there. That's my perception.
Yeah. Yes.
I think just following up on what Viviane was saying, and we use the same words, but they don't mean the same things. When our colleagues in the North talk about Eurobond, they're talking about, as Viviane was saying, 0.5% in their currency. Mm-hmm. When I talk about a Eurobond, I'm talking about 12% in my currency. Mm-hmm. It's the same word, but it's not the same thing. Yeah. So it's very hard for me to convince my private sector that's already facing an uphill market risk to take money at 13, 14, 15 if I put my own margin. So I think as you talk about a just transition, we need to be careful about the words that we use because they are the same, but in different contexts, they mean completely different things.
I agree. So just before you took the floor, one point I would like you maybe to touch upon, because really we have Viviane providing, let's say, a solution to the transition. What she is saying is, yes, we can accept to leave our natural resources if they lead to value chains that are too much emitting. That's agreement, we can do it. But then on the how it should be done, what she's proposing, what she's saying is, at the political question of who will pay for that, she's saying the polluters, those that historically have polluted, they have to pay. And how to do it? She proposed also something very concrete. We have to measure their level of contribution to the pollution, and they have to pay for that, and this is that amount of money that need to be used to pay for the cost of abandoning natural resources. Do you have a view on that, and on top of what you wanted to?
Well, again, it's a political signal is a political signal, and it's a decision that has to be made politically, because I know that the companies, to a certain extent, they can adapt to a lot of different contexts, but it has to come from the political authority, because only the political authority guarantees a level playing field. So if you want to take this kind of decision, it's a decision that is it has to be taken at the political level, and I believe that if there is capacity to the political level to take such a decision. I believe that there is a capacity from the business, first to consider this is fair, and second to apply it. But this decision has to be this kind of decision has to be taken in conditions that guarantees a level playing field, because it's the main issue. So maybe in the next times. But you know, the only thing that I can say that maybe mitigates this a bit is that in some areas, you can say that it is a business because it's a private sector. In other areas, the business is not private, it's public. So I believe that what is considered of being the question of a company is also sometimes a question of a country, because a country is an ecosystem with consumers, with corporates, with banks, with a lot of people. And at the end of the day, I believe that this goes into introducing more fairness between the country and more equitable relationship in a system where today, as you mentioned, there are always the same countries that are losing. And what we have to do, whatever the way we do it, is to reverse a system when there are always the same countries that are losing, and the companies of the countries that are losing, and the people of the countries that are losing. So we need political decisions that will change this, and the tax you mentioned can be part of the political decision, but it's not the question whether it's the private or the public sectors, because some of the pollution is coming massively from public sector, and in other area it's coming from private sector. So it's a question between countries, and yes, in implementation, you can imagine such taxes, but I believe it has first to be considered as a political and country level issue. But that's my, honestly, that's my vision just now. But this is certainly something that needs to be discussed and elaborated, because what you have pointed is probably something that we in the north are not enough aware of. And listening to you is a very important experience for me. So thank you.
Martin?
The biggest disruption, you ask about disruptions, right? Yeah. The biggest disruption in the history of mankind is this threat of climate change, to the world. That disruption is going to lead to a massive reallocation of capital and repricing of assets all over the world. It's going to require $100 trillion, say 3% of GDP per year for the next 3 years. And therefore, there's going to be a massive fight for those resources, those $100 trillion, as to where they get invested, in what countries, in what societies, and all of that. So what we are going to see happening is a redefinition of industries, re-ranking of countries, re-ranking of industries in the world. So there's going to be a large number of winners, and it's going to be a very large, potentially larger number of losers in that process. The winners are going to be the ones that say, I can't wait. I can't wait until the developed markets give me money. You're going to be waiting a long time, because the needs of those societies in the north are going to be so massive that I'm not sure, no matter what the intentions are, they're going to be willing to share a lot of those assets with the global south. So therefore, the conundrum that emerging markets have, and I come from Latin America, so parts of the emerging market world, are that you either wait until somebody wakes up in the global north and decides to help you, or you say, I'm going to be one of the winners, and I'm going to reposition my country, my industries, my companies to take advantage of this, because in the digital world, there are a lot of things that you could sell globally, digitally, and the like. So, so I think that my advice to my friends here from the development world, and I happen to have been trained as a development economist under Arthur Lewis in the days in which he was teaching developmental economics at Princeton. My advice is you have to look at who are going to be the winners and the losers, what industries, what products, what services, what activities, and all of that, and rapidly start repositioning your country to take advantage of that, because this is the most significant, obviously, risk, we know that, but it's the most significant opportunity to rewrite the rules of your country, to rewrite the position of your country, your industries, your companies in the global economy. That is a massive opportunity. But you got to mobilize, you got to create a vision. Clearly, you got to figure out how to fund it in a world of very, very limited resources. And see, how far it can take you into repositioning your country.
Thank you, Henry. Now I would like, before closing this session, to give the opportunity to our participants if they have a question. Any question from anyone? Yeah.
Just a last question. I'm Dusan Borovic, professor of electrical engineering from Virginia Tech in the United States. You mentioned at the beginning this is unique, that it has to be global. And then you finished, each country has to do it. I don't think each country can do it. I think we have to do it all together, and that's a huge change, as you said at the beginning. Yeah. And I do believe it is 100 trillion. But can you comment, how do you, it has to be done by the countries, but we have different institutions. We have to find different institutions, different ways of doing it. Can you comment on that?
I agree, and that's the conundrum. The conundrum is each society is going to have to make a massive investment over and above their normal activities of investing in education, investing in the regular infrastructure, investing in the regular social, safety nets. And they got to take that 2, 3, or 4% of their GDP and invest it in reconstructing their economies. So the conundrum is there's going to be a lot of nationalism associated with that, but at the same time, we need collective solutions. So what I'm saying is there will be a lot of collective solutions, but my bottom line is there will not be a lot of excess capital associated to go about over and above significantly to what it exists today. So look at how hard it has been to get the $100 billion. Maybe it's 2023. Don't bet that it will. That the amount of aid from developed markets to emerging markets in reconstructing their economies for climate change. So I think that is one of those things you gotta help yourself for others to help you, right? You gotta be able to attract public capital, private capital, and they like. So I don't disagree with you, and you could speak from both sides, but there is a huge conundrum. And I'm not sure it's going to be a clean process. It's going to be a very messy process. Some countries will turn more nationalistic. Some other ones will be better, more helpful to their neighbor in the region, to the neighbor in the south, let's say. But it's going to be a big fight for resources.
Thank you so much. I think it was a very lively discussion. I would like to thank you all for your very insightful and inspiring intervention. And I would like to invite our participants to join me for a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Gentlemen, damas, excuse me, we will resume in a minute. Please have a seat. So we are moving to the almost the last panel of the day. And thank you, please have a seat. Gentlemen, Mr. Evans, the floor is yours. Please go ahead with the panel.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome everyone to this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub session. This session is, the title is How Do We Accelerate Climate Action? Digital Innovation, Collaboration, and the Path to Net Zero. So if I may, just to start, I'd like to introduce you to the panelists. Firstly, we have Tim Fleming, Director of Global Enterprise Sustainability at AT&T. Florence Verzelen, Executive Vice President, Industry Marketing and Sustainability at Dassault Systems. Parul Gupta, Partner and Strategic Initiatives at Arabesque. And I hope as well, Dennis Pamlin, Head of Mission Innovations Net Zero Compatibility Initiative and Senior Advisor at Ovais, the Research Institute of Sweden, and an accelerator at Knowit. So that is our panel. But before we get into the discussions, I want to just reflect on the increasing frustration held and being felt at parts of society and government and business leaders in their sort of incapable of developing a coordinated solution for climate action. A frustration, of course, that was also shared by the UN Secretary.
I don't know if it's silent, Mark, but I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Feedback.
Okay. Seems to have cleared.
Okay. There's a note there. We've got some feedback, but I hope that the feedback has been stopped.
It's okay now.
Okay, great. So yes, I just wanted to reflect on the increasing frustration being felt by all parts of society that governments, business leaders seem incapable of developing a coordinated solution for climate action. Frustration also shared by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres earlier this week at the beginning of COP. And let's face the media frenzy that we've been having prior to COP around greenwashing at both a country level and a corporate level. Leaders that have been accused of talk and no action, T-shirts even with blah, blah, blah on them, should I say. It really has put things into perspective, and for sure COP26 could not have come quickly enough. But certainly for the last 3 days, we have seen some great signs of progress, some green shoots, if you will, many commitments. For example, 114 leaders, global leaders committed to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030. And just this morning, the UK Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, announcing a rewiring of global financial services. But as we evolve, the question for us in this session is, what's the role of the IT sector, new technology? How will innovation and new technologies accelerate this newfound ambition from governments and corporate leaders that really have come to the fore at COP26? So to help bring some perspective to this challenge and our discussion today, I'd like to introduce Malcolm Johnson, Deputy Secretary General at International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, a seasoned information and communication technology executive who has served in senior management positions at the ITU since 2007. So if I can hand over to Malcolm for his keynote. Malcolm.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Welcome, everybody. It's my pleasure to join you for this discussion on how digital innovation and collaboration can accelerate climate action. ITU and Jesse have worked together in promoting sustainability in the information and communication technology sector for over 15 years. And I'm proud to have been a member of the Jesse board for most of that time. This collaboration has included the organization of joint events at many previous climate change conferences. And I believe this has helped to raise the awareness of the delegates and globally of the role of the ICT sector in mitigating and adapting to climate change. Climate action is now more critical than ever before, and as has been made abundantly clear by the experts, by science, and the evidence of our own eyes, this is more critical now than ever. The UN Secretary General said on Monday, climate action tops the list of people's concerns across countries, age, and gender. I believe that the emergence of new digital technologies, ranging from AI to 5G, offers significant contribution to the fight against climate change. And I'm sure our distinguished panelists will clearly illustrate this shortly. This is a belief I've held for a long time, even when many were questioning why ITU should publish a report on ICTs and climate change some 15 years ago. And ITU has never stopped advocating the role of ICTs in mitigating and adapting to climate change. And when I say ITU, I mean the whole organization, which is 193 member states, but also, crucially and unusually for a UN organization, we have a membership of several hundred private sector companies. So ITU is itself a model of collaboration between the public and the private sectors, together with academia, civil society, and several other regional international bodies that are members of ITU. We work together to define interoperable ICT solutions, deploy the networks that connect over 6 billion people to the information society, and endeavor to make ICT services more affordable so that the benefits of the information society reach everyone. As His Royal Highness Prince of Wales told the G20 summit on the eve of COP26, the private sector holds the ultimate key to the solutions we seek, since it's increasingly eager to invest in the innovative technologies that will help create the necessary rapid transition that we need. He called for governments to work with the private sector to harmonize regulatory frameworks to encourage investment. And I'm pleased to say that this is a core function of ITU's work through the maintenance of the International Treaty on the Use of the Radio Spectrum and Satellite Orbits, the development of consensus-based international standards, and the encouragement to establish an enabling environment. An excellent example of the private sector's commitment is the recent launch by Jesse of the Digital with Purpose movement. This is already gaining traction inside and outside the tech sector, and more companies are signing its pledge, signaling their increasing commitment of the private sector to climate action. So let me just illustrate three concrete examples of the impactful results that this multi-stakeholder collaboration in ITU delivers in practice. Firstly, a new ITU standard details the emission reduction trajectories needed to cut the ICT sector's greenhouse gas emissions by 45%, in line with the climate targets set in Paris. The significant increase in the use of ICTs, especially we've seen that during the pandemic, has had an impact on the ICT sector's carbon footprint. In fact, the sector is one of the fastest growing greenhouse gas emitting and energy consuming sectors. So this standard recommends emission reduction targets, and they're the first targets specifically for the ICT industry to be approved by the Science Based Target Initiative. It was developed in collaboration with several partners, including Jesse, and it'll help the ICT sector reduce its growing environmental footprint and get on a decarbonization pathway towards net zero emissions. Secondly, the last ITU World Radio Communication Conference, just a few months before the start of the pandemic, adopted a resolution for early warning, disaster prediction, detection, mitigation, and relief operations related to emergencies and disasters, as well as a resolution for the protection of the sensitive space weather sensors spectrum used for global prediction and warnings. And thirdly, ITU strives to promote resilient digital infrastructure and expanding access to affordable and reliable connectivity to help vulnerable communities in some of the least well-connected countries to build back better through initiatives such as the Connect to Recover. These are just a few examples of what is going on in ITU to help mobilize digital innovation for climate action. ITU is also very active in other areas, from smart cities to e-waste. What these examples show is that meaningful partnership and collaboration are the foundation for accelerating progress on climate action. As the world needs more ambitious commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, there must be greater recognition of what technology can provide. And we must ensure that we close the digital divide at a time when ICTs are still out of reach, unaffordable, irrelevant, unsafe, or just too complicated to use for almost half of the world's population. And that's even if they have access to electricity, which around 785 million people still don't have. So we need to collaborate with urgency to ensure that today's digital transformation accelerates climate action, and to do so before it's too late. So I look forward to continuing to strengthen ITU's collaboration with Jesse and all other partners, present and future, following what let's hope will be a successful COP26, leading us to the goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius and salvation for the world and humanity. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Thank you indeed. A few points there, and it takes a nice segue onto the panel, but we talked about the urgency needed and the quote you gave there about the private sector holding the key. And to that point, I'd like to get to our panel now, to hear very much about the proof and the way we're moving forward as an industry. I'd like to start with Tim Fleming from AT&T, Director of Global Enterprise Sustainability. AT&T, of course, positioned as a truly modern media company with innovation at the heart. I did some reading and hadn't realized they invented the transistor, solar cells, communication satellites, massive amount of progress from an organization such as AT&T. So my question to you, Tim, is quite simply, what's AT&T doing to accelerate climate action?
Yeah, Mark, thank you. And I think Malcolm's comments are well received. Really, we have to accelerate all of this through collaboration, and that is borne out through AT&T's approach, which we have 3 pillars to our own climate action strategy. And first is reducing our own emissions, making sure that our own house is in order. And we're achieving that by, we've established a carbon neutral goal of being carbon neutral through our operations by 2035. We are achieving this through improved efficiency efforts, transitioning low emissions fleet, scaling our renewable energy capacity, and reducing our footprint of our Warner Media productions. We also have a science-based target that's in line with 1.5 degrees and includes a Scope 3 supplier goal. So it's really, the 3 pillars are reducing our own emissions, delivering connectivity solutions to help customers reduce their environmental footprint, and building resiliency, which I think are in line with what Malcolm was talking about. It's taking care of your own house and reducing your own footprint enabling others. But then increasingly, as mitigation is not enough, as we've seen, the resiliency and adaptation approach has to be there as well. So if I could just speak to quickly on the connectivity solutions side, we recognize that corporates and private sector has really got to step up, and we've seen it's been very encouraging. Of course, the clock is ticking. We don't have enough time really to get all this done, but now 55% of Fortune Global 200 companies have established targets for the reduction of their emissions. And as more businesses make addressing climate change a priority in reducing their emissions, we are confident that digital solutions, 5G, broadband connectivity can help those customers achieve their climate goals. So we've established a goal not only for our own operations, but to help customers reduce their emissions by a gigaton by 2035. And we see that connectivity can enable emission reductions across a range of industries, but especially those that have large carbon footprints as energy, transportation, manufacturing, and agriculture. So to formalize this, in the spirit of collaboration, we have established what we call the Connected Climate Initiative, which brings together leading technology companies, but also customers, universities, nonprofits, climate experts to scale existing solutions and then develop new solutions that either help our customers or their customers or others. Because quite often we see a lot of proof of concepts or a pilot, and it just doesn't scale. It's not being expanded fast enough. We're not seeing the adoption of the solutions that we need to reduce the footprint. So we're hoping to accelerate that adoption of those technologies. And then finally, on the resiliency side, we are very happy and proud about our climate change analysis tool, which we announced a couple of years ago. That was developed with U.S. Department of Energy's Argonne National Laboratory. Helps us visualize climate impacts such as flooding and hurricane winds at the neighborhood level up to 30 years in the future. And now we're expanding that from the initial 4 pilot states to the lower 48 within the U.S. We're expanding the capabilities to include wildfires and droughts. And so that helps us take into account the potential impacts of climate change on our network, but we also make the data available to the community so that they can use that data to help inform what impacts climate change may have on their infrastructure and their communities. So to summarize, it's mitigation, it's resiliency and adaptation, but it is trying to invest in solutions that can help customers and society reduce their emissions, mitigate, and be more resilient as well.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Tim. And sort of fascinating from point of view of having those 3 pillars and really showing the ambition and the progress that an organisation like AT&T are able to bring into the ICT sector. I would like to move on to one of the other panelists now and really sort of look at, from very high-profile technology organisation, perhaps to another part of our sector where perhaps a less familiar technology, but no less impactful from the point of view of what it can achieve. I'd like to introduce Florence Verzelen. Florence was in fact nominated Young Global Leader of World Economic Forum in 2013, but has moved on in some ways since then, is now Executive Vice President, Industry Marketing and Sustainability at Dassault Systems. Florence, Dassault Systems are very much at the heart of imagining sustainable innovations and creating a more sustainable world. And to help us understand something, what can you tell us about virtual twins and how they can make the world more sustainable?
Thank you very much, and hello everybody. I'm very happy to be with all of you today. And as was just said, we need solutions that work at scale because we have very little time to solve the climate change challenge. So virtual twin is, I think, one of these solutions. What is a virtual twin first? Well, a virtual twin is a real-time virtual representation of a product to model, visualize, predict, and provide feedback on properties and performance of the product. And why is it useful? Because basically, you are not going to manufacture 100 cars to decide which one is the most sustainable one, or 200 cities to decide what is the most sustainable way to build a city. But you can do that. in the virtual world. You can optimize everything, the way you build, the materials you use, the way you do maintenance in the virtual world. And once you have found the most sustainable option, then well, you decide to do it in real, and you can continuously play with the virtual twin of your car, your city, your boat, or even your bottle of shampoo in order to continuously improve the sustainability of your car, your plane, or your bottle of shampoo. And why is it important? It's because if you use virtual twin to optimize the sustainability aspect, and you can do that by looking at the life cycle assessment of your product, be it again a car or a plane or a city, then you can save a lot of CO2. At the beginning of the year, in January, we as a system, we released a study done with Accenture that proves that with just 5 use cases using virtual twin in construction, consumer packaged goods, transportation, life science, and electrics and electronics, we could save 7.5 gigaton of CO2 from now to 2030. This is the equivalent of 1 year of carbon emission for the transportation industry. So it's huge. And it's just for 5 use cases. So just imagine if for each car in this world or each city in this world, we would have a virtual twin, then we could have a massive impact in terms of sustainability. So that's, for me, that's really a solution that is working at scale. And well, Malcolm was mentioning the fact that private sector is holding the key. I think virtual twin are one key and one important key, because today they're not used at scale, not yet. So the potential of transformation is just used. And just recently, we did a study with the Financial Times, asking executives from business companies from different industries, where are you on your sustainability roadmap on integrating R&D, sustainability in R&D, in strategy? All of them were saying they want to integrate in R&D, in strategy. Well, not all of them, but 70%. And only less than a third have begun to do so. So there is a huge willingness, and with virtual twin and with other solutions like blockchain, artificial intelligence, 5G, there is a huge potential. So I think right now, in 2021, we have a lot of keys to transform the world thanks to digital.
Thank you very much, Florence. And from the innovation that helps us imagine the virtual future and scaling, which is really fascinating, I want to move now into the innovation that helps to build trust. And there are reports recently that have really highlighted that the inconsistent data and poor transparency has become a barrier to progress in many parts of society, that if governments and corporates and investors are to accelerate their role in supporting climate action, that they really need data and reporting that they can trust. And to this end, I'd love to invite Parul Gupta from Arabesque. Arabesque is a global asset management firm that uses self-learning, quant moles, big data, AI, and to assess performance and sustainability of companies. So really at the heart of this space. And I'd really be interested to understand, Parul, how can we use these innovative solutions to bring a further focus on the transparency that is being questioned and searched for around ESG reporting?
Thank you, Mark. First of all, really a pleasure to be here. I echo all my esteemed panelists here. It's a very important topic we are discussing here. And from my perspective, one thing you really hit the nail on the head, Mark, when you say that we can talk about doing initiatives, talking about progress, but there is a chance this can all slow down or derail if there is a problem with data transparency, the trust. It's very important because we are all here trying to make a difference, try to do a part. But if the trust is not there in how we report, how we measure, and what kind of progress we are making, this can all hinder that progress. So there's a lot of momentum here, and it's on all of us to make sure we collaborate and again collaboration. It has come a few times already. It's the key here to make sure we all play a role. In terms of Arabesque, we are a technology firm that's trying to disrupt how assets are managed using sustainability data and AI. So we are an asset manager ourselves, but we have been looking at data. We've been providing that data to various other asset managers because we believe that this is the only way you can mainstream asset management, allow private investors and allow the private markets to play its role here. When we look at innovations, the way I think about it is there are two kinds of innovations that are important here to build that trust. There's a product innovation and there's a technological innovation. From a product perspective, the way I mean is how do you aggregate that data? How do you create insights that are meaningful insights that create it in a digestible manner so that investors can look at the data, understand what the corporates are doing. Corporates can also understand their progress, but also provide fill in the gaps in the disclosures. One example of that is what you might have also come across, some of you may have come across temperature score. So we launched this product 2 years back that actually gives temperature rating to corporates on their alignment with climate goals, which actually is an easy way for corporates to see, but it also highlights an interesting aspects that those that don't fully disclose their emissions get a warmer temperature rating. So this encourages corporates to report better and investors also to engage better. From a technological perspective, that is what will allow, though, for us to scale in a manner. So what we mean by that is digitalization of data, creating a central repository, standardization, having frameworks like digital with purpose that allow for that progress to be measured and create trust in a way because the data needs to be accessible, transparent. So we use technologies like machine learning, AI, so that the data can be collected better. As you guys know, the data is not very reported in a structured manner. So allowing that digitalization is the very key to have a transparent, scalable, and comparable way of looking at data. And I think that is the only way you can have trust. You need to bring together various stakeholders, investors that are looking at the data properly, corporates that are reporting data, and corporates also get to understand which metrics they should be reporting against. There's a chance that that can lead to a lot of fatigue. So I think what we have to ensure is it's a meaningful reporting, it's a meaningful analysis, and technologies like machine learning and AI are helping us do that. And hopefully we can together build on this. We are also launching a new digital solution around that to help collaborative reporting and assessment and provide data access at scale. So this confluence of ESG data and sustainability hopefully will lead to more progress on our climate goals and also lead to more meaningful reporting.
Thank you, Parul. And absolutely, and it is that meaningful framework and the platform that can be trusted that, of course, the reason why Digital with Purpose and the initiative from Jesse, I'm delighted to say that we are working with Arabesque for exactly that reason, to provide that reassurance and consistency. But thank you for that. And I'm going to, I understand Dennis Pamlin is with us, but actually, dare I say it, live, which is great to see. But I just want to hand over now to sort of final panelist, Dennis. Dennis, an entrepreneur and founder of 21st Century Frontiers with a background in engineering. He's partnered to UNFCCC's Global Innovation Hub, which of course has been launched this week at COP26. And Dennis is also an associate of Knowit, which is a sustainable digital solutions organization based in Sweden. I'm also delighted to say that Knowit has just become the first Nordic company to join Jesse and the Digital Purpose movement. So we're very delighted to have them join us, and also obviously look forward to working together in the Digital with Purpose movement. But Dennis, there is a growing consensus that digital innovation is important, finally, even essential, perhaps, to deliver on the global sustainability goals. But still, the role of digitization is almost totally absent in the different 1.5 degree pathways that we see presented by many organizations, including the IPCC. I wonder if you can give us your thoughts as to why is that, and how can the launch of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub help move digitization to a more central point of the climate agenda?
Thank you. Can you hear me in the panel now? Fantastic. I have to say this is actually a bit of a historic situation for me, because I've never felt excluded being the physical person on the spot, where the rest of the panel is the virtual one, which seems to be the one in the center. So it's a bit of a new one for me. It's the first one where I actually feel that I'm outside the core conversation being physically present. But yeah, let me just reflect on that, because I think it's something that many of us who've been working on ICT for many years now feel a bit of frustration. The potential has been there for years. I wrote my Sustainability Speed of Light 2002, and I've been working with Jessie for years now. And we've never made much progress. And I think one of the key things, and this is hard to say, is that ICT, digitalization for most is a tool for optimization. So it's not seen as important for most companies. It's 2% of their emissions or less, and move to data halls and cloud services, and then it's done. But the deep potential of ICT and digitalization is, of course, not optimization. It's transformation. The reason we can sit here and have this conversation is not because we made better airplanes. It's because we found a totally new way of having access to each other. The reason we can all now, 11 billion people in the future, read is not because we have better forest papers. It's because we digitalized that and could allow everyone on the planet to have access to reading material. So the really transformative aspects of that is usually lost. And I think one of the challenges is that so far, and this hopefully ends now with UNFCCC's Global Innovation Hub, is that climate has been a problem agenda. We've been asking companies to reduce their emissions. And of course, that's an important part. But for an architect, a media company, a digitalization consultant, what they provide as solution to society is the important thing, not the energy they use in their office or whatever they produced, etc. And that is the major change we need to see. And that's why I'm so happy sitting here at the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, because here we talk about the expanded innovation agenda. We need problem-static innovation. That is existing sectors, sources of emissions. But we need also dynamic solution agenda, and that is looking at the human needs and new ways of providing for those. And that's where I think digitalization becomes very clear. And as you say, the IPCC actually have 4 different scenarios. 3 of them exclude ICT, and they use massive CCS, they use massive amounts of renewables, and they undermine other sustainability goals. One of them, the low energy demand, or P1 pathway, use a lot of ICT for sharing, for optimizing energy use, for planning, using digital twins, for planning things much smarter. But that pathway is not really highlighted. Most of what's happening now at this conference is still on what is called the P4 scenario. That is looking at the big companies and just trying to make them reduce their emissions. And that's where I hope, moving forward now, we will have 2 tracks, acknowledging that we need to reduce emissions and have the big emitters committing to reduce emissions. But also, we need solution providers to commit to solutions and provide what is needed for this planet. And I think that's where we can show that digital solutions will be in both places. We can help optimize the old system, but most of all, we will help deliver the solutions of tomorrow. And that's also my last word for this. And I think this is important. We should never forget this. This is not about reducing emissions. This is about providing 11 billion people with flourishing lives. And when we shift the perspective from providing for everyone a good life, then we start asking, what kind of nutrition, what kind of mobility or access, what kind of living can we have, instead of focusing on those who emit today, because that also holds back innovation. So that's my last comment, and thank you for allowing me to be physically here in this virtual meeting.
Thanks very much, Dennis. Thank you. And look, I'm conscious of time, but I think we've probably got a couple of minutes. So I'm going to just ask a very quick-fired question to each of the panelists. So it's almost a one-word answer and a follow-up. So sort of 20 seconds each. But and I'll go back to Tim to start with. When we what do you see as the biggest challenge to really drive this sustainable progress? And how can greater collaboration or what is the partnership that's going to help most?
Yeah, I would say time is our biggest barrier. We're not moving fast enough. And I think awareness and collaboration, I'd like to highlight internal collaboration within a corporate. The people that you're having these conversations around solutions, the CIO chain, they may not even be aware of their own company's goals. You could probably find some at AT&T is not aware of our goals. So being able to get the right people in the room internally, even with it up and down the value chain, that's going to help accelerate.
That's great. And Florence, same question to you. Oh, still on mute. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you. For me, what's the biggest challenge is to be daring enough. As Dennis just said, there is scenarios where technology is providing a real answer. There are scenarios where we can change the game, not by optimizing what we have now or reducing our emission, but changing the system and daring to change the system, the way we work, the way we produce, the way we life cycle everything. That's the way we have to think at the system level and be daring enough to rebuild everything.
Excellent. And to you, Carol, the biggest challenge and the role of collaboration and partners to help?
I'll still take the data-centric view, the lack of transparency and the various modeling exercises, which kind of could lead to a bit of lack of trust that I touched upon. And the solution is everybody who has a solution comes together, make sure we share, we collaborate, we bring transparency together.
That's great. Thank you. And back to the studio, as they say. Dennis.
I think my experience working with companies now is move away the climate from the person who's usually climate responsible, the supply chain manager, PR responsible, communication responsible, to the business developers, the revenue responsible, to shift that. And I think having a climate risk agenda is important to see yourself as, cost, etc., but really looking at how you make profit, how you sell more by providing what society needs. That's what we need. And that's the problem we have with ESG data today. It doesn't show. Many ESG rankings show Tesla at the bottom and Exxon at the top because of how they report their normal ESG data. And so we really need sort of a new generation of arabesque-likes who move beyond the normal ESG risk rating and look also at what FTSE Russell and other calls green revenues, who, when we transform, will grow as companies, not just look at the climate as a risk management aspect, but as a revenue-driven aspect.
Yeah, perfect. That's really well said, and thank you so much. I'm conscious that we're just a little bit over on time, but I'd like to thank UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, and on behalf of Jesse and all our members of the ICT sector, thank you so much to Malcolm and the illustrious panel we have here, Timothy, Florence, Paola, and Dennis. Thank you so much. And for those of you listening in, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.